Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, February 15, 2022. We are starting off your 6 o'clock hour and our stream with a live now look over Orlando, Florida. The sun has not yet risen here on the East Coast. Definitely a chilly day to start off this Tuesday. It's about 43 degrees here in Orlando, and I can say that because that is where I am joining you from. Good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from our Orlando studios. I will be with you for the next several hours as we continue to bring you all of the top stories that we are following live, raw, unfiltered, breaking news as well. If you are new to Live Now from Fox, well, you should know that the hosts that you see on your screen actually control everything that you see on your screen. Here's a little inside sneak peek at our Live Now from Fox studios. We've got all these monitors, all these audio boards. We have no teleprompters, so we are bringing you all of the latest news, ad-libbing, studying, learning our facts and information. And we are constantly in touch with our Fox News correspondents and owned and operated stations across the nation. Really, we say with the press of one button, we could bring you anywhere you want to go, not only here in the United States, but worldwide. And actually, I do want to start off by bringing us out to a shot we have of the Ukraine right now. This is actually a live look at Maiden Square in Kiev. And that is because this is a top story that we are continuing to follow this morning. And it was breaking news that we brought you just yesterday here on our show. Russia could invade Ukraine tomorrow. We got that information yesterday by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in a speech to his nation, saying that the upcoming Wednesday, so tomorrow, could be the quote day of attack, or they could be seeking a diplomatic solution. That is happening as we speak, and it all depends who you listen to this morning. But either way, more U.S. forces are heading to Europe to bolster allies there. So we are going to be speaking live with Fox's Doug Luzader at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time to get the latest information on the efforts to heat off, these efforts, this invasion. We do know that President Biden has spoken with Russian President Vladimir Putin, and we will continue to bring you all the latest information here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to head out to the Ukraine, where people in Kiev are praying for a peaceful resolution. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yinks is in the Ukrainian capital this morning with this story and how people feel about this situation.
Olga Stetsuk lights a candle at a church in central Kiev. She's praying for peace as Ukraine braces for war.
Everyone should do all they possibly can to save peace in this country. We don't want war in Ukraine.
Updated intelligence indicates more than 130,000 Russian troops continue to stage on the border of Ukraine and could invade at any moment. Today, efforts for diplomacy continue. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. During Scholz's visit, protesters in the Ukrainian capital called on the German leader to punish the Russians, not the Ukrainians.
Germany can stop this war by sanctioning Putin and by stopping Nord Stream 2.
Threats of severe economic punishment, including putting a stop to Russia's gas pipeline, are all on the table if Russia attacks Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin wants security assurances that Ukraine will never be a member of Nato and receive mutual defense, but so far he's getting the opposite.
We would like NATO membership. It would ensure our security, our territorial sovereignty.
Overnight, Lithuania delivered anti-aircraft missiles to Ukraine as American weapon shipments continue as part of a $200 million aid package approved by the U.S. government. With or without military assistance, Ukrainian civilians are pledging to fight back against any Russian aggression. Even voices that would normally speak about prayer and unity are talking about preparation for war.
We are organized and well prepared, and we have many veterans who will fight.
With military preparations ongoing, both Russia and Ukraine have a variety of diplomatic leverage on the table right now, namely that Nord Stream 2 pipeline that today was called a geopolitical weapon by Ukrainian President Zelensky. In Kiev, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Meanwhile, the U.S. has already moved personnel out of the embassy in Ukraine ahead of what could be an eventual Russian invasion of the country. A State Department official says that only a limited number of staff will stay to maintain communications, but all consular operations will be suspended. About 180 people were working at the embassy in Kiev. So we are going to keep you updated on this situation here on Live Now from Fox. Again, at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We are going to be speaking live with Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader. Meanwhile, I do want to stay here in the United States as we focus on this topic. Fox's Rowena Shaddix is visiting a community in California to learn more about what this threat means to Ukrainians here in the United States.
The country of Ukraine, we pray for peace.
So much uncertainty as the local Ukrainian community in Roseville sits and waits for what can happen in their native country. The threat of a Russian invasion continues to cause concern.
We pray for the peace in Ukraine. We pray for the peace in all world because we don't want a wars. And this is really tough moments.
Especially tough because Deacon Roman Sarah's older brother lives in Ukraine.
War is never good things. So we are worried, but we know that God can protect.
For the Kolodrivsky family, doing boots on the ground type of ministry work is something they will continue to do. Emma will follow her older sister Susanna, traveling to Ukraine where she will do ministry work this summer.
We're just praying that everything goes well and that God, protects us.
Having peace in my heart and knowing that God has everything under control. I think it's really easy for us to get lost or have fear in our hearts, but it's really important to just trust God and to just put all of our faith in Him.
And outside the walls of the First Ukrainian Baptist Church, the deacon wants to reassure everyone in doubt during this time.
Do not panic. God's keep everything in control, and may your family be blessed and have peace in heart.
And many people here today putting their faith in God that He will help them find a peaceful solution. Reporting in Roseville, Rowena Shaddix, Fox 40 News.
Meanwhile, here is that Live Now look over Maitland Square in Kiev. We will keep you posted on this situation, any developments that we get here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to continue on with some more top stories that we are following this morning. New developments in the investigation into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe. Special counsel John Durham has reportedly tied 2016 Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton to an effort to infiltrate Trump Tower computer servers. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has details from the Justice Department.
A source close to special counsel John Durham's probe tells Fox News things have, quote, accelerated, and more people are cooperating with the probe into the origins of the Russia investigation.
I know nothing about Russia.
Before he even moved into the White House, Donald Trump denied reports he was in cahoots with Russia. Now special counsel John Durham, looking into the origins of the Russia probe for almost 3 years, argues in a new filing that former Clinton campaign attorney Michael Sussman was in contact with a technology executive who tasked researchers to mine internet data to establish an inference and narrative tying then candidate Trump to Russia. Sussman is fighting charges of lying to the FBI. This latest revelation prompted the former president to call the allegations a far bigger crime than Watergate.
I don't think you can fairly say that this is evidence of spying in the way that the word is traditionally used. We're not talking about intercepting communications. And it doesn't mean that John Durham is not on a serious path towards accountability, possibly at the very highest reaches of the Clinton campaign.
In 2016, Clinton herself peddled the Trump-Russia theory in this tweet. Computer scientists have apparently uncovered a covert server linking the Trump organization to a Russian-based bank. Then Clinton aide, now current White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, said in a statement that same day, this line of communication may help explain Trump's bizarre adoration of Vladimir Putin. Trump's former director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe.
I would expect and anticipate, based on the intelligence that I've seen, that there would be quite a few more indictments.
That's something I can't speak to from this podium, so I refer you to the Department of Justice.
No comment from Sussman's attorney. Several Republican members of Congress promise open hearings on the Durham probe if they take the House in November. At the Justice Department, David Spunt, Fox News.
Well, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to bring you the latest COVID-19 news from not only here in the United States, but from across the country. Yesterday, we learned that the Canadian Prime Minister has invoked emergency power across the nation to quell the protests by demonstrators who have paralyzed Ottawa and blocked border crossings over the country's COVID-19 restrictions. We're also going to be getting the latest on how lawmakers are taking a go at GoFundMe involving this Freedom Convoy situation. And we're also going to get the latest from New York City and cities and states across the nation as they continue to battle mask mandates and encourage President Biden to ease COVID-19 restrictions across the nation. So stay with us. That is all coming up after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on this Tuesday, February 15th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are continuing to bring you all of the latest developments on the top stories that we are following this morning. I do want to head out to Canada for an update on a story that we have been following since the very beginning. Yesterday, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoked emergency power across the nation to quell the protests by demonstrators who have paralyzed Ottawa and blocked border crossings over the country's COVID-19 restrictions. This is actually the scene from over the weekend at the Ambassador Bridge in Michigan. Traffic is now flowing, but it has caused quite a stir around the nation and in Canada. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the latest from the Canadian capital.
The federal government has invoked the Emergencies Act to supplement provincial and territorial capacity to address the blockades and occupations.
That announcement coming as the Freedom Convoy has taken over Canada's capital.
Freedom!
400 semi-trucks lined up in front of Parliament. Protesters in Ottawa say they're just getting started, even as the Canadian government threatens the group with fines and jail time.
We're going to leave when the mandates are removed, and we are given our freedoms back and assurances that they will never be taken away again.
The mayor of Ottawa reached out to the convoy himself, striking a deal with one of the many leaders, Tamara Lich, who's agreed to move the trucks from the residential areas, but says the convoy is here for the long haul.
There are no threats that will frighten us. We will hold the line.
After a handful of protesters were arrested, the Ambassador Bridge back open. Investigators working to do the same thing at the Coutts border in Alberta. There, 11 people taken into custody at the blockade after police found guns, body armor, and a machete in a trailer. Ontario now in the process of rolling back COVID restrictions, including vaccine passports. As counter-protesters say, enough is enough.
Ignore them completely. They don't deserve to have a seat at the table.
Now, for the next 30 days, there will be targeted action aimed at the border and the capital city to get the truckers out of the area. Reporting in Ottawa, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Meanwhile, going from the Canadian capital out to our nation's capital, as you can see the sun rising over the Capitol building, quite a beautiful sight. Look at those pinks and that purple. House Republicans are demanding answers after GoFundMe blocked donations to the Canadian Truckers' Freedom Convoy. This is a story that we brought you earlier last week. I myself speaking with a Fox News correspondent out in Canada about this exact fallout. Critics say this is the latest example of big tech censorship. Well, Fox Business correspondent Hillary Vaughn reports from Capitol Hill with the very latest.
Republican lawmakers want more information and even a hearing looking into why GoFundMe made the controversial decision to single out Canadian truckers, part of the Freedom Convoy, protesting vaccine mandates in Canada, saying it's another sign that big tech is biased and uses platforms to punish those who have views they don't agree with. House Minority Whip Steve Scalise and House Oversight Committee Ranking Member James Comer calling it, quote, selective discrimination. State attorneys general are also looking into GoFundMe's decision to shut down the Freedom Convoy fundraiser. Attorneys general in Texas, Florida, West Virginia, and Missouri have started their own probes into the matter. A competitor, though, did step up to host donations. Give, Send, Go enabled that people to fill out online fundraising for the Canadian truckers. The site says they have received more than $8 million in donations in response.
This was a huge PR mistake by GoFundMe. Our platform is booming. We haven't seen this much business. People are vowing to never use GoFundMe again because of the ideological stances that they're taking. We take a neutral position. We allow people to fundraise.
But there is another snag. That website was hacked overnight, and reportedly the names of people that donated to the fundraiser have been exposed online. In Washington, Hillary Vaughn, Fox News.
Meanwhile, going from the Capitol building across the street to the White House in Washington, D.C., House Republicans also calling on President Biden to get America back to normal and move away from pandemic restrictions. This comes as Democratic governors from 10 states and some local officials have lifted mask mandates to a certain degree. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey tells us where things stand right now. Let's listen in.
Washington, D.C.'s strict vaccine requirements are set to suddenly disappear tomorrow.
Cases have dropped more than 90%.
What a difference 5 days makes.
As we are encouraged by the current trends, we are not there yet.
They are in New Jersey.
This variant has spiked straight up and it's now coming straight down.
So the Democratic governor is set to let school districts make their own rules regarding masks.
This thing is going from pandemic to endemic. And we feel it is the responsible step to take.
Virginia's legislature just sent the new Republican governor a bill to eliminate K-12 mask mandates, but experts caution COVID risk doesn't drop to zero overnight.
I think there's portions of the population that are going to be in a very difficult spot right now because they remain vulnerable.
That's why some elected Democrats are hoping for a more balanced approach.
If you're somebody who doesn't like wearing masks, respect those who do. If you're somebody who likes wearing masks, please respect those who don't.
Not President Biden. He is not ready to trust Americans to make their own decisions about masks. And he said so during an interview that aired as part of a Super Bowl where tens of thousands skirted rules requiring masks.
If you're exercising personal freedom puts someone else in jeopardy, their health in jeopardy. I don't consider that being dealing with freedom.
Biden is consistent, though. Like today, outdoors, walking into the White House, he kept his mask on, except for this.
So, Democrats running cities, basically done with COVID. Democrats running states, basically done with COVID. But the Democrat running the country, still adhering to very strict COVID regulations for now. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And going from Washington, D.C. out to a vantage point we have over New York City this morning. You can see the sun is beginning to rise and lots of people are on that morning commute to work. But not as many this morning. We're learning that the office of Mayor Eric Adams says New York City has officially fired 1,430 workers for not complying with the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. This is far fewer terminations than was expected, actually. So I do want to bring you the latest on this situation from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses this morning.
1,430 city workers got fired for their refusal to abide by the vaccine mandate. According to a chart provided by the mayor's office, 914 workers from the Department of Education received termination notices on Friday, as well as 36 from the NYPD, 25 from the FDNY, 75 from the Department of Correction, 101 from NYCHA, and 40 from the Sanitation Department. In a statement, Mayor Eric Adams celebrated the fact that the vast majority of more than 370,000 employees complied. Our goal was always to vaccinate, not terminate, and city workers stepped up and met the goal placed before them, the mayor said. News of the firings came as New York State marked another day of promising COVID metrics. Yesterday, the state reported 2,348 new cases, the lowest mark since October 25th. And the 7-day average positivity rate in the state, which now stands at 3.08, fell for the 39th straight day. Today, the city continues to give away free at-home COVID test kits, although demand has plummeted as cases have. The patchwork of vaccine and mask mandates continues to evolve. Newark's requirement for at least one dose of the COVID vaccine to enter places like restaurants, bars, and gyms expires tomorrow. It's unclear if Mayor Ras Baraka will extend it. Elsewhere, even as California's indoor mask requirement expires today, the state will keep its school mask mandate in place at least through February 28th. And starting today in Washington, D.C., indoor venues will not have to check vaccine status. The district's indoor mask mandate expires February 28th.
And going from New York out to a vantage point we have over a terminal at Philadelphia International Airport. That is because we do have some COVID-19 travel news to bring you this morning. The CDC's list of countries to avoid traveling continues to grow. More than 135 nations are currently on the level 4, which is a very high risk list as of just yesterday. Health officials are trying to decrease the number of travelers exposing themselves to the coronavirus. Among the nations added to the list include South Korea, which has seen cases increase by the tens of thousands since late January. In addition, the CDC put El Salvador and Indonesia on their level 3 high risk list. El Salvador was moved up from level 2 and Indonesia moved up from level 1. So we are speaking with Dr. Mike Sirigliano here on Live Now from Fox at 7:20 a.m. Eastern Time. It is Tuesday, so if you do have any coronavirus or medical related question for us to ask him, be sure to tweet us at LiveNowFox and we will get that answered for you. We are here to give you all of the information that you want to know. Meanwhile, this pandemic is continuing to impact more than just medical news and medical angles. It's also impacting the economy. Pain at the pump and the grocery store. Economists are bracing for another potentially higher inflation report today on producer prices. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the details from Washington.
The federal government could be staring at a shutdown early Saturday morning if the Senate doesn't soon approve a short-term spending bill to keep it open until March 11. As they work to bridge gaps on the package, lawmakers are also working on a larger spending plan for the rest of the fiscal year.
We've had positive conversations, and Democrats are united to keep the government open so we can achieve this omnibus.
Inflation, now up 7.5%, will likely be top of mind for congressional leaders as they try to piece together the omnibus bill. Financial experts predict another key economic marker set to be released on Tuesday will show higher prices.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a high producer price index number. And of course, that's going to, spread down to higher consumer prices.
And uncertainty over a potential war between Russia and Ukraine is fueling pain at the pump. The average cost of gas nearly $1 more than a year ago per AAA. And as one of the largest producers of crude oil in the world, any sanctions on Russia could push oil prices up even more.
Snow is still on the ground. Much of the country is going to soon start the transition to summer gasoline.
Some senators are now working on a bill to temporarily suspend the federal gas tax through the end of the year in an attempt to lower costs.
And it's a very difficult situation. I think this administration realizes that, and they're going to pay at the polls in November.
Lawmakers are hoping to reach a deal on a short-term spending bill after Senate Republicans meet for their weekly policy luncheon on Tuesday. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
In Washington, D.C., still to show you this gorgeous sunrise over the U.S. Capitol building. I'm going to send some of you on another quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to bring you all of the crime-related news that we are following this morning and the latest on gun violence across the nation. It was actually breaking news that I personally brought you here on Live Now from Fox yesterday morning. Yesterday marked 4 years since the Parkland massacre in Florida. 7 people died when a gunman opened fire inside of a high school in Broward County. And a gun control activist took to Washington, D.C., specifically a victim's father, scaling a crane to hang a banner with his son's face on it, calling on President Biden and lawmakers to really pay attention to the gun violence that we have still seen since that mass shooting 4 years ago. So we are going to get the latest on that. He was arrested right here on Live Now from Fox. We brought you raw, unfiltered feeds of the situation. Well, he was released later on in the day, and he was speaking to the news about why he did it, saying that he himself getting arrested is absolutely nothing compared to losing his son. So all of that crime-related news and the latest on gun violence in our nation coming up after this quick break.
A drastic attempt to draw attention to gun violence. From the top of a construction crane near the White House, protester Manuel Oliver called for a meeting with President Biden. 4 years ago, Oliver lost his son, Joaquin, one of 17 people killed in the Parkland school shooting. Since taking office, the president says he's taken action to fight gun violence, from trying to curb the sales of ghost guns, untraceable homemade firearms, to cracking down on gun dealers who purposely violate the law. But gun control advocates believe the Biden administration can and should do more.
President Biden needs to do something because there are certain things that he's leaving on the table that he can do right now, like creating a national office of gun violence prevention and a national director of gun violence prevention, and creating a comprehensive plan to dramatically reduce gun deaths.
Critics, meanwhile, are slamming progressive policies and the slogan "defund the police," blaming it for the rise in violent crime in major cities throughout the country. Some Democrats now looking to shake off the message.
Well, it's not surprising that they're trying to distance themselves from defunding the police because we're in the midst of the worst crime wave since the 1990s.
President Biden is asking Congress to approve $500 million to reduce violent crime and to also pass legislation that would include requiring background checks for all gun sales and banning assault weapons. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
Meanwhile, as mentioned yesterday when we brought you that situation here on Live Now from Fox, the Parkland victim's father scaling the crane. He was arrested immediately after he climbed down, but he was released later in the day and headed right back to Washington, D.C. to keep protesting. That's where he spoke with our Fox reporters about why he did what he did, saying that him getting arrested is nothing compared to the way he lost his son. Let's listen in to some of what he had to say here on Live Now from Fox.
I thought it's a good opportunity to show not only that Joaquin has many things to say, not only that we are clear that gun violence is an epidemic and it's hitting big, even in this administration, higher than before even, and making sure that the president knows that we are willing to do whatever it takes. I think that today we were able to empower a lot of families and victims. You don't have to stay quiet. You don't have to take these as a normal. You have to fight for your loved ones. There's no limits when it comes to saving lives, when it comes to being a father. I like to think that I'm a responsible father, and I have to keep on being a father for Joaquin, whatever that takes. I was arrested. I'm fine with that. It's a small sacrifice when you think about it. 4 years ago, my son was shot 4 times. 4 times. That's suffering. And 4 years later, I climb a crane and put a banner down. It's nothing, man. We need to do way more than that. We need a lot of people climbing a lot of cranes and doing crazy stuff with the right message to show it to the administration, whoever is behind the administration, so they know exactly how we feel. I had the worst punish that anyone could ever have. All right, I lost my son. So when I was in jail today, I was thinking about that. Like, I'm just here. Joaquin is not even here. Joaquin is not. There's no way that my son will be back with me. So this is just a small sacrifice. And I wanted to show the kids that they have support from us, from the generation that created all these.
Meanwhile, at a community wellness center in Coral Springs, Florida, people lit candles and released 17 doves. The Broward County School District held a day of service and love, allowing students and staff to participate in volunteer and service projects. Flags across government buildings in the state of Florida flew at half-staff Monday as well, and Governor Ron DeSantis asked all Floridians to pause for a moment of silence at 3 p.m. So wanted to bring you all of these updates on this tragic 4-year mark of the Parkland massacre here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, some breaking news out of Florida that we brought you right here yesterday as well. We kept you updated throughout the entire Gabby Petito investigation. Well, there were some new developments just yesterday. Brian Laundrie's full autopsy and forensics report was released yesterday, revealing new information about the circumstances around his death and the Gabby Petito case, including details about items found near his remains. Now, according to the autopsy report, he went to the Carlton Reserve where he died by suicide shortly after. The 47-page report described a main scene where personal items belonging to Laundrie were found, including a pair of green shorts with a green belt, 2 slip-on shoes, a backpack with unknown content inside, and a white metal ring, as well as a handgun. A secondary scene contains skeletal animal remains, a half-handwritten note, and a hat with the logo Moab Coffee Roasters, according to the report as well. Now, Laundrie had been the subject of a manhunt for more than a month last year as investigators searched for clues in the killing of Petito, who was his 22-year-old fiance. His remains were later discovered within the large Carlton Reserve Wilderness Park in Sarasota County, Florida. The District 12 Medical Examiner's Office previously confirmed to us that Laundrie died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. The FBI also said earlier that a review of the notebook found near Laundrie's remains showed that he claimed responsibility for her death. In the new report, Deputy Chief Medical Examiner Wilson Broussard Jr. wrote that injury to Laundrie's skull and the presence of a handgun was consistent with that initial report that he died by a gunshot wound to the head. The new documents revealed that Laundrie's body was likely submerged in up to 3 feet of floodwater for an extended period of time, which likely contributed to the lengthy search for him. It also indicated that investigators found evidence of carnivore and rodent scavenging at the scene. The report additionally confirmed that a dry bag was found approximately 250 feet southwest of that main scene, and that contained a journal along with a wooden box holding a smaller notebook and photos, including at least one of Laundrie. So again, this was a very extensive case, investigation, manhunt. We brought you every twist and turn here on Live Now from Fox last year. So we wanted to bring you these new developments this morning. Meanwhile, also happening here in Florida, we brought you live inside the courtroom just yesterday. The wife of the man shot in a Florida movie theater in January of 2014 took the stand on the first day of the trial of Curtis Reeves, the former Tampa police captain accused of pulling the trigger. After brief opening statements in the trial that was 8 years in the making, Nicole Olson recalled what it was like to watch her husband die. Our Fox 13 Tampa team is staying on top of this trial. They were inside the courtroom yesterday, and they have this story. Let's listen in.
The physical wounds Nicole Olson showed to the jury were still nothing compared to her emotional ones.
I mean, I knew a shot had rang out, but I didn't know where he was shot or what our injuries were, other than my hand felt like it was gone off of my arm, and I'm watching him collapse.
She told the jury how she and her husband Chad decided to take advantage of having a babysitter by going to a movie. The physical wounds Nicole Olson showed to the jury were still nothing compared to her emotional ones.
I mean, I knew a shot had rang out, but I didn't know where he was shot or what our injuries were, other than my hand felt like it was gone off.
The physical wounds Nicole Olson showed to the jury were still nothing compared to her emotional ones.
I mean, I knew a shot had rang out, but I didn't know where he was shot or what our injuries were, other than my hand felt like it was gone off of my arm, and I'm watching him collapse.
She told the jury how she and her husband Chad decided to take advantage of having a babysitter by going to a movie that day in January of 2014. She said Reeves was friendly at first, even making small talk before saying he would go to management because during the coming attractions, Olson was on his phone quietly scrolling Facebook.
It was just rude. It was demanding. It was like it was an order.
By the time Reeves came back, the phone was away, but that's when she says they got angrier with one another. As Chad stood, so did she.
I just was embarrassed. I thought it was going to create more of a commotion where more people were going to hear and see what was going on, these two men bickering.
She says Reeves fired as she says she tried to tap Chad so he would turn back around.
Are you concerned about your hand or your husband?
Oh, my husband. I knew he was way worse than me.
She said she didn't see the moment Olson had dumped Reeves' popcorn, nor did she see any other aggression until the fatal shot. In its opening statement, the defense said it would also show that Olson punched Reeves and threw his phone at him. And remember, they say, Reeves is a retired police captain.
He certainly knows how to spot danger. And so when he's in that theater, it's no different. That's his training and experience. That's something that you must consider.
The prosecution pointed out that Reeves was 8 years younger at the time, just 71, and that he was in fine shape, having just walked back and forth to see the manager about Olson's phone.
The evidence will show you he's not back cowering in fear, but watch the manner in which he grabs this firearm, how quickly he is able to do it, how fluid he's able to do it, and how he lunges forward as he shoots.
All right, everybody, and that was the latest crime news that we've been following here across the United States. If we do get live feeds from inside of the courtroom where the Curtis Reeves trial will continue to get underway today, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to head back out to this international feed that we've got coming from Kiev in the Ukraine, because this is breaking news that we brought to you just yesterday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, in a speech to his nation, saying that this upcoming Wednesday, so tomorrow, could be a, quote, day of attack. Now, that all depends on who you listen to this morning. Is this invasion from Russia inevitable? Well, I do want to continue on with this topic and welcome into the conversation Fox's Doug Lazater, who is joining us live from Washington, D.C. this morning. Doug, good morning to you. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. Well, so we did hear from, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Can you kind of break down that address to his nation where we did get a, really, I don't want to say definitive date, but he's saying that as soon as tomorrow, Russia could invade. So what do we know about this, and how has the U.S. really responded since that point?
Oh, there have been some media reports about the possibility of an attack by Russia on Wednesday, tomorrow. An aide to Zelensky says he was just kind of quoting those media reports. Difficult to say, but the White House has certainly raised expectations of a potential Russian attack happening at some point this week, even before potentially the end of the Olympics, which will always seem kind of a limiting factor here, the idea that Putin would not move on Ukraine while the Olympics were in play. Well, they wrap up in just a few days. So, this all comes down to trying to read Putin's mind, and that is a notoriously difficult thing to do. He certainly has the assets he needs arrayed around the borders of Ukraine to make a move, but will he do so? We also heard these diplomatic overtures from Russia yesterday indicating that talks may continue for some time. So this is becoming very confusing very quickly.
Yeah, confusing is definitely the word, Doug. Now, as you mentioned, those diplomatic efforts are still continuing. We do know that the German chancellor has spoken with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Do we know much about that conversation?
Well, the relationship between Germany and Russia is significant here because of the energy markets and this Nord Stream 2 pipeline that would provide a great deal of gas for Germany. Will Germany really be willing to turn its back on that should Russia invade Ukraine? We'll see. I mean, Germany is obviously a stalwart U.S. ally, but they certainly do have some other considerations here from an internal point of view as far as to disruptions for their energy markets. So, Germany's role in this is significant, and I think that's why we're seeing a lot of talks involving Germany. The U.S. has reached out to Germany, so has Russia, so has Ukraine.
And Doug, we do have some reports this morning that Russia said some units participating in military exercises would begin returning to their bases. Does that add a glimmer of hope that the Kremlin may not be planning to invade?
Yeah, is that in keeping with the idea of seeking a diplomatic resolution here? I mean, will Putin get enough out of this that he can save face and still draw his forces down? It just depends on what he sees that he's getting out of this, whether he's gotten any kind of assurance that Ukraine will not become part of NATO.
And you know, Doug, last question to you. When we talk about the United States and Russia, we do know that President Biden spoke with Vladimir Putin over the weekend. What has the United States really threatened as far as our terms if Russia invades?
Well, the sanctions would be significant, removal of Russia from the international banking system and so on. But the question all along has been, would Putin be willing to accept those costs in order to bring Ukraine under the Russian umbrella? You know, that's the chief consideration here.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Doug, definitely a very fluid situation. So thank you for keeping our viewers up to speed, and
Thanks
we'll
so
definitely
much.
be in touch. All right, everybody, I do want to head out to this live look we still have of the capital of the Ukraine. We will continue to keep you posted on this very fluid situation. Doug said it perfectly, a little bit confusing, still resolution being a little bit of a glimmer of hope, but we did get, you know, conflicting reports of that date tomorrow of a potential invasion. So we will have guests on with us throughout the day to really give us a little more insight as to how we got to this situation and all of the diplomatic efforts we have seen from not just the United States, but across the nation. So some of you will see that quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more nonstop news. Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. If you were just tuning into that before that 2-minute commercial break, we were speaking live with Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader as he updated us on the escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. Diplomatic efforts still underway to heat off a possible invasion after we did hear from the Ukrainian president yesterday on which day he thought that they could see an actual attack. That day is tomorrow. So whether or not we see that, whether or not this is able to be prevented, we will continue to keep you posted here on Live Now from Fox. We will be joined by experts throughout the morning and throughout the day. We also have some interview segments to bring you from our own Live Now from Fox hosts from as soon as we got this news just yesterday. I do want to continue on, though, with some of the other top stories that we are following. And when I like to start off the show here at the 6 o'clock hour and in the morning as we get the sun rising on the East Coast and throughout the nation, we like to do a little sunrise tour. Well, look at this beautiful sunrise over Augusta, Georgia. This is happening live right now here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to stay in Georgia to update you on a story that we first followed since the very beginning. We are learning the latest when it comes to the McMichael federal hate crimes trial. Now, I do want to make sure that you've got the proper graphic there in case you are watching us this morning as you get ready for work, get ready for school. The federal hate crimes trial of the 3 men convicted of killing Ahmaud Arbery is now officially underway in Georgia. A jury found Travis McMichael, his father Greg, and their neighbor William Roddy Bryan guilty of Arbery's murder last fall. All 3 defendants have pleaded not guilty to hate crime charges. The jury was seated just yesterday, and it consists of 3 black, 8 white, and 1 Hispanic jurors. So because this is a federal trial, we are not able to bring you live inside the courtroom like we did throughout their state trial. But we will continue to stay in touch with our Fox 5 Atlanta team as well as the Fox News correspondents we have out there in Georgia to specifically follow this story. Meanwhile, going from Georgia out to New York City, today is day 9 of Sarah Palin versus the New York Times. The former governor of Alaska is suing the Times for defamation over a 2017 editorial that alleged her political action committee incited the 2011 mass shooting that killed 6 and severely wounded former Arizona Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. A federal district court judge dismissed the case in August of 2017, but an appellate court reinstated the lawsuit in 2019. Palin is seeking $421,000 in damages. The Times says the comments were a mistake and corrected the editorial within hours. The paper has not lost a defamation case in the U.S. in more than 50 years. So we're going to continue to keep you updated on that case happening there in New York City here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, staying in New York City for a very tragic story, a New York City man is facing murder charges after allegedly killing a woman inside of her Chinatown apartment. Fox's Morgan McKay has this very gruesome story.
I mean, from what I saw, she had just opened her door and just stepped inside, and he just rushed inside. There's nothing that she could have done differently, and it's just horrific for the community.
It happened at around 4 in the morning on Sunday. A man who sources have identified as Asamid Nosh followed Christina Yuna Lee into her Lower East Side apartment up to where she was living on the 6th floor. NYPD then received a 911 call from a neighbor who heard Lee screaming for help. When police arrived, the suspect had barricaded himself inside the apartment and refused to let anyone inside. When the NYPD eventually gained access, they found that Lee had been brutally stabbed repeatedly. The suspect was taken into custody and is currently being evaluated at Bellevue Hospital. The owner of the apartment building, Brian Chin, says that Lee just moved to New York City within the past year. He said her death has rocked the entire community.
We can't protect against monsters like this. No matter how much we invest, it comes down to our elected officials.
Although police are still investigating the motive for this attack, Mayor Eric Adams and U.S. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand both released statements condemning the violence that has touched the Asian American community once again. Mayor Adams, since taking office, has outlined numerous ways he plans for the city to tackle the rise in crime. But some are saying there are issues that need to be tackled immediately.
Walking from her cab to her apartment, that was it? How does this happen in New York City, the greatest city on earth? How does that happen?
Chen also blaming recent policies from the new Manhattan District Attorney.
My family, we have owned this building since the 1970s. My grandparents are Chinese immigrants that came from China, that built themselves, that we built up this community. And to see it just get torn down so fast by one district attorney is just heart-wrenching, and it's a disgrace to all of us in the community.
Such a heartbreaking story, and as we continue to follow crime across the nation, we will certainly be in touch with our Fox 5 New York team about any developments to that investigation. Some of you are going to see one more 2-minute commercial break. We are almost at the top of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Programming note before we go to break, be sure to join me, myself, and my co-host Gabby Amato, as well as our co-host Stephanie Weaver out there in Los Angeles, California this weekend for live coverage of the Daytona 500 happening right down the road from us here in our Live Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Be sure to join us every Sunday throughout the month of February also as we continue to bring you segments, interviews, and events for Black History Month. Again, some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back, and when we come back, we are going to be getting a live press briefing. We're learning a little more information on what is exactly going on there, but stay with us. We'll have that for you right after we return. All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. This is happening live from Brussels. We are going to listen in as NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg briefs the media on upcoming defense ministers as we continue to monitor this escalating tension between Russia and the Ukraine. We here in the United States, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin speaking with NATO nearly every day to ensure that our allies have our support. He will be traveling overseas shortly. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
A strong demonstration of U.S. commitment to the defense of Europe, from the Black Sea to the Baltic. NATO defense ministers will address the need to further increase our defensive posture. And I welcome the offer by France to lead a new NATO battle group in Romania. Tomorrow I also chair a regular meeting of the Nuclear Planning Group, ensuring that our nuclear deterrent remains safe, secure and effective. Defense ministers will meet our colleagues from Ukraine and Georgia to discuss the worsening security situation in the Black Sea region, and NATO allies will reaffirm our strong support for both countries' sovereignty and territorial integrity. We will also meet with our partners Finland, Sweden and the European Union to continue our close consultations and further strengthen NATO-EU cooperation. The current crisis has shown once again how important it is to invest in our defense. So ministers will review burden sharing across the alliance. I welcome that our latest figures show 7 consecutive years of increased defense spending across Europe and Canada, with $270 billion extra since 2014. And I encourage allies to continue to invest in our shared security. Finally, we will also discuss NATO's next strategic concept, which will be adopted at the Madrid summit in June. I am confident that allies will recommit to our core values and the importance of Europe and North America standing together. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay. We'll go to Reuters up there.
Thank you. Thank you, Juana. So Russia has said it is returning some troops to their to bases after military exercises were completed. Are you saying then this isn't true, or that you're not seeing any kind of change on the ground? Thank you.
So far, we have not seen any de-escalation on the ground, not seen any signs of reduced Russian military presence on the borders of Ukraine. But we will continue to monitor and to follow closely what Russia is doing. And the signs coming from Moscow about willingness to continue to engage in diplomatic efforts, that gives some reason for cautious optimism. But we will, of course, follow very closely what's happening on the ground and whether this is reflected in some real de-escalation of the Russian military build-up in and around Ukraine.
Okay, we'll go to NPR.
Hi, thank you. Terry Schultz with NPR. Second. Hi. Over here. Would it really matter if some of the troops are returning to their garrisons? I mean, this may not be a sign of de-escalation when you have, more than 100 BTGs and more than 100,000 troops. Just to follow up on Robin's question, but additionally, I think Foreign Minister Lavrov said yesterday that Russia had prepared its response to the U.S. and NATO. Have you received any such response? Thank you.
No, we have not received any response from Russia yet. We will welcome a response. We sent them in January our proposals, quite substantive proposals, in parallel the United States and NATO, where we outlined a wide range of issues, topics where we are ready to sit down and look for common ground on arms control, missiles, transparency on military activities, and many other areas. And we are ready. We have been ready for a long time, and we remain ready to engage in good faith in dialogue with Russia to find a political solution. Of course, what we have seen on the ground, actually since last spring, is that they are moving forces around, but that doesn't represent a real de-escalation. And we've also seen that sometimes they move into a position with combat-ready troops and a lot of heavy equipment. And then they take out some of, or perhaps even most of the troops, but they leave the equipment behind. And then they can very quickly reinforce and move all the people back, all the troops back again if needed. So the movement of forces, the movement of Russian capabilities doesn't represent real de-escalation. But we will monitor, we will follow what they are doing, and of course we call on them to de-escalate, to withdraw troops, because the Russian military build-up in and around Ukraine is unprecedented, not only with a high number of combat-ready troops, but all the support, all the combat enablers they need to actually conduct a full-fledged invasion of Ukraine. And with all these forces, all these capabilities in place, Russia can conduct an invasion of Ukraine with very little or hardly any warning time at all. So we follow this, but at the same time we believe there is some ground for cautious optimism based on the signs coming from Moscow that they are interested in continuing diplomatic efforts and to sit down with NATO and NATO allies to find a political solution.
Okay, we'll go to Interfax Ukraine.
Thank you, Anna. Interfax Ukraine, Irina Sommer. Secretary General, two questions, if I may. First one, can you please give more details about upcoming meeting with Ukrainian Minister of Defense? In which format it will be, when it will be? What do you expect from Ukrainian side? And second question is, being under a threat of possible war, don't you think that NATO might review Bucharest decision regarding Ukraine? Or in other words, maybe it's easier to give up Ukraine? Thank you.
I look very much forward to the meeting with the Ukrainian Defense Minister, also together with the Defense Minister of Georgia. The two defense ministers will meet all 30 NATO defense ministers. This will take place on Thursday, and it is yet another sign of the very close and highly valued partnership we have with Ukraine, and the strong support that allies provide to Ukraine. In the meeting, I expect the ministers to once again express their political support to Ukraine, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, and as you know, NATO provides support with the capacity building. We help to modernize Ukraine's defense and security institutions. I expect that to be addressed during the meeting, and we also help with cyber defense. And then, of course, on top of what NATO do together, several NATO allies provide also bilateral support to Ukraine. So the political, the practical support to Ukraine will be addressed in the meeting. Then I think also it will be an opportunity for all of us to take stock. Are there any signs that things are moving in the right direction, or is the military build-up in and around continue, or does it continue? So I think it's a bit early to preempt the exact outcome of that discussion, but it is important that when things are so challenging and when tensions are as high as they are now, it is important that we consult closely with close partners, with Ukraine, and that's exactly what we do. Let me also add that we are in regular contact with Ukrainian leadership in different formats almost all the time. I've spoken several times with President Zelensky, and we continue to be in close contact with the government of Ukraine.
We'll go to Frankfurt.
Oh, yeah, sorry. No. The Bucharest decision stands. NATO strongly believe that all nations have the right to choose their own path, and the NATO's door remains open. The enlargement of NATO has been a great success. It helps to spread democracy, freedom, and ensure peace and stability across Europe for decades. So that decision stands.
Okay, we'll get to Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. Yeah, gentleman over there with glasses. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Secretary General, over the past days, France has indicated that it no longer considers, or would no longer consider, the NATO-Russia Founding Act valid in case of an invasion. Do you expect a discussion on the NATO-Russia Founding Act in that respect during the Defense Ministerial? And do you sense a change among member states which decided after the 2014 annexation of Crimea that they still be bound by this basic act? Thanks.
Russian invasion of Ukraine will be a blatant violation of the NATO-Russia Founding Act. But that has happened before. But NATO allies are still committed to the Founding Act. We believe in the importance of respecting all our international obligations, including the Founding Act, and we have seen before that Russia has violated the Founding Act by invading Ukraine, by using military force against Ukraine and illegally annexing Crimea. But we still believe in the importance of the Founding Act, and I also like to add that we strongly also believe in the dual-track approach. That we need dialogue, we need to talk to Russia, but at the same time we need strength and deterrence and defense, and that remains NATO's position. Yeah.
Okay. Associated Press.
Lorne Cook from the Associated Press. You spoke before just on the troop movements about the different types of things that Russia's been moving in recent weeks. You spoke about fighter jets, about S-400s and so on. Then more recently about the enablers, about medical centres, logistics, command and control and so on. When it comes to the things that Russia is talking about withdrawing today, do you see any substance in that, anything significant that might impact its ability to invade Ukraine? And if I could also just ask you very briefly, during the last few months, has there ever been a direct and probable security threat to a NATO ally?
So far, we have not seen any de-escalation on the ground from the Russian side. Over the last weeks and days, we have seen the opposite, a continued military build-up with more troops, more battle groups, more high-end capabilities, artillery, air defense, missiles, and a lot of support elements that makes it possible for Russia to move into Ukraine for a full-fledged invasion or a more limited military incursion with hardly any warning time at all. That picture has not changed so far, but we monitor, we follow what they do, and we believe there is some ground for cautious optimism based on the signals and signs coming from Moscow that they're ready to continue to engage in a diplomatic effort, and we are ready to continue to engage in a diplomatic effort. It's too early to say, but since we so strongly believe in the need for a political solution, of course we will now really look into whether there is a possibility to create a framework for meaningful dialogue with Russia. I welcome the different formats. We need a NATO-Russia Council, we need the bilateral talks between different NATO allies, we need a Normandy format to engage with Russia, and I also welcome the efforts by many NATO allied leaders meeting with President Putin, engaging with Russia. We have Chancellor Olaf Scholz in Moscow today, last week President Macron, also of course President Biden has been in contact with President Putin, so has Prime Minister Boris Johnson and others. So there are many efforts from NATO and NATO allies to engage with Russia. We hope that we will receive an answer from Russia soon on an answer to our letter, to our proposals, where we invited them to sit down in a series of meeting and outline the topics we are ready to discuss. So in a way, I think it's too early to say whether we can see anything on the ground, but I will tell you, or at least let's come back to what we tell you when, but at least we are following very closely what they are doing.
Okay, lady in red then.
Sorry. What we see is a serious build-up in and around Ukraine, and I think also the fact that we have increased the NATO presence in the eastern part of the alliance sends a very clear message to any potential adversary that we are there to defend and protect all allies. And I've seen that myself. The battle groups, I visited them in just before Christmas in in Latvia and Lithuania, and then on Friday I was in Romania, and the fact that we have deployed more NATO troops on the ground, more naval assets, more aircraft. All of that sends a very clear message. So we are there to protect and defend all allies, and I think there is no room for any miscalculation.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. We are live and worldwide this morning as we listen in to the latest press conference from Brussels, Belgium, as NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is participating in a defense minister meeting, now taking questions from the media, addressing NATO's response to the escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. You heard some of the reporters asking him about Russia saying today that some units participating in military exercises would actually begin returning to their bases. So does that add glimmers of hope that the Kremlin may not be planning to invade Ukraine immediately? Yesterday we heard from the Ukrainian president anticipating that tomorrow could be the day that Russia launches an attack. But we are continuing to monitor this situation here for you on Live Now from Fox. To the top left-hand side of your screen, that is one of the vantage points we have live from the capital of the Ukraine, where people are continuing to pray for some sort of resolution as the domestic conversations continue to get underway. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to entirely switch gears here for a minute and head out to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It is Tuesday, and we're going to be joined by Dr. Mike Sirigliano to talk all of the latest medical headlines. Stay with us. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. If you were joining us before that quick 2-minute commercial break, we were live in Brussels, Belgium, listening to the NATO secretary speak on their response to the escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. We are going to switch gears here for just a moment and head out live right now to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That is because today is Tuesday, and we are breaking down the top medical headlines this morning with Dr. Mike Sirigliano. Dr. Mike, always a pleasure to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Regina, and I am sure you're doing well because you look fantastic and you sound great.
You sound great too. You sound happy, healthy. Always good to see you, Dr. Mike. Thank you. Well, Dr. Mike, always lots to talk about. And I do want to start off with the latest COVID-19 related news. Parents actually need to wait to find out when their youngest child is going to be vaccinated. We learned that the FDA is postponing that advisory meeting for COVID-19 vaccines for kids under 5. So why did they decide to do this?
Well, this affects about 18 million kids from 6 months to 4 years of age. They were going to meet this week, but they declined that. They pushed it back. Why? Because it's safe. We know that. But the efficacy, does it work? That is a little shaky right now because the data so far looked at 2 doses, and it really did not cause a significant robust immune response. So they're looking at a 3rd dose, and they're probably going to have that data sometime early April. So unfortunately for parents, I have 2 kids. They're older than that, but we just have to sit tight. And I applaud this because I want the answer to be correct. I want the data to be looked at, scrutinized, so that we know for we know for a fact that it's the right thing to do. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, Dr. Mike, I know exactly. I feel like parents that, would ease their mind a little bit to know that they're taking the time to really look into it. So that could be some good news there for sure, even though they have to wait just a little bit. But FDA from the CDC, and not necessarily COVID-19 related, but the CDC updated its guidelines for prescribing opioids for chronic pain, citing new research on alternative treatment. So why are these changes being suggested given the current opioid crisis in the country?
Well, if you think about this, there is definitely a need for people to restrict and to limit the use of narcotics, like me, right? If you have toe surgery, I don't want to just give you a narcotic. I want to try things like Motrin, gabapentin, massage. There's a number of ways to handle pain. However, what they are finding is that there are people who have bona fide chronic pain, or pain that is so bad that those modalities, those alternative modalities, just don't cut it. And so what they're saying is, look, we're going to suggest that on an individual basis, you are able to prescribe what you need to prescribe. Right now, the way it stands, I am restricted in the amount of narcotics and for how long I can use it. Those are the guidelines from 2016. And there have been collateral damage, if you will, in terms of patients that need narcotics. And I think that's what they're trying to address. I've seen this in a number of my patients. It's a problem.
Yeah, for sure, Dr. Mike. And I know we only have you for a short amount of time today, so I do want to continue on. It was big news that we broke to our audience just last week. Bob Saget's autopsy report revealing multiple head fractures, usually seen in high-force injuries. So this was obviously very traumatic breaking news when we first got word of it last month. So how could this be? What did they think necessarily happened?
Well, again, I'm not involved personally with this whole matter, but the autopsy showed significant fractures of the skull from the back up to the front with bleeding on both sides. Now, I have to tell you, in my own practice, anyone that has had that severe of a head injury is usually in the emergency room. Now, they said there was no signs of foul play. He may have fallen in the shower. I just find it hard to believe that if someone whacks their head like that, that they just say, well, I'll just go to sleep and they're usually in the emergency room. Every single patient that I've ever taken care of that had a fracture at that level of that severity was in an emergency room setting. So there's going to be more that comes out of this, in my humble opinion. There's something strange about this.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. He could have hit his head in the shower, so it's very, very fluid situation. But when we got that autopsy report, that was definitely shocking. But like you said, no foul play, so definitely something to keep an eye on. Well, Dr. Mike, we always appreciate you joining us here with all of the top medical headlines and your insights. So we know that you have to continue doing this for our other owned and operated stations, so we'll let you go. And you have a great day. We'll chat with you on Friday.
You're the best, Regina. Love you. You hang in there. Stay safe.
Have a good day, Dr. Mike. All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue our coverage on the escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. It does seem that we do still have the NATO Secretary Stoltenberg answering questions at that defense ministry meeting. So we'll tap back into that international feed when we return here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox. We are going to head back out to Belgium to continue listening in to this live press conference coming from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. He's been taking questions from the media for about a little more than a half hour now on the continued NATO response on the escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. We did hear from the Ukrainian president just yesterday anticipating that they could expect an attack from Russia tomorrow. So let's continue listening in live, raw, and unfiltered.
But they're also close to NATO territory, not least Poland, some of the Baltic countries bordering Ukraine, and of course bordering Belarus. So we will make judgment decisions based on what Russia actually do. But I think also that we need to understand that there will most likely be some long-term consequences, some long-term deterioration of the security environment in Europe of this significant Russian military build-up, the threatening rhetoric. So we are also then assessing whether we should have some more longer-term adjustments of our presence in the eastern part of the alliance.
And we'll take a final question from Zoom, Robert Lupito from Calea Europeană.
Thank you very much. Mr. Secretary General, today the Romanian Defense Ministry has announced that Romania has completed the necessary operations to declare the initial operational capability of the NATO battle group. I want to ask you, how soon can this battle group be up and running, and troops do you expect it to be installed over there? Thank you.
I will not preempt any decisions by ministers. I met with President Klaus Johannes on Friday, and we discussed the battle group. I also discussed this with President Macron, and I expressed my support and that I welcome the French offer to lead a battle group in Romania. It will take some time before we have all the decisions in place, and also some time to have command and control and all the other issues that has to be decided before a battle group potentially is stationed in Romania. But then I think it is important to remember that while we are working on this issue of a French-led battle group in Romania, it doesn't mean that we do not do anything. So just over the last few days, the United States has added 1,000 troops to their presence in Romania. So that adds to the place, also that's to the 1,000 they already had. So that's just that is 2,000. The United States have made it clear that that's not necessarily a permanent presence, but it is a significant reinforcement of NATO presence in Romania, which has already taken place. I saw, the striker units coming into Romania, coming into Constanza, and there are more US planes, there are more German, Italian, and other allies have also stepped up. So I think we have to distinguish between the more imminent need for more troops and forces. For instance, in Romania, we have already deployed more troops and forces to Romania, and I welcome the United States and others, and then distinguish that, or to separate that from the issue of more long-term adjustment, and the question of a battle group is a more long-term adjustment of our presence in Romania and the rest of the eastern part of the alliance.
Okay, we'll come back here to Ukraine Forum.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine here. Russian rhetoric was accompanied by some quite aggressive decisions by the State Duma, which is suggested to President Putin to recognize the independence of so-called Donetsk and Lugansk republics. I understand it is not a purely NATO issue, but as NATO is going to intensify the negotiations with Russia, how that move would impact them. And the second question, if I may, have you received from Russian side any response to your proposal to conduct and to hold the next NRC meeting? Thank you.
To answer the last question first, we have not received any response from Russia on our proposal to both convene a series of meetings in the NATO-Russia Council. We had one meeting in January. It lasted for 4 hours. It was, challenging, but also very important meeting, because we were together there, Russia and all NATO allies, and discussing and addressing Ukraine, the security implications of the military build-up by Russia in Ukraine. I think that in itself was of great importance. But we have not received any response from Russia on our invitation to hold additional meetings on the NATO-Russia Council, and we have not received any response from Russia on our written proposals on the different topic subjects that we are ready to discuss with Russia. We look forward and we welcome a response from Russia, and let's then see what kind of response we will get. Then on the question of Russian recognition of the so-called republics, People's Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk. Well, if that happens, that will be a blatant violation of Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty once again. Because there is no doubt that Donetsk and Luhansk is part of Ukraine within international recognized borders. So such a recognition will be a violation of international law and the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. Not only that, it will also be a violation of the Minsk agreements. So it will make it even harder to find a political solution based on the Minsk agreements. And NATO and I support the efforts of within the Normandy format of France and Germany to find a political solution within the Normandy format, and of course a recognition of these two also territories as some kind of independent entities will totally undermine these efforts and violate the Minsk agreements.
Thank you very much. This concludes this press conference. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, that press conference officially concluding in Brussels. That was NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg at a defense ministers meeting. He was initially talking on COVID-19 also and their other efforts as a group, but mostly focusing on the response to escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. We actually do have a live now look from a square in the capital of the Ukraine today. We are going to continue following this very fluid story here on Live Now from Fox throughout the entire day. Yesterday, we did hear from the Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby. He held a press conference saying that Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin will actually be departing today on an overseas trip to meet with senior military and government leaders in Belgium, Poland, and Lithuania in Brussels, going to meet with allied and defense ministers across NATO leadership in the defense ministerial, obviously, to discuss Russia's military buildup in and around Ukraine. Now, also an update that we have for you this morning, Russia did say today that some units participating in military exercises are returning to their bases, but that drills are still continuing. So very fluid situation. We are going to have live guests on throughout the day to continue this conversation. The Ukrainian president anticipating that tomorrow could be the day where they do see an attack from Russia. That is exactly how he put it, an attack. So be sure to stick with our Live Now from Fox team for more information on this situation. Later in the show, we will be airing that press conference from the Pentagon where we did first get that news. So be sure to stick with us for all of those major details. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue this conversation. Our very own Andrew Kraft is speaking with a retired international counterterrorism general about this ongoing situation. So stay tuned for that interview coming up after this break.
Hal, thanks for being with us yet again. We spoke on Friday. We were kind of girding our loins, really, for the weekend. Nothing happened on the weekend, and now we're into this week. What are your first thoughts about previewing the week?
Andrew, it's going to be a very interesting week. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance, if you will. One of the things is the Russians, at the foreign minister level, are making noises, as Putin, that the diplomatic route is not completely closed. We still have much to discuss. It's a little ambiguous at times. Putin's response to that was a little ambiguous. But then there's the reality on the ground. And the reality on the ground is that the Russians have moved a lot of their artillery and missile forces from their assembly areas. If you remember those satellite images that show all the nice, neat, lined up vehicles and everything, that has changed. Now they're moved to their attack positions. If they're moving to their attack positions, then they're getting ready to attack. And of course, you would want those there first. They have to lay the guns, as we put it, set in the guns, do everything else, all those readiness things they do for indirect fire. So that indicates that they're getting ready to do something fairly soon. The other thing we're going to be watching for is logistics, to see where they're going to put their fuel units. This whole thing is built around fuel, and it's moving tanks and trucks and everything is what we see initially. But if you want to go for the long haul, to get all the way to Kiev or to move across large chunks of the Ukraine, you're going to have a lot of fuel. So we're watching their fuel capability as well. Right now, and I think press secretary, or not press secretary, but press spokesman Kirby at the Pentagon said that what we're seeing is one thing they're saying and then one thing on the ground, and those two things are not the same.
Hal, does it concern you of our actions at the embassy in Kiev today, essentially closing up shop, keeping a core team there, moving it northwest to Lviv? Is that any indication? Is that a signal that American officials think Kiev could be taken, could be sacked? What do you think about that move? Or is this just a precautionary measure, maybe?
It's precautionary measure, but I have to tell you, actions speak louder than words. One of the things you don't want to do is shut down your foreign embassy. When you shut down your embassy, you have to there's a whole procedural list you have to go through. You have to sanitize the entire embassy. You got to remember that embassy holds a lot of different things. That's where we have our intelligence services will operate out of the embassy, our military attachés. We have a lot of things in there, and to pull out of an embassy, to shutter an embassy, is not something we do lightly. So that's an indicator that they're looking at that this thing is going to happen, and we've made that decision. We're just going to pull everybody out. The other thing we're concerned with is that if something happens, it could happen so fast that we couldn't pull our diplomatic personnel out if we waited till the last minute. So both those things put together tell me that we made an assessment that this is very likely, if not guaranteed, to happen.
And to your point, Hal, that was the message today at the Pentagon press briefing. John Kirby said Russia could invade with little to no warning. And then, of course, we heard from the State Department spokesman, Ned Price, who essentially said whatever happens, happens. That is somewhat evasive and alarming rhetoric coming from American officials. Do you feel like we're throwing our hands up at this situation, or are we trying like hell behind the scenes to prevent this?
I think we're trying very hard behind the scenes. We're working with our allies. There's a lot of dialogue going back and forth with our NATO partners. I'm sure that there's a lot of dialogue going with Macron because of his outreach efforts last week, and of course Erdogan out of Turkey because of his outreach efforts. I have no doubt what's happening behind the scenes is intense and furious to try and somehow get an off-ramp on this military confrontation. There's another side to this too, though, I should bring up. The Russians really don't have a lot that they could bring to the table. There's a certain element of truth that if the Russians were to go to us strictly on a diplomatic level and say, these are our security concerns about Ukraine, this is what we want you to address. The very same things that they put out now, without all those military forces on the border, they probably would, at least they certainly feel they would not be taken seriously. And if you go back into the history of how the Soviet Union and how Russia have done things, usually when they do something that's a major diplomatic front or diplomatic initiative, a lot of times they back it up with military action, military movement on the ground or on the water in order to accentuate that point. And the reason why is because Russia doesn't have a whole lot of economic clout. What they have is a fairly significant military. And that's a traditional Russian way of reinforcing a diplomatic message. So that's going on in the background as well. So are they going to attack? I think all bets are that yes, they will. All right. With that said, there is this history of they go right to the brink. They push everything right to the edge in order to get concessions. And right now, what's happening with the United States, what's happening with our NATO allies, is we're trying to find some face-saving, and I know we talked about this a couple weeks ago, some face-saving diplomatic gesture that allows Putin to claim some sort of diplomatic win from this and be able to disengage his forces. I will tell you, there is one thing he has done, which surprisingly did not get as much attention, is he has moved all those military forces, not all of his forces, but I'm talking about a very sizable amount of military forces, probably about 30 to 40,000 troops, but a lot of equipment into Belarus. And he has militarily occupied Belarus. And that is very interesting because most experts are looking at this, and the assessment is he's probably not going to disengage all the forces he set in there, that they may be in there to stay. And while we're paying attention to Ukraine, he's actually already kind of taken over another republic de facto, not de jure, but de facto.
That's an interesting point. You know, Hal, what did you make of this kind of bizarre statement put out by Ukrainian President Zelensky today? You know, there were later reports saying that he was, offering some irony to the fact that so many of his allies, especially Western European allies, and here at home, with that date, pinpointing that date, the 16th, it's on Wednesday, but he kind of turning it around, fashioning it for himself and for his people, that it's going to be Unity Day. He signed a proclamation. Was this kind of just a, tongue-in-cheek signal to the world that, they are going to stand strong? I kind of took it as, why would he be taking this so lightly by doing that today if he weren't serious? Well,
I would say it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
First off, you have to remember he's a professional comedian before he got into politics, and he was a very successful comedian before he got into politics. One of the things is when you're a head of state, and if reporters or others ask you when is Russia going to invade? All right, first off, if I have that intelligence and I actually knew, I would have to protect my sources and methods to the nth degree to avoid that. I don't want to tip off the enemy that I know, or the opposition, or the enemy, that I know that they're coming in at such and such a time on such and such a day. I don't want to tip them off that I know any of this. So the reality in real politics, in actual national strategic terms, would be to avoid saying that. On the other hand, he's a comedian. And there was so much discussion about Wednesday coming from different sources. I think it was a little bit flippant that he said Wednesday they're coming in, and that may have been just out of frustration with being asked that question so often, because it's not a question he can really answer. They're going to come in when they come in. They could come in Wednesday. All right, that would be a very logical day. But if you remember when we went into Desert Storm, when we did the ground movement going north, if you recall Operation Iraqi Freedom, there was all sorts of speculation as to when we may go in. And we managed to achieve operational surprise. They kind of knew we were coming, but they didn't know exactly when we were going to kick off, and they didn't know exactly where we were going to come from. And we achieved a high degree of operational surprise or operational operational initiative in terms of how we did that. And that's just how war kind of works. And frankly, even if we had some very good intelligence that they are going to attack on this day, even then, I would still hedge it a little bit, because obviously Putin is going to be the final decision authority on when they go in. And if he had a sense that they know we're coming in Wednesday, he could move it up or move it back, whatever he feels is going to give him the most political, diplomatic, and strategic advantage.
Hal, let's talk about our response, the response of our allies. We've been talking for the last several weeks that they seem to be in some type of reactionary posture, kind of waiting for Putin to do what he's going to do. Have you seen some of these, punitive measures that we're going to take, sanctions-wise and other? Because I haven't seen what those look like. What do you think will be enough to deter, or either, if this does happen, to have it scaled back? Are any actions aside from, military conflict enough?
Andrew, that's a really good question. I have to tell you, I've been looking all day at this too. And, when they say these are going to be drastic sanctions, the most serious sanctions, and you go back and you try to get some, I can guess. I can make an intuitive assessment of what I think they will be. I think there might be something done with SWIFT to knock Russia as an entire nation, or at least the major oligarchs and major corporations out of Russia, out of the international banking system. I think that's probably something they're talking about. I can see things done in the maritime domain, where there might be something done with Russian ships or in foreign ports. They could be holding them in place. There could be we're going to hold on to various different types of international payments, international shipments. There's a lot of things that can be done on the international sanctions side. Then the other side, of course, is gas and oil, which, Germany can turn around and shut down Nord Stream 2, which I think is probably, there's a little bit of back and forth on that, but I think that's something that is very much on the table and something that the Russians are aware of. I think the sanctions regime that we're threatening is something the Russians probably have a better idea of what's going to happen to them than we certainly do. But I would say they probably have a better idea of what's going to happen to them, in many cases, maybe than all the NATO allies even understand what we're going to do. But I think we have a fairly well thought out plan of how we plan to retaliate with sanctions. But I can't tell you for sure. I don't know when. There are those in the Senate and those on Capitol Hill that wish we did preemptive sanctions. But there is a school of thought that says, give them as much off ramp as possible. Don't put the sanctions in place. He knows what we can do. He can figure out how bad they will be. We will explain to them how bad they will be. We don't need to go in there and actually impose those sanctions to get that lesson out there now. Although with that said, I saw today that the Senate is looking at doing some sort of symbolic vote expressing our support for Ukraine in this conflict. It's more symbolic. I'm sure some senators wish it was also accompanied with imposing sanctions, but they just don't have that kind of power to do that.
Hal, I want to kind of, sometimes we get philosophical and theoretical here. I want to know what keeps you up at night thinking about this going into the next couple of days, but I also want you to kind of elucidate for our viewers and for Americans, and I don't want to sound crass, but why should they care about this? Ukraine is, thousands of miles away from us here at home. What will this mean for everyday Americans who are going about our daily lives, that there potentially could be war in Europe?
I think it's, and I don't want to sound flippant when I say this, but it is kind of the old real estate adage, location, location, location. It is in a strategic location. It is right next to multiple NATO allies on that eastern front. If it is also upsetting the post-World War II order, if you will. I'm not saying post-World War II has been completely seamless, but for the large part, the nation states, the countries that we had, whether they were colonial possessions that later gained independence, or like in the case of the Soviet Union, that they were republics that then gained their independence, that has not significantly changed. What Russia is portending is to go back to really almost a century back, talking about some sort of imperial expansion, going in and taking over a recognized nation state, a sovereign country. And once that order starts to break down, there's great fear that that could be repeated elsewhere. In fact, in that area, within the area, the republics surrounding the USSR, the fear is, even though Ukraine is not a NATO ally, if you look all around it, there are NATO allies. In fact, 3 of them to the north were former Soviet republics, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And we're very concerned that this will not stop there. Remember I mentioned that Belarus, de facto military occupation of a sovereign nation, Belarus. Well, Belarus is a sort of a fait accompli in terms of what they've already done. Now you have Ukraine on top of that. Next thing you know, we're looking at former Warsaw Pact countries. We're looking at Romania, we're looking at Poland, and at that point, we're right up against the edge of a NATO versus Russia conflict. And in the background, as we saw last week and we saw this week, is there's a lot of coming together, if you will, of China and Russian interests. A lot of rapport between the two leaders. And we're very concerned that we're seeing this alignment of Russia and China taking place. From a geostrategic perspective, it's a very scary time. The best thing we could do is to dissuade Russia from this military adventure altogether. So we're going to do everything we can to do an off-ramp. If they decide to go in there, this is not going to be something where we stand back and let them do it. I'm absolutely sure that the U.S. and our NATO allies are going to work with whatever the Ukraine government is, wherever the Ukraine government is, and you're going to see a fierce resistance to this military occupation. And Russia is going to pay a huge price in terms of occupying the ground, along with the fact that they are probably going to become a pariah in the international financial system, international trade system.
Okay, we're going to leave it at that. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight into all of this. Quite dire, quite dour. We'll be following it with you throughout the rest of the week here.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, a very informative segment by our very own Live Now from Fox host Andrew Kraft with Mr. Hal Kempfer. He is a retired Army colonel and global risk and intelligence officer. So he's joined us throughout the last several years here on our show talking about these international situations. So he'll likely be joining us throughout the week as we continue monitoring these escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to continue this conversation and kind of backtrack for a little bit for those of our viewers who may just be getting up to speed with these international situations and really asking why. How did we get to this point where Russia is at risk of invading Ukraine? Well, we're going to be joined by an American University professor to break it all down for us. So stay with us for that segment coming up after this break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Wanted to take you out to this vantage point we have from Kiev in the Ukraine. All morning long, we have been bringing you the latest developments as we continue to monitor the escalating tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. We've spoken live with Fox News correspondents, played for you some interview segments with reoccurring guests that we have on our show. Well, I do want to continue this conversation by heading out live to Washington, D.C. That is where we are being joined right now by Professor Keith Darden with American University to kind of give us a little history lesson, I'd like to call it. Professor Darden, thank you so much for joining us here. How are you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having me on the show.
Absolutely. We really appreciate insight from experts like yourself, because I feel like a lot of viewers who may not be up to speed with this situation may be wondering how we got there. So, Professor Darden, that's really my first question to you, is kind of backtracking for a minute. How did we get here? Why have these tensions between Russia and the Ukraine really been posed for quite some time?
It really goes back to 2014 when a pro-Russian president was overthrown in Ukraine and a pro-NATO anti-Russian government came to power. And since that time, you had the Russian annexation of Crimea, in part to protect their strategic Black Sea fleet. And then the secession of parts of eastern Ukraine, known as the Donbass. And those secessionists were backed by Russian forces. And so Russian forces came into Crimea, obviously, but also into the Donbass, and delivered some punishing defeats against the Ukrainian military in 2014 and 2015, which led to a settlement which would have reincorporated the Donbass, these eastern regions, back into Ukraine. But with constitutional changes that would essentially make it impossible for Kiev to join NATO and pursue a Western strategy. In other words, it would have given these pro-Russian eastern regions essentially a veto over Ukraine's foreign policy. And Kiev never implemented this agreement. And there's been a lot of dispute about what implementation of that agreement would entail. But the Russians have been pretty adamant that they consider the victories of 2014 and 2015 to have been decisive and have led to a favorable Russian settlement. And the failure of the West to get the Ukrainians to implement means that they might need to impose another set of military defeats again in order to ensure that Ukraine doesn't move into a Western bloc.
Now, when we talk about Ukraine, Professor Darden, yesterday there was a huge development in this ongoing situation. We heard from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in a speech to his nation, basically insinuating that tomorrow could be a, quote, day of attack from Russia. But then we're learning this morning that Russia has pulled back some troops from the border. Drills are still continuing. So really my question to you is, what message do you think Russia is trying to send here?
Well, I think we have to be careful, because Russia has always said that they have no intention of invading Ukraine and that they're just conducting exercises on Ukraine's borders. And so the public profile of Russia needs to be treated with a bit of caution. Nonetheless, I think the Russians would prefer a diplomatic settlement here, just a diplomatic settlement that is favorable to them. In other words, the implementation of these Minsk Accords as they see it. And Zelensky is concerned that he will be overthrown if he implements these accords. In other words, he has certainly within his political coalition groups that are so opposed to the implementation of these accords and are willing to stand up to Russian aggression that he's reluctant to take that step. And so, but there is some diplomatic wiggle room here. The Germans are working actively on this today. The Biden administration has also worked on trying to get some kind of settlement that is amenable to both sides to avoid what will be a pretty disastrous armed conflict.
And before we get into our relationship, the United States with Russia and President Biden and Vladimir Putin, I do want to talk about these diplomatic efforts. This may be a little bit of a broad question, but how do these conversations go? You've got the German chancellor, you've got all of these world leaders basically speaking with Vladimir Putin, and is it basically, you shouldn't invade the Ukraine because X, Y, and Z?
I think it's more, what would it take for you not to invade Ukraine? And the Russian government has consistently said it will take the implementation of Minsk. And in other words, the reincorporation of eastern Ukraine into a Ukraine with a changed constitution that gives those regions autonomy and essentially a veto over Ukrainian foreign policy. On the Western side, in other words, we have been working with the Zelensky government also to try and perhaps get them to yield a bit. They have said there's, it's a red line for them on autonomy for the Donbass and negotiating with groups that they consider to be terrorists and secessionists. But that seems to have been relaxed a bit after the German chancellor's visit to Kiev yesterday. And there is some signs. Zelensky mentioned that, NATO entry might just be a dream for Ukraine and not something that they should think about realizing anytime soon, which is a very positive step. And there's some sense that they might pass laws that would incorporate the Donbass and really settle this conflict internally to Ukraine, and that will solve their problem with Russia. So there is a little bit of daylight here, and there's a little bit of hope that a negotiated settlement could happen. But it might also just be the Russian side looking like it is trying to make a diplomatic effort so that when they do attack, they can say, this really wasn't our fault.
Yeah, and going off those really important points, Professor Darden, my question also to you is, you were talking about some of the conversations and really, efforts being made by the Ukraine. So how do you feel Zelensky is faring? How do you feel that he's handled all of this?
Zelensky, he's the ruler of a divided country. So people often forget that Ukraine is also internally divided on these issues. And so he has to manage a very anti-Russian West, as well as a kind of pro-Russian South and East that would like a settlement to this conflict. And, he, by stressing an invasion is not going to happen tomorrow, it's not impending, it's a kind of, he's like trying to prevent a bank run on his authority, which would lead these factions to split and could essentially bring down his government. So I think he's actually done a reasonably good job. The problem is he is going to have to make concessions to avoid an invasion. And those concessions are politically very difficult for him to make.
And when he mentioned yesterday that this attack could come tomorrow, what conversations and what information could lead him to make such a broad conclusion? That's basically a definite date of when he thinks that this could all go down.
Yeah, the White House was Jake Sullivan was putting out this information. And so, and that went out to our European allies as well. I don't know whether they had signals intelligence or they were just looking at Russian troop placements on the ground, which have moved to forward positions. So they're not only off their bases, but they're in a position where they're about 15 kilometers from the Ukrainian border at some key points, and they look like they're ready to move in. So the hospitals have been set up. Everything that would need to be in place for an invasion is now in place. There's a full moon, there's good conditions on the ground. So I think on the US side, there was the sense that this might be the go moment for the Russian side. Plus Macron's mission seemed to have failed. In other words, there were a set of talks in Berlin, the Normandy format talks, in which it was France, Germany, Russia, and Ukraine, and the Ukrainians didn't yield at all on the Minsk agreement. They held to their red line, so it looked like Russia was going to go in. So there was reason to think that this might happen, but the Russians again, the Russians are trying to pursue what's called coercive diplomacy. In other words, to get what they want without actually having to invade, only by threatening an invasion.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the United States and President Biden and Vladimir Putin's relationship, because like other countries, the United States has threatened sanctions if Russia invades the Ukraine. We did know that President Biden spoke to Vladimir Putin over the weekend. So are you able to explain to our viewers a little more in depth on President Biden and Putin's relationship?
You know, I think Putin actually has some respect for Biden. As a senior statesman, I think the problem is there isn't a lot of trust in this relationship. So in part because Russia has communicated, put out false signals before, and some of the things that the U.S. has cautiously committed to, like for a long time saying that we would assist in the implementation of the Minsk agreement and try to achieve a peaceful settlement in the Donbass. We really haven't pursued that. And in fact, we've, if anything, given the Ukrainian signals that they don't actually have to implement Minsk for the past 5 years. And so there's not a lot of trust here, but there still could be a deal between leaders who have no trust for one another. So if we start to see Russian troops actually pulling back, from their position, their frontline positions around Ukraine. And we start to see the Zelensky government making signals, credible signals, that it's going to negotiate with the Russians, negotiate with the separatists in the Donbass, then we might be able to see a deal come forward.
And going off of this, Professor Darden, how do you feel the U.S. has responded thus far? We actually do know that just yesterday, the U.S. already moved personnel out of the embassy in Ukraine. We do have troops helping our NATO allies. So when it comes to the United States' response, is this enough or is this not enough?
It's enough. We have to be very careful in this case not to escalate. In other words, to keep this crisis contained to Ukraine. And so signaling to our NATO partners, sort of moving additional forces into actual NATO members. Ukraine is not a NATO member. We have no obligation to defend Ukraine. But also signaling support for the Ukrainian government, sending them weapons, trying to do a little bit of deterrence by increasing the fighting capability of Ukraine in the event that a conflict would emerge, while pursuing this diplomatic track. I think that's the best that we can do in a situation where Russian forces have they're just overwhelming in this particular theater. In other words, we could not put enough units in place to deter Russia in this case. We would have to threaten a nuclear attack, which is just something that we're not going to do over Ukraine.
Now, final question, Professor Darden, because I'm sure you and I could talk about this for hours, but what happens if these diplomatic efforts, these talks, don't succeed?
If the talks don't succeed, I think Russia's going to invade. There may be a pretext for that invasion, a false flag attack on the separatists in the Donbass, or God forbid, an attack on actual Russian territory. But I think they're going to intervene. I think Russia's tired of not having the sort of strength of their position taken into account in the negotiations. And in the past, when Russia has had this attitude, they've had decisive military battles to sort of show what the lay of the land is, to try to get a different settlement. And I think this time they're going to try to impose a much more significant pro-Russian arrangement on Ukraine in the event that these talks fail. So I do hope that the talks are successful.
Well, certainly a very fluid situation, to say the least. So we really appreciate you coming on with us, giving some insight as to how we even got into this situation to begin with. Professor Keith Darden with American University, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll definitely be in touch again very soon as we continue to monitor the situation.
Thanks, Regina. It's been a pleasure.
Been a pleasure. Thank you so much, Professor. All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the 8:20 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to listen in to the latest Pentagon press briefing where Press Secretary John Kirby officially did announce this information as we learned about the Ukrainian president saying that they could potentially expect an attack tomorrow. So we'll get that update here on Live Now from Fox when we return.
More of you I see today. You're welcome for that. Okay, a couple things on the top, and then we'll get right at it. Secretary Austin will be departing tomorrow on an overseas trip to meet with senior military and government leaders in Belgium, Poland, and Lithuania. In Brussels, of course, he will meet with allied and defense ministers across NATO leadership in the defense ministerials, obviously to discuss Russia's military buildup in and around Ukraine. He'll also reiterate the United States' commitment to our allies made in Article 5 and continue the alliance's progress on deterrence and defense while ensuring the alliance is prepared to face tomorrow's challenges. In Poland, he plans to meet with the Polish president and the Minister of National Defense to enhance bilateral cooperation and security and deepen the Polish-American partnership, which we believe is vital to addressing today's current threats and challenges. He'll also get a chance to meet with U.S. and Polish troops that are at Powice Air Base to tour the facilities there and to observe the conditions of our rotational presence. Secretary Austin will also travel to Lithuania to meet with the Lithuanian president, the prime minister, the minister for national defense as well, again to reaffirm that the United States stands with Lithuania and the Baltic states, working together to strengthen Lithuanian armed forces and to continuing to stand shoulder to shoulder against threats and adversaries. Separately, Secretary Austin does plan to meet jointly with his counterparts from Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia together, and he'll have a chance as well to visit with some U.S. service members that are there in Lithuania. On another note, I'd like to announce that the Secretary has appointed Dr. Eric D. Evans to serve as the chair of, okay, it's not here. I'm missing some sentences here. I'm going to, we will announce this later after the briefing. I don't have all the text of it here. So with that, Bob, we'll take questions. Sorry about that.
Improvising, huh?
Let me see. Do you have it there? That's missing there too? All right. I apologize. Go ahead, Bob.
Thanks, John.
A question about the Russian buildup on the border area of Ukraine. Can you give a little bit more detailed description of the lay of the land there? Like in recent days, for example, have some of the ground units that were in larger assembly areas moved out toward closer to the border into what might be attack positions? Other movements over the last 24 hours or so?
Yeah, so what I'd say, Bob, is even over the last 24 to 48, over the course of the weekend, Mr. Putin has added military capability along that border with Ukraine and in Belarus. He is exercising some of his units on the ground there in the south, as well as naval units in the Black Sea. So he continues to add to his readiness. He continues to give himself more options should he pursue a military path here. I'm not going to. I would like to refrain from getting into specific movements of their troops. I think that's probably not a wise thing for me to do with any great specificity. I would just say this: that he continues to advance his readiness should he choose to go down a military path here. Should he choose to invade again, he is doing all the things you would expect him to do to make sure he's ready for that option or options.
There's no indication, for example, that what they've called exercises have ended in any way or are changing in any way, their presence?
I want to be careful to characterize another nation's exercises. We've seen them conduct these exercises in recent days. Exercises are designed to make you ready. And that gets to my previous point. He continues to do the things that you would expect one to do if one was planning on a major military action, and that is to sharpen the readiness and to add to the capabilities of his force. Now, look, we obviously don't want that to be the outcome. And neither do the Ukrainians, and certainly neither do our NATO allies. And Foreign Minister Lavrov said earlier today that, or seemed to indicate that he still thinks there's oxygen here for diplomacy. We would welcome a pursuit of that path by the Russians, because we too believe that there still should be and can be a diplomatic path forward. Jen?
John, I'm trying to understand. Are you still suggesting that Putin has not taken a decision to invade Ukraine?
We still don't believe that some final decision has been made.
Then how is it that communications continue? And we just heard from President Zelensky that he's been told that an invasion will happen on February 16th, which is Wednesday. How do you reconcile Putin hasn't taken a decision, but an invasion is happening on the 16th?
Well, I'm not going to talk about specific intelligence assessments. I think you can understand that. We have said for a while now that military action could happen any day. And you heard from the National Security Advisor making it clear that it certainly could happen before the end of the Olympics, maybe even this week. We have shared with our allies and partners, and that includes Ukraine, our assessment of the information that we've been receiving, and certainly have reflected in those conversations our deep concern about the continued capabilities that Mr. Putin has at his beck and call. So I won't get into a specific date. I don't think that would be smart. I would just tell you that it is entirely possible that he could move with little to no warning.
And what will the U.S. response be at that time? The Defense Secretary is going to the NATO ministerial. Are we talking about the NATO response force being activated? What would we expect to see?
President Biden has made clear that should there be another incursion into Ukraine, that the United States would respond swiftly with severe economic consequences. I won't speak for the alliance. A decision to activate the NATO response force is a decision that the NAC has to make, the North Atlantic Council has to make. That's not something that the United States would unilaterally call into being. I will only add this, and this is why a couple of weeks ago we talked about making our contribution to the response force more ready. And so we've done that. And one of the messages that the Secretary will carry with him to NATO is that our contribution to the NATO response force, should it be called, should it be activated, they'll be ready to go.
And just to be clear, your answer to Bob, you do not see evidence that his forces have moved into attack positions yet?
I'm not going to talk about what specifically we're seeing on the ground when it comes to unit by unit. What I would tell you is that we continue to see him advance his readiness and improve his capabilities and provide himself more options should he decide to take military action in Ukraine. Let me go to the phones here. I promise I'll get to everybody. We'll be here as long as you want it. Tom Squateri.
Hey, John. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. The U.S. Navy has yet to pinpoint the exact location and depth of that F-35 that was involved in an accident. By extension, hasn't been able to secure that area in the South China Sea. You've said several times from the podium that the F-35 is U.S. property, and you have no concern that other nations or entities will try to pilfer it. What gives you confidence that the Chinese will abide by international protocols regarding ownership and salvage, given they've ignored other international court rulings regarding the South China Sea?
It's not about confidence that the Chinese will or won't do anything, Tom. It is our property. It is not uncommon for us to recover our property when it is lost at sea, and we are making every effort to do that in this case. And if it can be done, I'm confident that the United States Navy will be able to get it done. They're on site and they're working through this in real time. Yeah, Sylvie.
Thank you, John. The Russian Defense Minister Shoigu said this morning that they are going to end soon, or they are even ending some of their military exercise. So, since you say that they continue to reinforce their deployment, what does it mean? You don't take him at his word, or it's not relevant for this?
I'm not challenging his word that he's ending exercises. That's not the point. The point is he continues to make ready for an increasingly large number of Russian troops along that border with Ukraine. The fact that I'm happy that they're speaking to their exercises. That's a welcome change for them to be transparent about what they're doing with exercises. They haven't been at all transparent about what they intend to do with this massive buildup. It strains credulity to think that they would have this many troops arrayed along the border with Ukraine and in Belarus simply for winter exercises. So we still think there's a diplomatic path. If they want to send a strong signal about de-escalation, they could, if in fact these troops are done their exercises, they could send them back to their home garrisons and reduce the presence along that border. That would go a long way. Yeah, Orrin.
John, officials have warned that a Russian invasion would be preceded by a series of sort of preparatory steps: information warfare, cyber attacks, instigation of protests in Ukraine, state media preparing the Russian population for casualties. Are you seeing that? And if so, how specific can you be about what you're seeing?
It's a piece of the Russian playbook to lay down a foundation for the military action with cyber operations, information operations, even hybrid operations, as we saw back in 2014. You know, the little green men. These are, in fact, Russian soldiers that aren't dressed as Russian soldiers. We're on the. We are monitoring this closely and certainly on the lookout for the use of any of these kinds of tactics. I won't speak to specific assessments here today. I would just tell you that we're watching this very closely, and it's one of the reasons why, Orrin, that we've tried to be open over the last week and a half, 2 weeks about the potential for these kinds of non-kinetic, if you will, that's a Pentagon phrase, I know, but non-kinetic tactics and procedures used by the Russians to begin to sow the seeds for potential armed conflict, to include creating some sort of pretext that the Ukrainians would react to that then they could claim was a threat to their national security. So I can't speak with specificity today that of anything that is glaringly obvious, except to go back to what we said before about the things we have seen in the intelligence about their preparations for those kinds of non-kinetic, sort of low-intensity operations that they could use to their advantage.
Broadly speaking, you can't say yes or no a foundation is being laid at this point?
I think we've seen them certainly make it clear that they want to lay that foundation. I think I'd leave it at that. Yeah, Megan.
If there is any sort of invasion this week, will that affect the Secretary's schedule at all while he's in Europe?
The Secretary is leaving tomorrow morning for Brussels.
And the plan is to stay for the entire time, no matter what?
We'll have to see, obviously, how things play out. The Secretary's looking forward to his trip, looking forward to meeting with these leaders, looking forward to making clear our commitments to our NATO allies. Jim?
John, just what role is China playing in this whole Ukraine-Russian aspect? And is the Defense Secretary worried about the role they're playing?
We certainly have been watching the at least public burgeoning relationship here between Russia and China. Their February 4th joint statement certainly provided further evidence that China has decided that they're going to stand alongside Russia with respect to what's going on in Europe, and we would say that their tacit support, if you will, for Russia is deeply alarming, and frankly, even more destabilizing to the security situation in Europe. Nancy.
I had a question for you about some of the comments the President made in his interview with Lester Holt. He said in that interview that he's, quote, not told about what commanders were observing on the ground in Afghanistan. And I'm just trying to get some fidelity on that, because it would seem to me that the Secretary and the Chairman are tasked with communicating to the President what troops on the ground are seeing. So could you help me understand what responsibility that the Secretary and the Chairman have for the President not getting essential information from commanders on the ground on the final days of the war?
Nancy, what I would tell you is throughout the month of August, in fact, well before the month of August, there was a very robust, steady, frequent interagency process, decision-making process. I mean, we started thinking about and planning for non-combatant evacuation as far back as April. And we didn't do that in a vacuum. There was ample interagency discussions about that as far back as the spring and all through the summer. And the Chairman and the Secretary absolutely take very seriously their requirement to provide the Commander-in-Chief with their best advice about how to proceed forward, about how the situation is changing. And there were many, many opportunities for them to do that, both in terms of larger interagency meetings as well as private sessions that they have weekly with the President. And they've said as much in testimony. I would tell you, because I know what's prompting the question, and I would just tell you that that commanders at the tactical level absolutely were trying to make the best decisions they could in real time under incredibly difficult circumstances. And they were seeing things rightly through their prism in the moment there at the airport. There were other perspectives at a strategic level. And I would tell you that the President has a much bigger view, a larger perspective on what's going on than at the tactical level. And those discussions were happening here in Washington, D.C. And there was, certainly in the month of August, literally daily touches between the Secretary and the Chairman and leaders on the ground there at the airport. So the information flow was strong. But at no time did the National Security Council try to stop an evacuation or slow it down or gum up the works. The leaders on the ground certainly were working under incredible pressure and certainly, as they gave these interviews for this investigation, doing that honestly, not knowing that these documents were going to be made public, so they were very candid about what they were seeing. at the strategic level, there were different perspectives, interagency perspectives that were also factoring into the decision-making process. But there was no effort here in D.C. To slow down or stop the evacuation.
Since I'm on Afghanistan, just to follow, can you tell us what the status is on evacuating the families from the August 29th? Sorry.
That work still continues, Nancy. Obviously, not at the speed with which we are satisfied, but we haven't lost focus. We haven't diminished our strong desire to get them to safety.
It's been 6 months. Do you think it's days away, weeks away, months away?
I'd be reticent to give you an estimate. If we had total control, it would have been months ago. But I just don't have an estimate for you. I can just assure you that it's not been forgotten, and that there's a deliberate, concerted effort to do the right thing by those family members and get them to safety here in the United States. Yep. Let me go to the phones. Jeff Shogel.
Thank you. The United States is certainly taking a number of precautions that indicate it believes war is likely, including closing the embassy in Ukraine. Is there any chance that U.S. troops in Europe might be, is it possible that Europe might be part of the combat zone tax exclusion, in which troops in Europe would not pay taxes on their pay?
Jeff, the president has made clear that U.S. troops are not going to be fighting in Ukraine. The troops that we have added to the already 80,000 that are based in Europe are going to reassure our allies and our partners to deter aggression against the alliance, to conduct some joint training. So I know of no decision or no need to change the parameters of the European theater with respect to combat zone tax exclusion. Mike Brest, the Examiner.
Hi, Mr. Kirby. Thank you. How many people, or how many civilians does DOD now believe were killed in the Abdullah raid?
I would tell you, when we briefed this out, we indicated that a total of 7 individuals were killed. 3 of them of the 7, of course, were Mr. Abdullah and then his lieutenant on the 2nd floor, as well as his wife, who was in fact a combatant. So of the 7 that we have talked about, we know 3 of them were combatants, and that's the estimate that we have right now. But we have certainly seen numbers higher than that, and we're not in a position to dispute those numbers because we didn't stay on site for more than 2 hours, as was the plan. And we're not going to certainly rule out the possibility that in that explosion on the 3rd floor, additional individuals, whether they were combatants or not, can't say, since that explosion happened before our troops got into the building. But it's not out of the realm of the possible that additional people could have been killed in that initial explosion and buried in the rubble, and we didn't see them. Again, we weren't on site for very long. So 7 is the number that we know of. But we do believe a sense of humility here. We don't know. We can't confirm that there weren't others that Mr. Abdullah decided to take with him when he exploded that device on the 3rd floor. Janie.
Thank you, John. President Biden said he would pursue diplomacy and deterrence in the Ukraine crisis and respond jointly with the allies. And South Korea said it supports Ukraine. My question is, what kind of military support does the U.S. want from South Korea as an ally?
That is a question for the South Korean government to answer. Should they want to assist Ukraine in a tangible way? Certainly that, I'm sure that the Ukrainians would welcome that. We've noted, and I've said before, that many of our other allies in NATO are also finding ways to support Ukraine, but excuse me, those are sovereign decisions that each nation state has to make for themselves, and I wouldn't get ahead of the South Korean government on this. Yeah. Yeah, Ava.
Thanks, John. A couple short Ukraine follow-up sort of questions. Does DoD have any air defense trainers on the ground in Ukraine?
No.
Does DoD consider a Russian movement into the Donbass a new incursion?
Yes.
And can you elaborate on what Secretary Austin's thinking was for pulling the Florida National Guard trainers out of western Ukraine?
We said it quite clearly in our statement. It was an abundance of caution. Again, given the mosaic of the information that we've been getting over the course of the last 48 hours, and the information we continue to receive even as early as today, it is obviously not the safest place for them to be. And so he ordered them taken out of the country over the weekend. Again, abundance of safety, and an abundance of caution here. I said, 2 weeks ago when you guys were asking me about this, if and when he believed the safety and security of those individuals was going to be at risk, he would make the decision to remove them, and he did that. Court.
There's also another small contingent of other U.S. military in the country, not just the Marines at the embassy, but there's some special forces there. Can you say that as of now, all U.S. military forces that are deployed in Ukraine have been taken out or ordered out?
I would tell you that there remains a small amount of U.S. military personnel in support of our diplomats, and they remain in the country.
The Marine security guards, is there anyone besides them, though?
I'm just going to leave the answer as I said it. Kasim?
John, Secretary Austin ordered 3,000 additional troops to Poland. What triggered that decision? You already have deployed 1,700 troops a week ago to the country. What triggered that specific decision?
We talked about this at the time. I mean, again, we continue to see a continued buildup of Russian military forces. We continue to consult with our allies, in this case in particular Poland, and it was deemed by both sides that this was a prudent measure, given what we were seeing on the ground, given what our intelligence was telling us, and given the potential need for additional capability in Poland. I would remind you that these 3,000 are still part of the 82nd Airborne. When we announced the first 1,700, I called them an element of, and I didn't rule out the fact that additional 82nd Airborne soldiers would go. The Secretary held them in reserve. He decided that now was the time to send them.
And also, we have seen U.S. F-22s arrived in United Arab Emirates. How do you think these fighters help Emiratis dealing with the Houthi missiles? Is there a plan to kind of join offensive actions against
these F-22s are going to join a range of joint coalition and allied partner combat air capabilities that are already based across the region. So they're additive to the air power that we have in the region. Jen.
Go back to a question that Jim asked. I'm a little confused by your answer. Do you have evidence that China gave its tacit support to Russia during that meeting on February 4th for an invasion of Ukraine?
The statement itself reads, in our view, as tacit support. Yeah. Nobody else in the room? Yeah. Matt.
Thanks. I know you don't want to get into specific troop number estimates for the Russians.
You're right, I don't.
Okay. Guessed right. But you talked about more capabilities being brought in even over the last 24 to 48 hours.
Correct.
Last week you talked about some of those capabilities being sustainment. Can you say anything more about what these capabilities are that are continuing to flow in? Is it more of the same or more offensive capabilities?
Just broadly speaking, Matt, we've talked about the President as providing him combined arms capabilities, right? So it's infantry, it's armor, it's artillery, it's air and missile defense, as well as offensive air. I mean, he's got a lot of combat aircraft now at his ability. He's got significant naval power inside the Black Sea, and not lost on anyone that a good chunk of those ships, at least half a dozen of them, are LSTs. They're landing ships with one purpose, and that's to put troops ashore. He's got special operations capability. He's got cyber capability. He's got ISR capability. And over the past weeks and months, he's continued to add to that. So I don't know that I would go so glibly as to say, well, it's just more of the same. But in terms of the menu of options, he continues to add to that across the whole spectrum of military capabilities. And I think I'd probably just leave it at that. And but you also talked about sustainment, and we have definitely seen in recent weeks adding logistics and sustainment capability so that it's pretty clear that if he wants to, he's going to ensure that he can keep these troops in the field for longer periods of time. And that's everything from transportation to to supply chains to medical support. So we continue to see that being added. Did that help?
Yes.
Yeah, Tony.
What steps are being taken to make sure the entire 82nd Airborne's immediate response force now that you're sending to Poland, that they're staying away from any harm's way in case if there is an invasion? Would their location be pretty much central Poland and nowhere near border?
I'll let the commander talk about where he's going to put these troops, Tony. They're going to be sent over there for a range of potential contingencies. They're multi-mission capable, as you know, and as we've talked about, if one of the contingencies if one of the needs are to help with evacuation assistance on the Polish side of the border, as people come across that border, should they come across that border and need help, they'll be prepared to do that. And if that's going to be the mission that you're going to conduct, you're going to have to be somewhere near that border, right? But again, I won't get ahead of leaders on the ground and what they're doing. But I do want to just, I know we've said this before, it's worth repeating. There's no intention, there's no plan, and there's no approval to put these troops into Ukraine. They're being sent to Poland. They're going to stay in Poland.
The best laid plans, you've heard the saying, they could accidentally be drawn in. I mean, is there any?
They're not going to be accidentally drawn into Ukraine.
They're not. Okay.
No.
May I ask you, what's the level of intelligence sharing with Ukraine, between the U.S. and Ukraine? You hinted at earlier that you're sharing broadly, but are you giving them a granular tactical intelligence?
I would tell you that we have been very transparent with our Ukrainian partners about the intelligence assessments that we've been seeing and the things that we've been seeing in that environment. And I'm comfortable and confident that it has been of a sufficient level of detail to convince. Let's put it that way. Jeff Selden, VOA.
John, thanks very much for doing this. Some questions on Russia and Ukraine. First, was the Pentagon aware that the Ukrainian president was going to post on Facebook today about Russia invading on Wednesday? And also, for weeks, you and others in the U.S. government have been sharing information about possible Russian false flag operations, how Russia could launch military action in Ukraine. Are there any indications that the warnings from your podium and others has done anything to change Russia's calculus? And if not, was it worth it? And finally, if I may, has the U.S. been asked by any allies or partners in Eastern Europe for help preparing for an influx of refugees as a result of anything Russia might do? Thanks.
Okay, there's an awful lot there, Jeff. On Mr. Zelensky's Facebook posts, I don't know whether anybody here in the building was aware of that, Jeff. I certainly wasn't, but that doesn't really say anything. I don't even have a Facebook account, but I don't know, Jeff. I mean, I can take the question to see. I would, just point out that he's the president of Ukraine. He can post on Facebook what he wants and when he wants. He doesn't have to run that by anybody or seek approval from us. He's the leader of a sovereign state. So I'll check to see if we had any kind of heads up, but I would frankly be surprised if we did, and that's perfectly okay. On the false flag question, I mean, what I would just tell you is we continue to see indications in the intelligence that that the Russians are exploring that option, and I think I'd just leave it at that. On refugees, the focus of the troops that are going over there, as I mentioned in my answer to, I think it was Matt, that multi-mission capable, certainly assistance with evacuation flow is something that they could do and could do quite well. And they're going to be working with Polish authorities on what that looks like and how they would handle that. I know of no other efforts inside, at least U.S. troops in Europe, to contribute to like operations should they be needed. But obviously, one of the great things about the U.S. military is that it's multi-mission capable, is that it's flexible. And as you heard the Secretary say when he was up here a couple of weeks ago, if that's something we're called on to do outside of Ukraine, we would certainly be able to contribute to that kind of mission. Your question, though, and pardon me for foot stomping again, but it's a good question. But it gets to an outcome here that doesn't have to be. There shouldn't be a need for evacuation assistance. There shouldn't be a need for people to have to flee their homeland because there shouldn't be any invasion of it. A sovereign state by another nation state next door, who clearly has shown aggressive tendencies here and an alarming buildup of military capabilities, and certainly has shown no sign yet of being willing to de-escalate or an unwillingness to take those capabilities off the table and to find a real diplomatic path forward. And I think it's important to remember, again, not that this really answers your question specifically, but should they conduct another major military action, real lives will be at risk. Ukrainian lives, to be sure, but also Russian lives. This will not be bloodless. This will not be easy. And not only will you see people trying to flee the country, but you're going to see people seriously hurt and seriously killed as a result of it. And there's no reason for it. The Russians can de-escalate immediately. They could easily sit down and take seriously a diplomatic path forward and stop this now, so that there is no need for people to have to flee their homes, so that there are no casualties, there is no bloodshed. It's within Mr. Putin's power to make the right decision now, and obviously we hope to see him do that. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it. More of you I see today. You're welcome for that. Okay, a couple things on the top, and then we'll...
Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasko, joining you live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. Time here on the East Coast is just before 9 o'clock in the morning. We want to take you out to this live look of Ukraine. This is one of the top stories we have been following for weeks on end. Right now, we know that more than 100,000 Russian troops are currently staged on the border of Ukraine. However, today, Russia is claiming some units participating in military exercises would begin returning to their bases, adding to the uncertainty of everything that is going on in Russia and Ukraine. Now, the U.S. has closed its embassy in Ukraine. We know that happened a few days ago, and they are, of course, telling all Americans to leave as well. We want to get you out to some other video. This is of our U.S. troops who are deploying to Eastern Europe. As we've been reporting, the U.S. has been gradually sending thousands of troops to help as tensions escalate again between Russia and Ukraine. Now, the paratroopers from Fort Bragg, North Carolina are among nearly 5,000 infantry brigade soldiers who are being sent to Poland, again, as those Russian troops continue to mass their forces near the Ukrainian border. Now, Ukrainians are bracing for what many see as an inevitable invasion. People in Kiev, however, are praying for a peaceful resolution. We want to head out to Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, who's in the Ukrainian capital, with this story.
Olga Stetsuk lights a candle at a church in central Kiev. She's praying for peace as Ukraine braces for war.
Everyone should do all they possibly can to save peace in this country. We don't want war in Ukraine.
Updated intelligence indicates more than 130,000 Russian troops continue to stage on the border of Ukraine and could invade at any moment. Today, efforts for diplomacy continue. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. During Scholz's visit, protesters in the Ukrainian capital called on the German leader to punish the Russians, not the Ukrainians.
Germany can stop this war by sanctioning Putin and by stopping Nord Stream 2.
Threats of severe economic punishment, including putting a stop to Russia's gas pipeline, are all on the table if Russia attacks Ukraine. Russian President Vladimir Putin wants security assurances that Ukraine will never be a member of NATO and receive mutual defense, but so far he's getting the opposite.
We would like NATO membership. It would ensure our security, our territorial sovereignty.
Overnight, Lithuania delivered anti-aircraft missiles to Ukraine as American weapon shipments continue as part of a $200 million aid package approved by the U.S. government. With or without military assistance, Ukrainian civilians are pledging to fight back against any Russian aggression. Even voices that would normally speak about prayer and unity are talking about preparation for war.
We are organized and well prepared, and we have many veterans who will fight.
With military preparations ongoing, both Russia and Ukraine have a variety of diplomatic leverage on the table right now, namely that Nord Stream 2 pipeline that today was called a geopolitical weapon by Ukrainian President Zelensky. In Kiev, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
All right, Trey, thank you for that report. We want to take you out to this live look of Kiev, Ukraine. Now, we know that the U.S. has already moved personnel out of the embassy there ahead of, again, what could be that eventual Russian invasion of the country. A State Department official says that only a limited number of staff will stay to maintain communications. About 180 people were working at the embassy. Most are back in Washington, D.C. Now, there is growing concern from the Ukrainian communities living here in the U.S. as that threat of an invasion back home has many praying for peace and hoping for the best. We want to head out to Fox's Rowena Shaddix for this story.
For the country of Ukraine, we pray for peace.
So much uncertainty as the local Ukrainian community in Roseville sits and waits for what can happen in their native country. The threat of a Russian invasion continues to cause concern.
We pray for the peace in Ukraine. We pray for the peace in all world because we don't want wars. And this is really tough moments.
Especially tough because Deacon Roman Asera's older brother lives in Ukraine.
War is never good things. So we are worried, but we know that God can protect.
For the Kolodrivsky family, doing boots-on-the-ground type of ministry work is something they will continue to do. Emma will follow her older sister, Susanna, traveling to Ukraine, where she will do ministry work this summer.
We're just praying that everything goes well and that God, protects us.
Having peace in my heart and knowing that God has everything under control. I think it's really easy for us to get lost or have fear in our hearts, but it's really important to just trust God and to just put all of our faith in Him.
And outside the walls of the First Ukrainian Baptist Church, the deacon wants to reassure everyone in doubt during this time.
Do not panic. God's keep everything in control, and may your family be blessed and have peace in heart.
And many people here today putting their faith in God that He will help them find a peaceful solution. Reporting in Roseville, Rowena Shaddix, Fox 40 News.
And there are new developments today in the investigation into the origins of the Trump-Russia probe. Special counsel John Durham has reportedly tied 2016 Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton to an effort to infiltrate Trump Tower computer servers. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has the latest from the Justice Department.
A source close to special counsel John Durham's probe tells Fox News things have, quote, accelerated, and more people are cooperating with the probe into the origins of the Russia investigation.
I know nothing about Russia.
Before he even moved into the White House, Donald Trump denied reports he was in cahoots with Russia. Now special counsel John Durham, looking into the origins of the Russia probe for almost 3 years, argues in a new filing that former Clinton campaign attorney Michael Sussman was in contact with a technology executive who tasked researchers to mine internet data to establish an inference and narrative tying then candidate Trump to Russia. Sussman is fighting charges of lying to the FBI. This latest revelation prompted the former president to call the allegations a far bigger crime than Watergate.
I don't think you can fairly say that this is evidence of spying in the way that the word is traditionally used. We're not talking about intercepting communications. And it doesn't mean that John Durham is not on a serious path towards accountability, possibly at the very highest reaches of the Clinton campaign.
In 2016, Clinton herself peddled the Trump-Russia theory in this tweet. Computer scientists have apparently uncovered a covert server linking the Trump organization to a Russian-based bank. Then Clinton aide, now current White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, said in a statement that same day, this line of communication may help explain Trump's bizarre adoration of Vladimir Putin. Trump's former director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe.
I would expect and anticipate, based on the intelligence that I've seen, that there would be quite a few more indictments.
That's something I can't speak to from this podium, so I refer you to the Department of Justice.
No comment from Sussman's attorney. Several Republican members of Congress promise open hearings on the Durham probe if they take the House in November. At the Justice Department, David Spunt, Fox News.
All right, David, thank you for that report. Now to Canada, where Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau invoked emergency powers across the entire nation to quell those protests by demonstrators who have, quote, paralyzed Ottawa and blocked border crossings over the country's COVID-19 restrictions. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the latest from the Canadian capital.
The federal government has invoked the Emergencies Act to supplement provincial and territorial capacity to address the blockades and occupations.
That announcement coming as the Freedom Convoy has taken over Canada's capital.
Freedom!
400 semi-trucks lined up in front of Parliament. Protesters in Ottawa say they're just getting started, even as the Canadian government threatens the group with fines and jail time.
We're going to leave when the mandates are removed and we are given our freedoms back and assurances that they will never be taken away again.
The mayor of Ottawa reached out to the convoy himself, striking a deal with one of the many leaders, Tamara Lich, who's agreed to move the trucks from the residential areas, but says the convoy is here for the long haul.
There are no threats that will frighten us. We will hold the line.
After a handful of protesters were arrested, the Ambassador Bridge back open. Investigators working to do the same thing at the Coutts border in Alberta. There, 11 people taken into custody at the blockade after police found guns, body armor, and a machete in a trailer. Ontario now in the process of rolling back COVID restrictions, including vaccine passports. As counter-protesters say, enough is enough.
Ignore them completely. They don't deserve to have a seat at the table.
Now, for the next 30 days, there will be targeted action aimed at the border and the capital city to get the truckers out of the area. Reporting in Ottawa, Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Now we know that House Republicans here in the United States are demanding answers after GoFundMe previously blocked donations to the Canadian truckers' Freedom Convoy. Critics say that this is the latest example of big tech censorship. Fox Business correspondent Hillary Vaughn reports from Capitol Hill.
Republican lawmakers want more information and even a hearing looking into why GoFundMe made the controversial decision to single out Canadian truckers, part of the Freedom Convoy, protesting vaccine mandates in Canada, saying it's another sign that big tech is biased and uses platforms to punish those who have views they don't agree with. House Minority Whip Steve Scalise and House Oversight Committee Ranking Member James Comer calling it, quote, selective discrimination. State attorneys general are also looking into GoFundMe's decision to shut down the Freedom Convoy fundraiser. Attorneys general in Texas, Florida, West Virginia, and Missouri have started their own probes into the matter. A competitor, though, did step up to host donations. Give, Send, Go enabled that people to fill out online fundraising for the Canadian truckers. The site says they have received more than $8 million in donations in response.
This was a huge PR mistake by GoFundMe. Our platform is booming. We haven't seen this much business. People are vowing to never use GoFundMe again because of the ideological stances that they're taking. We take a neutral position. We allow people to fundraise.
But there is another snag. That website was hacked overnight, and reportedly the names of people that donated to the fundraiser have been exposed online. In Washington, Hillary Vaughn, Fox News.
Now, House Republicans are also calling on President Biden to get America back to normal and move away from pandemic-related restrictions. Now, this comes as Democratic governors from at least 10 states and some local officials have been lifting mask mandates to varying degrees. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey tells us where things stand at the moment.
Washington, D.C.'s strict vaccine requirements are set to suddenly disappear tomorrow.
Cases have dropped more than 90%.
What a difference 5 days makes.
As we are encouraged by the current trends, we are not there yet.
They are in New Jersey.
This variant has spiked straight up and it's now coming straight down.
So the Democratic governor is set to let school districts make their own rules regarding masks.
This thing is going from pandemic to endemic. And we feel it is the responsible step to take.
Virginia's legislature just sent the new Republican governor a bill to eliminate K-12 mask mandates, but experts caution COVID risk doesn't drop to zero overnight.
I think there's portions of the population that are going to be in a very difficult spot right now because they remain vulnerable.
That's why some elected Democrats are hoping for a more balanced approach.
If you're somebody who doesn't like wearing masks, respect those who do. If you're somebody who likes wearing masks, please respect those who don't.
Not President Biden. He is not ready to trust Americans to make their own decisions about masks. And he said so during an interview that aired as part of a Super Bowl where tens of thousands skirted rules requiring masks.
If you're exercising personal freedom puts someone else in jeopardy, their health in jeopardy. I don't consider that being dealing with freedom.
Biden is consistent, though. Like today, outdoors, walking into the White House, he kept his mask on, except for this. So Democrats running cities, basically done with COVID. Democrats running states, basically done with COVID. But the Democrat running the country still adhering to very strict COVID regulations for now. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
And we want to take you out to this live look of New York City this morning, where New York has fired more than 1,400 municipal workers for failing to comply with the city's vaccine mandate. Now, that is according to the mayor's office. Again, 1,400 workers have been fired. And now the 1,428 workers, to be exact, who had already been on unpaid leave for months, were sent termination letters for failing to get at least one COVID shot by this past Friday. We want to head out to Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses. He's going to explain how this could impact the school system.
1,430 city workers got fired for their refusal to abide by the vaccine mandate. According to a chart provided by the mayor's office, 914 workers from the Department of Education received termination notices on Friday, as well as 36 from the NYPD, 25 from the FDNY, 75 from the Department of Correction, 101 from NYCHA, and 40 from the Sanitation Department. In a statement, Mayor Eric Adams celebrated the fact that the vast majority of more than 370,000 employees complied. Our goal was always to vaccinate, not terminate, and city workers stepped up and met the goal placed before them, the mayor said. News of the firings came as New York State marked another day of promising COVID metrics. Yesterday, the state reported 2,348 new cases, the lowest mark since October 25th. And the 7-day average positivity rate in the state, which now stands at 3.08, fell for the 39th straight day. Today, the city continues to give away free at-home COVID test kits, although demand has plummeted as cases have. The patchwork of vaccine and mask mandates continues to evolve. Newark's requirement for at least one dose of the COVID vaccine to enter places like restaurants, bars, and gyms expires tomorrow. It's unclear if Mayor Ras Baraka will extend it. Elsewhere, even as California's indoor mask requirement expires today, the state will keep its school mask mandate in place at least through February 28th. And starting today in Washington, D.C., indoor venues will not have to check vaccine status. The district's indoor mask mandate expires February 28th.
All right, thank you for that report. Now, the CDC's list of countries to avoid traveling to continues to grow. So if you have travel plans, listen up. More than 135 nations are currently on the level 4 very high risk list. Now, nations added to the list include South Korea, which has seen cases increase by the tens of thousands since late January. In addition, the CDC put El Salvador and Indonesia on their 3 high risk. Now, El Salvador was moved up from level 2 and Indonesia moved up from level 1. And a flight was forced to be rerouted recently after a passenger reportedly tried opening the door of a plane. Now, cell phone video captured flight attendants and other passengers trying to subdue a man, the one who tried opening that door and getting into the cockpit of the plane. Now, the American Airlines flight from LA to Washington, D.C. was diverted to Kansas City Sunday afternoon. The FBI took the suspect into custody and checked the plane before passengers continued on their destination. And we want to show you this live look coming out of Europe, where Russian President Vladimir Putin is meeting with Germany's chancellor, who is trying to persuade Putin to pull back troops. We know that Russia has amassed about 100,000 troops on the border of Ukraine. And this all, of course, comes from those reports that Russia plans to invade Ukraine possibly tomorrow. We are going to have an update on this story and much more coming up in about 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at the Bay Area in California. Time there on the Pacific, 6:20 in the morning. We want to get you to a story that we are following where a federal prison employee has pleaded guilty to sexually abusing inmates at the federal women's prison in Dublin, California, which is about 40 minutes outside of the Bay Area. Now, Ross Klinger is the first person to be convicted in a wave of arrests at that prison. We know that there are several staff members who are being investigated there. We know Klinger pleaded guilty just a few days ago to 3 counts of sexual abuse of at least 2 inmates and faces up to 15 years in prison. Now, the conviction comes as an Associated Press investigation published last week found years of sexual misconduct allegations by predatory employees and cover-ups. Now, at least 3 other former and current prison employees are facing sexual abuse charges, including the prison's warden, who was arrested in September and indicted on charges that he molested an inmate several times. Now, in several cases, according to that report from the AP, complaints from female prisoners about male staff abusing them often went ignored. The report also found that prisoners who reported the abuse were sent to solitary confinement for punishment. Now, another story we are following is prosecutors are set to call their first witnesses in the federal hate crime trial for the men convicted in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. Now, the full jury was seated yesterday and opening statements followed. 3 of the 8 jurors picked for the case are Black. The Arbery family and their attorney say that they are pleased with the diverse jury. And after nearly 3 weeks of testimony, federal prosecutors are expected to rest their case against 3 former Minneapolis police officers. J. Alexander Kueng, Thomas Lane, and Tu Tao are accused of violating George Floyd's civil rights when they didn't step in as Derek Chauvin kneeled on Floyd's neck. Our Fox 9 team in Minneapolis has more on what happened in court.
Timothy Longo is chief of police at University of Virginia, where he also teaches about police use of force in the law school. The prosecution's 20th witness, he testified that George Floyd's threat to officers once handcuffed was greatly diminished. That once Floyd was on the ground, I don't think he presented a threat at all, he said. And that once he stopped resisting, I think use of force stops.
Stop moving.
And that's when he said Floyd should have been moved on his side, both his general police practice and MPD training. That Chauvin's knee to Floyd's neck was not justified, and that a duty to intervene exists, whether there's a specific policy or not. On tough cross-exams, defense attorney Thomas Plunkett showed a 4-minute video contained in MPD use of force training that showed a dramatic collection of videos of officers being assaulted or shot, arguing MPD training fostered an us versus them mentality. Attorney Earl Gray argued it's unreasonable to expect the other officers would throw Chauvin off Floyd, especially his client, he said, Thomas Lane, who he called a 4-day rookie. But Longo noted no one asked Chauvin to take his knee off.
Now, also in Minneapolis, dozens of demonstrators rallied outside of the governor's mansion demanding justice for Amir Locke. Demonstrators want the officer who shot Locke arrested and charged. They're also calling for an end to no-knock warrants in Minnesota. Now, in addition to the changes, they want to see the governor show that he is on their side through action. Take a listen.
What we're asking for the governor is to come and stand in solidarity with our families, with our community, and say he supports our legislation. Because a lot of times what they, people in these political seats, they'll say behind the scenes that they support us, but they do nothing to truly stand up and show that they truly support the legislation.
Now, Locke was shot and killed by a Minneapolis police officer conducting a search warrant earlier in January. He was not named in that search warrant. And on that very same topic, in the wake of that deadly police shooting involving Locke, the city of Minneapolis is actually going to launch a special review of the police department's no-knock warrant policy, and this is part of what those protesters and demonstrators were asking for. Now, the Office of Police Conduct will spearhead the review, and it'll focus on identifying and recommending specific changes and improvements to the policy. Now, Locke was shot and killed again by police officers as they were conducting search warrants in January. Body camera video shows Locke had a gun in his hand when those officers shot him. Now, happening today, the teen police say they were investigating when Amir Locke was shot and killed by a police officer is expected to appear in court today. Now, they were looking for Locke's cousin, 17-year-old Mackay Speed. He's charged with second-degree murder after police say he shot and killed Otis Elder in St. Paul on January 10th. Again, that is who police were looking for during that no-knock search warrant, which resulted in the death of Amir Locke. Now we want to take you out to this video. These are the photos of the 17 victims who were shot and killed inside Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida 4 years ago. Flags across Florida were flown at half-staff yesterday to remember the 14 students and 3 staff members who were killed when a gunman opened fire inside the school back on February 14th, 2018. Now, Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida also asked Floridians to pause for a moment of silence yesterday. The shooter pleaded guilty to the murders back in October. Now, on that very same topic, one of the fathers of the victims in the Parkland shooting in Florida sent a message to the White House yesterday by scaling this crane and hanging a banner with his son's face on it to protest gun violence here in America. Manuel Oliver, the father of one of the victims, climbed the crane in Washington, D.C., saying that he wants to meet with President Biden. Now, the stunt led to Oliver's temporary arrest. He was released later in the day and returned to the White House to keep protesting. He says being arrested is nothing compared to losing his son. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I thought it's a good opportunity to show not only that Joaquin has many things to say, not only that we are clear that gun violence it's an epidemic and it's hitting big, even in this administration, higher than before even, and making sure that the president knows that we are willing to do whatever it takes. I think that today we were able to empower a lot of families and victims. You don't have to stay quiet. You don't have to take these as a normal. You have to fight for your loved ones. There's no limits when it comes to saving lives, when it comes to being a father. I like to think that I'm a responsible father, and I have to keep on being a father for Joaquin, whatever that takes. I was arrested. I'm fine with that. It's a small sacrifice when you think about it. 4 years ago, my son was shot 4 times. 4 times. That's suffering. And 4 years later, I climb a crane and put a banner down. It's nothing, man. We need to do way more than that. We need a lot of people climbing a lot of cranes and doing crazy stuff with the right message to show it to the administration, whoever is behind the administration, so they know exactly how we feel. I had the worst punish that anyone could ever have. All right? I lost my son. So when I was in jail today, I was thinking about that. Like, I'm just here. Joaquin is not even here. Joaquin is not. There's no way that my son will be back with me. So this is just a small sacrifice. And
now, again, that was the father of one of the victims killed in the Parkland High School shooting 4 years ago. Now, since then, gun control activists have made it their mission to enact change on federal legislation, but they say they haven't seen any significant progress. And with rising crime impacting cities across the country, many leaders are now trying to get a handle on the issue with new policies. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has a closer look from Washington.
A drastic attempt to draw attention to gun violence. From the top of a construction crane near the White House, protester Manuel Oliver called for a meeting with President Biden. 4 years ago, Oliver lost his son, Joaquin, one of 17 people killed in the Parkland school shooting. Since taking office, the president says he's taken action to fight gun violence, from trying to curb the sales of ghost guns, untraceable homemade firearms, to cracking down on gun dealers who purposely violate the law. But gun control advocates believe the Biden administration can and should do more.
President Biden needs to do something because there are certain things that he's leaving on the table that he can do right now, like creating a national office of gun violence prevention and a national director of gun violence prevention, and creating a comprehensive plan to dramatically reduce gun deaths.
Critics, meanwhile, are slamming progressive policies and the slogan "defund the police," blaming it for the rise in violent crime in major cities throughout the country. Some Democrats now looking to shake off the message.
Well, it's not surprising that they're trying to distance themselves from defunding the police because we're in the midst of the worst crime wave since the 1990s.
President Biden is asking Congress to approve $500 million to reduce violent crime and to also pass legislation that would include requiring background checks for all gun sales and banning assault weapons. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
And we want to get you out to a story coming out of New York City, where a New York City man is facing murder charges after allegedly killing a woman inside of her Chinatown apartment. Fox's Morgan McKay has this story.
I mean, from what I saw, she had just opened her door and just stepped inside, and he just rushed inside. There's nothing that she could have done differently, and it's just horrific for the community.
It happened at around 4 in the morning on Sunday. A man who sources have identified as Samad Nash followed Christina Yuna Lee into her Lower East Side apartment up to where she was living on the 6th floor. NYPD then received a 911 call from a neighbor who heard Lee screaming for help. When police arrived, the suspect had barricaded himself inside the apartment and refused to let anyone inside. When the NYPD eventually gained access, they found that Lee had been brutally stabbed repeatedly. The suspect was taken into custody and is currently being evaluated at Bellevue Hospital. The owner of the apartment building, Brian Chin, says that Lee just moved to New York City within the past year. He said her death has rocked the entire community.
We can't protect against monsters like this. No matter how much we invest, it comes down to our elected officials.
Although police are still investigating the motive for this attack, Mayor Eric Adams and U.S. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand both released statements condemning the violence that has touched the Asian American community once again. Mayor Adams, since taking office, has outlined numerous ways he plans for the city to tackle the rise in crime. But some are saying there are issues that need to be tackled immediately.
Walking from her cab to her apartment, that was it? How does this happen in New York City, the greatest city on earth? How does that happen?
Chen also blaming recent policies from the new Manhattan District Attorney.
Yeah, my family, we have owned this building since the 1970s. My grandparents are Chinese immigrants that came from China that built themselves up. We built up this community. And to see it just get torn down so fast by one district attorney is just heart-wrenching. And it's a disgrace to all of us in the community.
And we want to get you out to Tampa, Florida. You are taking a live look there right now. Time here on the East Coast is just past 9:30 in the morning. Happening in Tampa today after 8 years of legal wrangling and delays. The trial is underway of former Tampa Police Department Captain Curtis Reeves. Now, Reeves is accused of killing a man inside of a movie theater for texting. Take a listen to these opening statements.
At the top, and for the case law side, it will be page 444. In that particular case, the defense counsel wanted the jury to understand that any provocation by appellant had to be by force or the threat of force. He was concerned that the jury might be confused and think that merely provoking someone by complaining they didn't say good morning justified the victim's attack on the appellant and did not justify appellant in defending herself against attack. If you go down where you see it be starting on page 445, The court agreed that the jury instruction given by the trial court was inaccurate to properly charge the jury in this case. The instruction stated that the appellant could not defend herself with non-deadly force if she initially provoked the victim. That's what the jury instruction that was given. The court went on to reason and note, by not limiting provocation to the use of threat of force, the court failed to make the jury aware that the word provoked, as used in the instruction, did not refer to mere words or conduct without force. Stated another way, the instruction gave the court, the instruction given by the court eliminated the use of non-deadly force in self-defense if there was any provocation by the defendant, no matter how slight or subjective the provocation. By that standard, mere insult could be deemed sufficient to prohibit defendant oneself from another's attack. If you go down, the court reasoned that because the instruction did not limit provocation to some force or threat of force, the instruction could have misled the jury to believe that the appellant's pointedly asking the victim at the top, and for the case law side, it will be page 444. In that particular case, the defense counsel wanted the jury to understand that any provocation by appellant had to be by force or the threat of force. He was concerned that the jury might be confused and think that merely provoking someone by complaining they didn't say good morning justified the victim's attack on the appellant and did not justify appellant in defending herself against attack. If you go down where you see, starting on page 445, the court agreed that the jury instruction given by the trial court was inaccurate to properly charge the jury in this case. The instruction stated that the appellant could not defend herself with non-deadly force if she initially provoked the victim. That's what the jury instruction that was given. The court went on to reason and note, by not limiting provocation to the use of threat of force, the court failed to make the jury aware that the word provoked, as used in the instruction, did not refer to mere words or conduct without force. Stated another way, the instruction gave the court, the instruction given by the court eliminated the use of non-deadly force in self-defense if there was any provocation by the defendant, no matter how slight or subjective the provocation. By that standard, mere insult could be deemed sufficient to prohibit defendant oneself from another's attack. If you go down, the court reasoned that because the instruction did not limit provocation to some force or threat of force, the instruction could have misled the jury to believe that the appellant's pointedly asking the victim why she failed to acknowledge her greeting and or appellant's racial retorts and obscene gestures were sufficient to provide sufficient provocation to preclude appellant from defending herself from attack by the victim. The court went on to say, yes, we know there's a standard instruction. The clarification that the defense sought here was particularly applicable to the facts of the case and should have been given. I went through that so the court could understand the analysis that the appellate court did. They acknowledged that the standard jury instruction deals with the issue of provocation. They also indicated that the standard jury instructions can be modified and made clear under specific circumstances, and that if there is in fact coupled with the instruction about provocation that it has to be force on force and mere words are not sufficient, then it's not misleading. So applying the facts of this particular case, in this particular case, after Mr. Reeves leaves the theater and complains to the manager and is coming back, the testimony will be that Mr. Olson had discontinued using his phone. It was down. Mr. and Mrs. Olson were sitting there and watching the movie. The testimony from the state witnesses will be that as Mr. Reeves returned, there was no looking, there was no commenting. It was over. It was Mr. Reeves when he came back and he initiated contact, knowing that everything was done. Everything was done, and made comments to the fact, and I'm paraphrasing, words to the effect, okay? I see you put your phone away or something like that. But again, he has had the contact. That situation falls into the area of reinitiating, rekindling, if you will, and very, I'll use hostile, unfriendly, whatever, that was over and done with. And so there was, in fact, a rekindling. But those words in that situation would, in fact, if the court modified the instruction, informing the court that mere words themselves are not sufficient provocation, then it's not misleading. The state has a right for the jury to know Mr. Reeves' state of mind as he was coming back. Why did he lean forward? We're going to see it. Witnesses are going to testify that it occurred. There's going to be an exchange. If that is disallowed, then there's no predicate leading up to the fact of the tossing of the popcorn and the shooting. There's none. It's just like, okay, he just stood up and did it. So we have to get into the fact there was a predicate, it was exchanged. And so I think it is relevant. It places the actions of both participants in proper context so that the jury can make an informed decision. So I'm suggesting to the court that we modify the jury instruction. We modify it to comport to this particular case law so that the jury has a clear understanding that after Mr. Reeves came in and sat down, it wasn't like sat down, seconds later, okay, Mr. Olson just stands up and does what he does. See, that's just a vacuum. There's no context. The jury has to know there was a preceding event that triggered the actions of these two parties. Are we going to argue that this is sufficient provocation and reverse the standard that he can't do it? No, we're not going to do that. But we are suggesting to the court that these facts are in fact relevant, and with the modification, as indicated by the court, that you can do, that this is in fact relevant. Otherwise, we're just taking it out of context. So even if the court indicates or decides that, okay, we're just not going to do the jury instruction and I'm not going to modify it, the facts that I just recited to the court are relevant, just like I indicated that they are relevant. So we understand the limitation. We are not going to make the argument like that, the jury instruction is reversed. We are not going to do that. But we do have a
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host today, Mackenzie Stasko, joining you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for joining us today. We want to head out to the opening statements of a trial that is underway for a former Tampa police officer, Captain Curtis Reeves. Reeves is, of course, accused of killing a man inside of a movie theater for texting. Take a listen.
So I'm suggesting to the court that we modify the jury instruction. We modify it to comport to this particular case law so that the jury has a clear understanding that after Mr. Reeves came in and sat down, it wasn't like sat down, seconds later, okay, Mr. Olson just stands up and does what he does. See, that's just a vacuum. There's no context. The jury has to know there was a preceding event that triggered the actions of these two parties. Are we going to argue that this is sufficient provocation and reverse the standard that he can't do it? No, we're not going to do that. But we are suggesting to the court that these facts are in fact relevant, and with the modification, as indicated by the court, that you can do, that this is in fact relevant. Otherwise, we're just taking it out of context. So even if the court indicates or decides that, okay, we're just not going to do the jury instruction and I'm not going to modify it, the facts that I just recited to the court are relevant, just like I indicated that they are relevant. So we understand the limitation. We are not going to make the argument like that, the jury instruction is reversed. We are not going to do that, but we do have a right to lay all the facts in front of the jury.
Judge, let me first point out that that case was not hard to find. It was actually in the jury instruction. It was cited under that particular section of provocation. So it's a case, obviously, that even the Supreme Court has acknowledged needs to be considered. Now let's listen to what the prosecutor is saying. Well, we're not going to use the word provocation, but we're going to use rekindled, hostile, unfriendly. That is provocation. That's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to term provocation by some other word.
Mr. Escobar, those are just words. So words are not provocation, correct?
They are not provocation, but if in fact, we're going to ask the court to make this as a matter of law, but there was no provocation because what he's telling you is incorrect. There are his witnesses that are going to be testifying today that say that when Mr. Reeves first came back, what happened was Mr. Olson looked over at Mr. Reeves and he says, "You turned me in, huh?" He was the first one to initiate that conversation, not Mr. Reeves. And so his own witnesses that are going to testify today, I've prepared for them. They're going to say that. And so we can't get into this issue of, hey, listen, was it appropriate for Mr. Reeves to engage in that conversation? Because that's exactly what the court here is saying. It's irrelevant if they had 20 conversations in that process. It's totally irrelevant because it does not mean that he acted with any ill will or any hatred or anything of that sort. It has absolutely no relevancy in this particular case, and even more importantly, it's a 403 and highly dangerous.
All right, so you...
May I just a moment with counsel?
Yes, just let me clarify. So let's say, based on this case, I don't give the instruction. Are you indicating that Mr. Martin can't have his witnesses testify as to what happened?
Oh, no. They can testify as to what happened, but he can't get up here and tell this jury that there is some reason for them to decide one way or the other because of that conversation, because that's what Gibbs is saying. We can't do that because there's a reason for the provocation instruction in this particular justifiable use of deadly force. But you can't go beyond that provocation and now start thinking that, well, any word that was said between these two gentlemen somehow has some relevance and some significance. In this case, it does not. And this case is directly on point. It's cited in the jury instruction. I would ask the court to follow it because otherwise, it is, you saw what they did in Gibbs. It was reversed. And so we can't have that here. We've spent way too much time.
Thank you for that reminder. I'm well aware of how much time we've spent. So, again, you keep saying that these activities are completely irrelevant. How do you answer Mr. Martin's argument that that would leave kind of a vacuum?
Judge, the witnesses are going to testify about what happened. What I am concerned about is not that the witnesses are going to testify about what happened. What I am concerned is that in opening statements today, they're going to make this argument that somehow, if you watch and see, if the court, denies that, they're going to get up there and they're going to say, Mr. Reeves should have never engaged Mr. Olson, which is exactly what this court is saying you can't do, because that's the issue of provocation. You can call it provocation, you can call it rekindle, you can call hostility, you can call it whatever you want to call it. It's still provocation. And we can't have that in this particular case. Now, are the witnesses going to be able to say that, hey, listen, when Mr. Reeves came back in, Mr. Olson, made that statement, or what if they even don't say that? Let's assume that, they don't have that. Mr. Reeves came back and said, oh, I see that you put your phone away. That's perfectly fine. I'm not going to object to that because those are facts, as to what happened there. The danger here is how they use that. How they use that to this jury, because they know that it has absolutely no issue with reference to this case.
The facts, as Mr. Escobar stated them, are almost exactly true. The defendant was the one, based on his own statement. I mean, you're going to hear from witnesses, but the defendant's own statement was, when he came back from the manager, he initiated the contact with Chad Olson. We are not going to be arguing anything different than the jury instruction. We're not going to try to put any facts out there or apply the facts to the law, as the law does not exist. We're not doing that. But the facts are certainly relevant, and I think that the court's obviously indicating that it is. But we are not going to be arguing this case any way different than what the law allows.
Give me an example. Do you have an example?
When Mr. Reeves came back from the manager, as he's walking down the row, or when he sits down, or immediately thereafter, he initiates a conversation with Chad Olson. At that time, he says to him words to the effect of, I see you put your phone away, I went to the manager for no reason. It's at that point in time that Chad Olson turns around in his seat. I mean, that's basically exactly what I'm going to say.
Okay.
Judge, if that's all he says, then I'm not concerned about it. But I am concerned if he says anything about fault in what Kindle was.
All right.
That'll probably be more closing than opening.
Right.
And we are allowed to draw whatever inferences the facts.
All right. So we're clear on openings. We can get started. I'll look a little closer at this case, and I'll make my final decision as to the jury instruction when we're at a break or something, when we're discussing other matters. Anything else that we need to address this morning?
Yes, Your Honor, unfortunately. I was told this morning that the exhibits that Mr. Martin had told me were going to be played in opening statements. They're not going to play those exhibits now. They're going to be playing some ABI exhibits. And if the court recalls the conversation that we had Friday concerning these videos, some of them have blue screens or black screens that show up when the video is not recording. And we talked about some videos that actually have the last frame that is recorded, and it stays in that last frame while it's not recorded. And Mr. Martin, and I can get the transcript, Mr. Martin himself agreed that that particular type of video was certainly a video that would suggest to the court something that the evidence isn't, meaning that that frame stays, and the jury gets the impression that that's the recording, and when it's not, that it's misleading. He said that Friday. He agreed with that Friday. Today he wants to introduce that, and so we would object. We think it's misleading. There is absolutely no reason that we need to introduce anything that's misleading to this jury.
Mr. Murray.
In this particular case, there is the first exhibit is the native video that was downloaded by the IT at Cobb, given to Fred Myers, and given to the sheriff's office. Later on, we got the hard drive. Our experts determined that what was on this USB hard drive that you stick in the computer and the hard drive were in fact the same. Now, what was downloaded on the 15th is known as a recorded video. It is the native video right out of the DVR. There is no blue screens. It runs continually, and it's the native video. From the hard drive, we exported not only the recorded video, which is just the recorded video just goes, it goes from back to back. Then you have a real-time video where the DVR software itself actually inserted the blue screens to show where there was no recording. I haven't even received all of the new exhibits from the defense today. I received some over the weekend after reviewing what their expert has redone, which I haven't been able to talk to him about. No, you know, I got them. I watched them. Once I watched them and discussed it with my expert, it's important for the jury to know what the native raw data is. And that's the reason today, at the beginning, I will play the native raw data off that flash drive. I already have it preloaded on the whiteboard. Right after that, I will play the native raw data in which the blue screens were inserted on all three cameras. So they'll see the native raw data real time that is just straight, and then immediately after will be the blue screens. And we will use the blue screens with our witnesses. The first exhibit will be used either with my witness or with in my cross of their witness, but we are going to be playing it, and I think because of what Mr. Escobar handed me over the weekend, I have no choice but to let the jury see what is an absolute, no enhancement, no nothing, no one's manipulated it at all, because the defense exhibits that I have been manipulated to the point that they have to see the raw data. And that's why it's being put on. I'm not going to argue that this timely. It's just, we're going to play one after another. And it's almost like any type of enhancer. You put in the original first, then you put in the blue screens. That's what we're doing, back to back.
Judge, if I may, because I want to clear this record, I'm going to show you what's given to me by the prosecution, which is the raw data. They went through great lengths with Emily to put the raw data and use it with a geo-version. There's a second. We've got two of these. Two Transcend thumb drives. They went through a great deal of work with Emily in order to get the raw data to play on the GeoVision software, which was the software that was in the DVR at the theater. This is raw data. For him to say now that he has to play this other video because it's raw data is not correct, and it's not true. This is raw data. This is GeoVision. I think that the reason, frankly, now that they're switching horses and they don't want to play this one is because ours is I think, a much clearer portrayal of the actual video. And let me tell you what we did. Ours is very simple. If we had a screen of the video this big, we used nearest neighbor, and we made it this big. That's it. Ours.
All right, everybody, you are tuning in to the opening statements of the trial of a former Tampa Police Department captain, Curtis Reeves. Reeves is accused of killing a man inside of a movie theater back in 2014. Now, Reeves, again, is a former Tampa police captain. He is now 79 years old, again on trial this week for allegedly killing a man inside of a movie theater. And that shooting happened during the previews of the Lone Survivor movie. Again, these are the opening statements, and our Fox 13 Tampa team is going to be covering this trial for us, so we will of course keep you updated as this trial moves on. In the meantime, it is almost 10 o'clock here on the East Coast. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasko, joining you live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 10 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we want to get you out to a live event that we are following. This is a committee hearing by the U.S. Senate's Committee on Health, Education, Labor and Pensions. Now, this committee hearing, again, is happening live, and they are going to be addressing workforce development opportunities and some innovation efforts to address barriers to employment. So not a lot of details right now, but let's listen in.
and the need to make sure they can get competitive, integrated job opportunities, gain financial independence, and participate more fully in our communities. These inequities are holding our country back. We can't build back stronger when our economy leaves out people who are ready and willing to take on good jobs. We can't build back terror when people who want to learn new skills and seek better jobs continue to face discrimination because of their race, or their age, or their income, or their disability, or because their primary language is not English. And we can't build an economy that works for working families when a single parent cannot afford childcare so they can go to a job or participate in a workforce development program, or when workers who can't afford to invest in new skills and get the jobs they want simply because they can't afford textbooks or transportation or tuition, or to even take time off from their current job to take a class at a local community college or pursue their higher education goals. And of course, these barriers don't just hold back working families. They hold back businesses who are looking for workers to take on good-paying jobs, and then our economy as a whole. As we recover from this pandemic, we have to do so much better than simply returning to a normal that wasn't working for working families. If we want to rebuild an economy that works for everyone, we need to tear down the systemic barriers that stand between so many people and the opportunities they need to gain new skills, get better jobs, and support their families. That is why our nation's workforce development programs are so important. High-quality work-based learning, registered apprenticeships, and other workforce development programs can help people grow in their careers or develop new skills and start a new career. And when workforce development programs provide assistance with transportation and housing and childcare, help getting work gear like uniforms and tools, accommodations for people with disabilities, and other support to help people overcome barriers, they ensure that everyone can access the opportunities that will help them succeed. In a national survey of workforce development program administrators, nearly all of them said supportive services were important for program retention and completion. In fact, program administrators who reported they were able to meet these needs saw 4 out of 5 participants complete their programs, while those who couldn't meet these needs reported completion rates of less than 1 in 3. Those numbers make clear how transformative worker-centered practices and supports can be. And I've seen in my home state of Washington what happens when people have access to workforce development programs that understand and tackle the barriers between them and a high-quality job. When Ali lost his job during the pandemic, the African Community Housing and Development in South Seattle helped him get financial aid, enroll in classes at Highline Community College, get a part-time job at an airline, and set him out on a new high-quality career path in aviation. When Rosalinda, who's a single parent in Yakima, wanted to improve her credentials and increase her pay, the public workforce system helped her enroll in Yakima Valley College, work on her resume, writing and job interview skills, and then get a new, better-paying job in teaching. She no longer worries, she says, about putting food on the table and was excited to be able to afford holiday gifts for her family this year. And across Washington State, the Aerospace Joint Apprenticeship Committee offers registered apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs, including to young people who've been impacted by the justice system. These programs give young people who often have no work history the opportunity and support to build the real-world experience and skills and industry connections they need to set out on new, high-quality careers. And not only have I heard so many other stories from Washington State about the importance of these programs, I've seen it firsthand. When I was growing up, my family was able to make it through very hard times because my mom was provided the support and opportunity to go back to school, get training, and ultimately get a higher paying job that allowed her and our family to succeed. That made a huge difference for all of us. So many families today have had the rug completely pulled out from under them by this pandemic, and I want to make sure they have the same opportunity that my mom did. So I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about what we can do to continue tearing down barriers and building back our country stronger and fairer. And I'm proud to say we do have a bipartisan track record on workforce issues, like when we passed the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act in 2014 and when we reauthorized the Perkins Career and Technical Education Act in 2018. And I know this remains a priority for everyone on this committee. So I hope we can continue to make progress both by strengthening programs that help workers overcome barriers, and also by addressing some of the systemic issues that create barriers in the first place, like racism, sexism, ageism, and other forms of discrimination, poverty, barriers to workers organizing and collective bargaining, inadequate accommodations for people with disabilities, and a lack of paid leave, child care, and other policies that help make things a little easier on working families. With that, I will turn it over to Senator Burr for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm glad we're having this hearing today. I want to welcome our witnesses for being here to testify, and I'm glad to see we have some who would join us in the hearing room. Madam Chairman, with the District of Columbia changing their COVID guidelines effective today, where they no longer require proof of vaccination to enter a building, and with their proposed February 28th of the elimination of an indoor mask mandate, I do hope that the committee will return to our regular in-person hearings very soon. We're here to talk about America's workforce. This is an important topic. We're in a period of great economic uncertainty. The pandemic's changed a lot of the ways that we live and work. Thanks to extravagant spending in Washington, American families are facing 40-year high inflation rates, and paychecks are increasingly stretched to put food on the table, gas in the car. Plain and simple, this is a tax on working class. I'm looking forward to the discussion today to hear more about the ways that we can support pathways to good-paying jobs. With all the changes to our economy, now more than ever, it's time for us to think about innovative solutions. Everyone here is interested in finding ways to reduce barriers to employment, but the Biden administration seems to be creating their own barriers to employment. Look no further than the partisan nominee at the Department of Labor, David Weld, is the president's pick to lead the Wage and Hour Division. This is a nominee with a track record stifling innovation and opposing growth opportunities. His nomination is a threat to the gig economy, independent contracting, and the franchise model for businesses, of which many are minority and women-owned. I can't imagine the threat of putting this type of leadership at the Department of Labor, and it instills and the lack of confidence that it instills in employers. This administration also seems to be creating barriers to new training opportunities. Something we should all be able to agree on is the importance of high-quality workforce training and education. This includes apprenticeships. Instead of focusing on how to expand the apprenticeship models, building on what works, the Department of Labor is actually working on eliminating a pathway. Industry-recognized apprenticeships are a promising way to expand the earn and learn model in new industries and to reach new populations of workers. Instead of building on this innovative idea or working with Republicans on how to improve it, this administration has paused the recognition process. If we're going to address barriers to employment, we should be using all the tools in our toolbox, not just the tools that labor unions find acceptable. The White House also wants to put up roadblocks for people who want to work. As businesses were adjusting to the pandemic, the president issued a vaccine mandate. Make no mistake, I encourage every American who's eligible to get vaccinated and to get boosted against COVID. But amid labor shortages, supply chain issues, and already strained workforce, this mandate is the last thing we needed. This sweeping new requirement far exceeded OSHA's legal authority, and the Supreme Court was right to block it. We have to find solutions to keep people in their jobs, schools, and businesses open. I also think we can all agree that Americans can't work or go to school if they don't have safe and reliable child care for their families. Instead of seeking workable bipartisan solutions, my friends on the other side of the aisle insisted to do it themselves in a reckless partisan spending bill. Only in Washington would the answers be to create even more complicated and just disjointed programs rather than to do the simple thing, fund a program that works and that's had bipartisan support for decades. I'm talking about the Child Care Development Block Grants. Barbara Mikulski and I led the reauthorization of this program in a bill that overwhelmingly passed the Senate and the House with bipartisan support. We can do this again. It doesn't need to be partisan. It needs to be smart. If we're going to find workable and lasting solutions, we've got to find them together. Today's topic has long been an area with support from both sides of the aisle. I'm looking forward to the hearing from our witnesses today about how they're providing access to opportunity to workers in their communities. This work doesn't happen in silos. Collaboration among stakeholders is absolutely crucial. This includes business, education providers, workers, and government. This collaboration is not always easy. I expect some of the barriers that we identify today will come with well-intentioned federal policy, excuse me. We have an opportunity to think outside the box and find ways to better support the innovative strategies we see at the state and local levels. Madam Chairman, I hope we're smart enough to listen today. I thank the chair.
Thank you, Senator Burt. I will now introduce today's witnesses, and our first witness is Melinda Mack, the Executive Director of the New York Association of Training and Employment Professionals, a nationally recognized association focused on poverty, education, job training, and economic workforce development in New York. Thank you for joining us today, Ms. Mack.
All right, everybody, you are tuning in to a live Senate hearing. You just heard from North Carolina Senator Richard Burr. Again, this is the Senate committee holding a hearing to address employment barriers and employment issues. That is what this is rather one of the stories that we are following today. We also want to get you out to this video of Russian President Vladimir Putin, who met with the German Chancellor today. And we have just learned that Putin said today, after this meeting, that Moscow is ready for talks with the U.S. and NATO on limits for missile deployments. Now, the statement came after Russia announced it is pulling back some troops from exercises that have raised fears of a potential invasion of Ukraine. Now, again, Putin spoke with Germany's chancellor today, saying that the U.S. and NATO rejected Moscow's demand to keep Ukraine and other ex-Soviet nations out of NATO, halt weapons deployments near Russian borders, and roll back alliance forces from Eastern Europe. Putin said Russia is ready to engage in talks on limiting deployment of some intermediate-range missiles in Europe. We have been reporting that Russia has at least about 100,000 troops bordering Ukraine. We've been warning you that the U.S. is warning all of us that an invasion of Ukraine is imminent. So this is some potentially good news on that situation. Time here on the East Coast is about 10:20. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll head back out to that Senate committee hearing on employment barriers and follow some other top stories. Good afternoon and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasko. We are following some breaking news out of Virginia today. We want to get you this shot again out of Virginia, where we know that there is an officer-involved shooting. We want to take you out to this live video. Details are still coming in. Our Fox DC station is following this story. You are taking a live look right there. You can see there's a minivan involved, several police officers involved as well. So we will work to get you some more details about this situation. This is one of the stories that we are following today. And before the break, we were actually at a Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions talking about barriers to employment. So while we work to get you some more details on this officer-involved shooting out of Virginia, we're going to head back to that committee meeting and then break in with any updates as soon as we get them.
To generate a pipeline of local workers for their company and supply chain. And finally, support learning on the job, including high-quality work-based learning for youth and adults, registered apprenticeship, and incumbent worker training. This is particularly important for disadvantaged individuals with immediate financial needs. The Center for Employment Opportunities, who works with those returning home from incarceration, has identified a daily wage and coaching as stabilizing factors for participant success. By way of example, at the Buffalo site, CEO has partnered with a window manufacturer to employ participants in transitional jobs. There, participants utilize hand tools to build windows and frames and develop soft skills, and the employer works with these recruits and now has a dedicated source to hire full-time workers into good union-paying jobs. In conclusion, a sustained economic prosperity for all Americans is a priority, focusing on getting people the skills they need to do a good job or to get into a good job could not come at a more opportune time. Local workforce boards and their partners are at the front lines of creating hope, but they're also driving the solutions for a better future. I described a bit of what's being done here on the ground. Now imagine what the impact could be if we double down on this effort on America's economic competitiveness. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss these issues. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Watts.
Good morning, Chair Murray, Ranking Member Burr, and members of the committee. I am honored to be with you here today to discuss workforce, an issue every state is facing, and specifically how we can remove barriers. Almost 2 years after the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, thanks to help from Congress, including PPP loans, federal relief packages, and a historic bipartisan infrastructure bill, our economy is on its way to recovery. However, we will not be able to ensure full recovery until we have an active, engaged workforce. As president of the Kentucky Chamber, the Commonwealth's largest business association, the #1 issue I hear about from businesses of all sizes, of all sectors, are their struggles with workforce and finding employees. We often say we have too many people without jobs and too many jobs without people, and how do we make these two things match? And in the days of a somewhat divisive political climate, it is refreshing to be able to say that this issue really sees no side of the aisle, and we have worked with leaders from both parties toward solutions. For the last several years, the Kentucky Chamber has been creating programs to provide employer-led initiatives to develop, expand, and strengthen our workforce to support Kentucky's economy. I would briefly like to tell you about a few of these programs relevant to this committee and topic. Like many states, in Kentucky, we have struggled with high substance use disorder numbers as well as high levels of incarceration. However, the Chamber and the business leaders understand a key to reducing recidivism is meaningful employment. With funding from both state government as well as private entities, the Chamber started our Workforce Recovery Program, focused on engaging the business community as part of the solution to this epidemic by reducing the stigma and increasing second chance employment opportunities across Kentucky. This program.
All right, everybody, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We are tracking 2 live events right now as we speak. As you can see there on the upper left corner side of your screen, a Senate committee is holding a hearing to address employment barriers. But on the right-hand side, you can see we are following a story out of Fairfax County, Virginia, where an armed man was shot by a police officer in Lorton, Virginia. We are still learning some more information, but what we know so far is that officials say police initially responded to a report of a suspicious van that was parked on Fit Court in Lorton, which again is part of Fairfax County, Virginia. When they went there, they encountered a man who was armed with a weapon. And we do know that a police officer shot that man. He was then taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. This is, of course, a developing story. Our Fox 5 DC team is bringing us live coverage from their helicopter. You're taking a look at the scene right now where there is a red minivan parked in front of two police officers. Again, we do know that those officers were responding to a report of a suspicious van, and that is where they encountered someone with who is armed with a weapon. So we are working to get you more details on that story, but for now, we're going to listen in to the Senate committee hearing on employment out of Capitol Hill.
Launched a statewide initiative, Bus to Business, several years ago, focused on connecting K-12 students across the state to career pathways and businesses in their communities. This program has been able to engage over 210 schools and over 110 businesses across Kentucky, impacting over 42,000 Kentucky students. Students have the opportunity to tour companies, complete hands-on work-based learning opportunities, and speak directly to employers about career pathways available in their organizations. And the last program I want to highlight is the first workforce program the Chamber started to help create workforce pipelines for key industries. Over 4 years ago, in partnership with the Kentucky Cabinet for Education and Workforce Development, Kentucky launched a statewide implementation of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation program, Talent Pipeline Management. Over the last 4 years, this program has been talent solutions for 5 of Kentucky's key industry sectors, engaged almost 300 employers, and connected more than 3,000 Kentuckians to jobs, trainings, or work-based learning opportunities. In fact, this program has proven so successful, we have expanded our portfolio to include Kentucky's signature industries, equine and distilling, because you can't have Kentucky without bourbon and horses. As an example of the innovative solutions our equine employers are building, they have worked with the Blackburn Correctional Facility to create and implement the Workforce Readiness and Reentry Program, where inmates gain vocational and job skill training before connecting with career opportunities. Following in the equine industry's footsteps, the Kentucky Distillers Association partnered with the Chamber to start a pilot project in 2021, which currently engages 15 distilling companies. Members of the committee, as you know, and I'm sure you hear from your constituents, workforce is a multifaceted problem that must have multifaceted solutions to remove barriers and create opportunities for everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about how collaborative partnerships in Kentucky are benefiting all of our citizens, workforce, and economy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Beard.
Thank you, Chair Murray, Ranking Member Burr, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. This is an important and critical topic to the long-term growth and competitiveness of the United States and to the economic prosperity and mobility of its citizens. Good morning. My name is Peter Beard. I serve as the Senior Vice President of Workforce Development at the Greater Houston Partnership, where I lead its Upskill Houston initiatives and Houston Back on Track, which are all employer-led based on the same model Kentucky uses, which is the Chamber Foundation's Talent Pipeline Management. With 900 members and a board of directors of business and civic leaders, the Greater Houston Partnership serves as the Houston region's Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development organization focused on a mission of ensuring Houston's place as a great global city. Similar to the supply chain disruptions reported in the news every day, Houston and many communities across the United States are confronting significant disruptions and fundamental shifts of their talent pipelines that provide the skilled talent our employers and businesses require to grow and compete globally. Regional economies like Houston are experiencing a fundamental shift as they become technology-enabled, innovation-based economies. These shifts are accelerating 3 key trends impacting the skills individuals will need to compete for 21st century jobs. First, skills are becoming obsolete more quickly. Second, employers now require higher levels of digital and technology skills across industries and functions. Third, there is a premium on soft and non-cognitive skills essential for baseline success in the workplace. These trends will require ongoing upskilling and reskilling of the existing workforce by more adaptable and agile approaches that will not likely be met by traditional education and workforce systems. In my written testimony, I provided some details related to several themes. First, it's important to develop an understanding of the existing skills and capabilities of individuals in order to support their upskilling into quality jobs and occupational pathways. I describe in detail how Houston is using a data-driven model with the Texas Workforce Solutions Vocational Rehabilitation Services to assess the inherent and innate capabilities existing workers possess, and then to identify correlations and the presence of similar capabilities in opportunity populations. In the pilot study, about 10% of the VRS clients tested were found to be good statistical fits for customer service roles, breaking down barriers. Second, employers will need to strengthen and support skills-based hiring and education and provide workers with clearer occupational and skills pathways to navigate the changing skills requirements our industries are confronting. In Houston, our industrial construction industry developed competency maps for critical industrial crafts that describe skill sets for each level from helper to journeyman. And then they mapped the skills to the relevant modules in the national career construction curriculum and developed performance verifications to ensure individuals can proficiently perform the relevant tasks and activities. Community colleges, community-based organizations, and workforce career offices will need to coordinate and align and integrate their services to support individuals and increase their workforce outcomes. The Workforce Connector program in the Texas Gulf Coast is a partnership between United Way of Greater Houston and Gulf Coast Workforce Solutions and provides co-location of wraparound services, career coaching and navigation, and cross-referrals between the two systems. The shift in the skills needs of employers is accelerating, and we will require lifelong learning and skills development to enhance occupational mobility and economic prosperity. It will be important to optimize the supports and services individuals and adult learners require to improve their economic mobility and prosperity through better jobs. Improved coordination, alignment, innovation, and performance across the multiple regional systems will be necessary. At its core, this will require strong employer leadership and engagement and the presence of robust, accurate, and timely labor market data and information. Agile and innovative solutions will be necessary to strengthen the virtuous cycle of economic growth and prosperity. Thank you for the opportunity today to provide this testimony. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sherrod-Freeman.
Greetings, Chair Murray.
You want to turn on your mic?
Thank you. Greetings, Chair Murray, Ranking Member Burr, and all other members of this committee. It's my honor to be with you today. I lead economic development and workforce development on the ground in Detroit. And to answer the questions you've asked, I'm going to begin with a short story. In 2018, Mayor Mike Duggan pitched the late Sergio Marchione, who was then CEO of Fiat Chrysler Automotive, now Stellantis, on a once-in-a-lifetime idea. FCA needed 215 acres of land for a new assembly plant for the new Jeep Grand Cherokee, a $2.5 billion investment that would be the first of its kind in 40 years. To win the business, Detroit had 60 days to assemble the land and get the community and city council to approve the deal. In return, the mayor had only one major ask, that FCA would give Detroiters the first chance at the 5,000 jobs the project would bring to the city, after, of course, the union satisfied all of its union obligations. In Stellantis' report to the community in December of 21, the company reported hiring more than 5,200 Detroiters from a pool of more than 16,000 Detroit at Work job-ready candidates. Union membership increased by more than 5,000. Gross wages paid to employees in Detroit increased by 44%. And income taxes collected in the city of Detroit increased by 34%. The project had its challenges, but the experience offered exceptional learnings. First, economic conditions in Detroit, good or bad, highlight two challenges we all know: childcare and transportation. In Detroit, there are only 23,000 available childcare seats for 55,000 children under the age of 5. And the average cost of childcare for just one child in Detroit exceeds the median annual cost of rent. Southeast Michigan also has a unique set of transportation challenges. The average Metro Detroiter can access 2 million jobs in a 1-hour drive, but only 65,000 jobs in a 1-hour public transit trip. Across the state, the locations of people who are living in poverty are mismatched to the locations of good jobs. There are also other barriers to economic mobility. First, the irrefutable impact of intergenerational poverty. In addressing America's reskilling challenge, a July 2018 report from the Council of Economic Advisors, the authors cite situational poverty factors, which are potentially strong deterrents to pursuing retraining. We believe that report.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are following several stories today, including this Senate committee hearing on Capitol Hill. They are talking about addressing employment barriers. But one of the breaking news stories that we are following today is the situation out of Fairfax County, Virginia. We want to take you to this helicopter shot we are getting from our Fox 5 DC team. We do know that an armed man has been shot in Fairfax County, Virginia. We are still working to get more details, but what we know so far is that police in Fairfax County, Virginia, specifically Lorton, were initially responding to a report of a suspicious van that was parked in the 8300 block of Fit Court in Lorton, if you're familiar with that area, when they actually encountered a man who was armed with a weapon. It looks like that red minivan is the van that those police officers were initially responding to. Earlier this morning, you can see detectives on scene, that man just taking some photos of the crime scene that happened there. We do have 2 police cruisers behind that red van. Again, we know that they were responding to a report of a suspicious vehicle, and that's when they apparently encountered a man who was armed with a weapon. We do know that one of those officers who was responding to this situation shot the man who was armed, and that man was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. We are working, again, to get you more information. This is a developing story, and hopefully some more information from our Fox 5 DC team. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasko. We are following some breaking news out of Fairfax County, Virginia. We want to take you out to this live feed that we are getting from our Fox 5 DC team. Again, this story we are following out of Virginia, where we know that an armed man was shot by a police officer just a little bit ago while they were responding to a suspicious vehicle report. We do have some limited information at the moment, but again, this is what we know so far, is that police in Fairfax County, Virginia, specifically Lorton, Virginia, if you are familiar with the area, again, they were responding to a report of a suspicious van that was parked on Fit Court in the town of Lorton when they encountered a man with an armed weapon. Now, we want to also take you out to this tweet that we have from Fairfax County Police. You can see right there them tweeting out that an officer-involved shooting occurred. They are responding on scene. Again, this initially happened just a short time ago where they were responding to a suspicious van parked, again, encountered an armed man, which resulted in an officer-involved shooting. We do know that the man was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. As you can see there, information is limited at the moment, and police are again on scene. We want to take you out to that video of Fairfax, Virginia. Again, this is a helicopter view from our Fox 5 DC team, where they have a live reporter on scene who is working to get us some more information. But again, just to recap, we know that police were responding to this neighborhood. They were actually responding specifically to this van. Somebody called in a report of a suspicious van in this neighborhood, and when they got there, they encountered a man who was armed, and then one of those responding officers then shot that man, who is now in the hospital with life-threatening injuries. You can see several officers on scene, one with a metal detector, it looks like, again. So a breaking news developing situation that we will continue to monitor. Another story that we are following today is a Senate committee hearing. We want to get you out to that right now. Actually, that is not what we are looking for. Here it is, a Senate committee meeting on Capitol Hill talking about barriers when it comes to employment. So we will tune into this while we work to get you some more information out of that breaking news situation in Lorton, Virginia.
Are such important assets in our state because they work directly with the jail system and probation to make sure that individuals sort of land in a program that can, again, address their specific needs, whether it be housing, back child support, sort of other sort of debts that they've accrued, but also to be able to address some of the soft skills that are necessary so that they can transition through transitional employment into a good paying job. And so it allows employers to try them out, but then also allows individuals to get that immediate wage, which again, they've indicated as absolutely crucial to the ability of people to sort of stay out of jail.
Thank you very much, and I will turn to Senator Burr. My time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ms. Watts, why is it important for the private sector to be involved in the second chance hiring policies, and why did the Kentucky Chamber embrace that initiative?
Thank you for that question. The Kentucky Chamber several years ago, we've been advocating for policy specifically around felony expungement. And many people said, why is the Kentucky Chamber, the group of the employers in Kentucky, really advocating for not knowing what someone's background was? And really it was because of opportunity and because of workforce and making sure that people really could, once they paid their debt to society, come out and be active citizens, be good taxpayers, be involved in the community. And that's what we wanted to see. And so I think it's important for employers to really lean in on this issue, because it's not just saying I'm a second chance employer. There's a lot more that goes into it, and that's what our programs provide. It's looking at their HR manuals. It's training their employees. It's talking about maybe it's not the first chance and you're out. Maybe it's 2 or 3 chances, and making sure they have the proper support system around them and recovery, but really leaning in and making sure that we're aware of the struggles these people are facing. And even something as simple as giving them an ID when they're coming out of incarceration. We're wanting them to come and back and re-enter into society and put their best foot forward, but yet when they have their mugshot to show for a job interview, that's not really putting their best foot forward. So we're literally thinking of every step that we can to help these people reintegrate back to society. And we often say, we don't want them to just get a job. We want them to get meaningful employment. We want them to get training, something that they're passionate about, so they can really build that life on there. And that's what we've seen being successful in Kentucky.
Well, thank you for that work. Mr. Beard, employers are embracing skills-based hiring rather than focusing more on the traditional credentials. How have Houston employers adopted to this practice, and what more can be done?
Thank you, Senator Burr. Excuse me. First, we're seeing folks remove the credential requirement. Memorial Hermann, one of our largest healthcare systems, has removed its high school diploma requirement. Similar to Ms. Watt's point, it'll show up in the interviewing process whether folks have the skills and abilities for the roles that they're describing. We're also understanding and seeing, as we described in the construction industry, that the skills are more important than the credential. So sending a signal that, you can leave high school and come into the workforce and within a couple years be, in a very, very good job. And then I think the future trend is we're also seeing other employers, for example, Chevron, who's moving to a skills-based hiring approach, and they're going to use Houston as their pilot site to bring that. And when you think about Chevron in terms of not only the work that it does in kind of the middle skill space, but also in the high skilled space. So we expect that we'll continue to see that role because at the end of the day, the skill, not the credential, is what's there.
Thank you for that. Ms. Sherrod Freeman, workforce systems have two major customers, job seekers and employers. I want you to sort of expand on what you've said about the importance your office puts on engaging both of these groups in the employment process.
Thank you for the question, Ranking Member Burr. So we believe that unless we are driving solutions with the employer's needs in mind, our solutions will be insufficient. We also believe that unless we center our solutions around what workers really need, job seekers and would-be job seekers, our solutions will be insufficient. And so we found ways on the ground in Detroit really to bring both of those perspectives into focus and keep them in focus.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Casey.
Thank you, Chair Murray. I wanted to start by noting a piece of legislation that both Senator Cassidy and I are working on, the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act, and I'm grateful for Senator Cassidy's partnership on this bill and the commitment shown by Chair Murray and Ranking Member Burr to advancing this important legislation. And it's policies like this that obviously will help make high-quality employment accessible to those who face very steep barriers. So I want to thank Bill Cassidy for that and thank the Chair and Ranking Member. I wanted to start with a question about what's known as the sub-minimum wage. People with disabilities are better able to achieve financial independence, we know, and to spend more time engaging in their communities when they transition to competitive employment and work in integrated environments, workplaces that hire both people with disabilities and people without disabilities. So I've introduced the Transformation to Competitive Integrated Employment Act, which would end the sub-minimum wage and provide support to businesses in order that they have the support they need to do just that. Senator Daines has worked with me on this bill, and I appreciate his help. We know that the labor force participation rate for people with disabilities is almost 38%, according to the Department of Labor. That's half the rate for people with disabilities. In addition, the poverty rate for for adults with disabilities between the ages of 16 and 64 is 26%. So a low labor force participation rate and a very high poverty rate. So Mr. Beard and others who may want to weigh in, how do we make sure that people with disabilities can obtain employment? That's my first question. And then second, what are your recommendations for increasing employment for those with disabilities?
Thank you, Senator. The example I gave is really trying to knock down those barriers, which is understanding what skills and capabilities an individual has and then mapping it to a place where they can easily upskill into that role. And so that one example, and then we have another example in Houston with a nonprofit organization that has partnered with many of the vendors at our main sports venues where they train individuals to serve pizza and other things and make that initial wage that's much more competitive. So those are the examples, but it's going to require employers understanding that the skills individuals have can be used in the workplace, and to your point, the diversity that enriches the workplace as well.
Thank you. And unless there's anyone else who may want to weigh in on that, I'll have a second question for Ms. Mack. This is with relationship to, or I should say with regard to questions about low-level criminal records. We know that more than 1 in 3 adults have some form of criminal record, which keeps them from participating in many facets of everyday life as background checks become more commonplace. Although many of these individuals successfully complete their sentence, many are still constrained by low-level and non-violent criminal records. I've introduced legislation with Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa, the so-called Clean Slate Act, which would automatically seal low-level, non-violent federal offenses after the individual completes their sentence. So, Ms. Mack,
all right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. It is just before 11 o'clock in the morning on this Tuesday morning. You are listening into a Senate committee hearing addressing employment barriers. Again, that is happening on Capitol Hill today. We are also following some breaking news out of Virginia. We want to get you this live look. What we know so far, information is limited, but what we know so far is that police in Fairfax County, Virginia, were responding to a call about a suspicious vehicle. You're looking at that red van right there on your screen. They were responding to that call where that minivan is about a suspicious vehicle, and that is when those police officers encountered an armed man. We have learned from police that one of those responding officers shot the man who was armed, and he has since been taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. You are taking a live look at the scene. This is, again, Fairfax County, Virginia. If you are familiar with the area, it's happened in the town of Lorton, Virginia. What we know so far, again, is just that police were responding to this neighborhood, checking out that van. Somebody called it in and said it looked suspicious. And when those officers got on scene, that is, again, when they encountered a man who had a weapon. We're not quite sure what ensued between the officers and the armed man, but we do know that one of the responding officers shot that man, and he is now in the hospital. This is a helicopter view of our team in Washington, D.C. They are covering this story for us. We do know that they have a reporter on the scene working to get more information. So far, it appears as though those officers are doing okay. No reports of any injuries to them, just for that man who was supposedly armed. So we will work to get some more information on this story. Another story that we want to take you out to. This is video in Connecticut. We do know that the families of the Sandy Hook shooting will be speaking in about 5 minutes. They are expected to discuss a settlement with a gun maker. Again, families of the Sandy Hook shooting, which happened a few years ago, are expected to talk in about 5 minutes. We will have that story for you coming up in just a little bit. But for now, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasko. It is just about 11 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We want to get you out to some breaking news that we are following out of Fairfax County, Virginia. This is a live look at the scene here. We have multiple views of what is happening there. We want to get you that graphic up there on the screen. What we know so far is that police in Fairfax County, Virginia, specifically Lorton, Virginia, were responding to a report of a suspicious vehicle of a van parked on Fit Court, again in the town of Lorton, when they encountered a man who was armed with a weapon. Now, we also want to take you out to this other view of that shooting. You can see police officers there and the mobile forensics unit also on scene. Again, this happened just a little bit ago in Fairfax County, Virginia. We are working to get you some more information, but what we know so far really, though, is that those police officers were responding to where that minivan is. Somebody called in and said that minivan appeared to be suspicious. When those officers got on scene, that is when they supposedly encountered an armed man. We know one of the responding officers then shot that man. He is now in the hospital with life-threatening injuries. So again, a breaking news story that we will continue to monitor here on Live Now from Fox. This is video coming in from our Fox 5 DC team. So once we get updates from them, we will, of course, bring you those updates. And we want to head out to another story that we are following today just into our desk. We have learned that the Sandy Hook families have agreed to a settlement with the gun maker. Again, the relatives of 9 victims of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting have reached a settlement with Remington. That is the maker of the rifle used in that massacre. Now, the settlement comes after a long legal battle of how the gun maker marketed its firearm. The Sandy Hook shooting happened in December of 2012. Again, killing 20 first graders and 6 educators in Newtown, Connecticut. So this has been a story we have been following for years. Those families, again, reaching a settlement with Remington, which is the maker of the gun that was used in that massacre. This is expected to happen in just a few minutes. We'll bring you this story as soon as we get it.
To be played out. Thanks to our Florida team for kicking us off. We appreciate that as we are just moments away from what has been a long journey here for the Sandy Hook families that have been in this lawsuit for quite some time. We're talking about 8 years, this lawsuit in the making here, and we are learning that there has been a deal reached here, a settlement between the families and Remington, who they were involved here in this lawsuit. So we are going to be hearing from the families, the attorneys here in just a little bit. We are keeping an eye on that, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you live events, live feeds, and breaking news all in the mix. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on, giving you these top stories right here. We're going to continue to follow really the breaking news out there in Virginia. Police involved shooting with a man that was heavily armed, not only with guns, but weapons as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on that, have different angles here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, we're also keeping an eye on all of really the breaking news coming out of Russia, Ukraine. It looks like at the moment, this is now from, according to Russia, they say that they are pulling back some of their troops there, but we will wait and see what comes of that. But Putin was speaking earlier today as well, but it was all in Russian there. All right, so what we'll do for the meantime, while we do wait for this big breaking news out of Connecticut with the Sandy Hook families, I do want to go out to the Senate floor. We have not heard yet from Senator Chuck Schumer or Senator Mitch McConnell this week. That's all going to change right now here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, last night, and this is relevant to what we just did, putting the new bill on the calendar for a second reading, Last night, we had a chance to continue progress on a bipartisan, long overdue postal reform bill when I moved to expeditiously fix a few technical errors to the legislation sent to us by the House. Sadly, my request was blocked by the junior senator from Florida, without much in the way of clear explanation. For instance, he says he wants to stand up for postal workers, but all the organizations representing postal workers strongly support this bill. They are eager for it. He says he wants to strengthen Medicare, but Postal already pays into Medicare, and the CBO says that this proposal, this bill, will save the government money. So I hope, for the sake of our postal workers, our postal service, and for the millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of Americans who depend on postal service, that this is not obstruction for obstruction's sake. This is a textbook example, Mr. President, of why Americans often get frustrated with the Senate and with Washington. Postal reform is highly bipartisan. It got a majority of votes in the House from both parties. It's desperately needed. We all hear from our constituents about snail mail and the price they pay for it. It's backed by both parties in both houses, including the chairman and ranking member of the relevant committees, the Democratic and Republican leading members of both committees. And it has broad support from the postal workers, who tend to be Democratic, and Postmaster DeJoy, who is a friend of President Trump's and was appointed by him. Nevertheless, it was blocked. I am sure that Republicans don't want to be the party that was responsible for blocking popular and bipartisan postal reform. The delay is regrettable, but the good news is that we will get bipartisan postal reform done. It's been negotiated for months and debated for a decade. It has enough bipartisan support, more than enough, ample support, to become law. And I'm hopeful we'll move it through this chamber as quickly as we can, and that's what the procedural motion I did before was about. And I certainly want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working on this bill, particularly my friend Chairman Gary Peters, who spoke passionately last night in defense of the bill and rebutted all of the senator from Florida's arguments handily. And I look forward to getting postal reform passed through this chamber very soon. Now next, on the CR and on the CR. Before the end of the week, the Senate must come to an agreement to pass a short-term extension of government funding in order to give appropriators more time to complete a year-long omnibus. It's the most responsible thing we can do to support our appropriators as they continue their bipartisan work to finish an omnibus. No one, and certainly not my Republican colleagues, want a Republican government shutdown. So I'm hopeful that they will cooperate with us to pass this necessary CR, which every single Democrat wants to happen, and will cooperate to make sure that it happens. Once again, I thank Chairman Leahy and Ranking Member Shelby for their leadership and for working in good faith to arrive at a year-long spending agreement. I also commend my colleagues in the House, Chairman DeLauro and Ranking Member Granger, Democrat and Republican, for their work. A year-long omnibus is 1,000 times better than relying on CRs, continuing resolutions, to lurch from one short-term extension to the next. I remain optimistic that both sides will keep working together on drafting legislation to fund the government so it can fully serve the American people while keep us safe here at home. And in the meantime, both sides should come to an agreement to make sure the CR, the continuing resolution, the short-term funding of the government, is passed by this chamber and avoid any even hint of a government shutdown. Now, Mr. President, last night I filed cloture on additional defense nominees, including Celeste Wallander, nominated to serve as the Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs. If this were any other time, Mr. President, Ms. Wallander's nomination would have almost certainly sailed through the Senate with unanimous consent, without the need for a roll call vote. At the committee level, her nomination was approved with strong support from both parties, and frankly, she should have been approved unanimously the moment she was reported out of the Armed Services Committee. Many on both sides of the aisle recognize we need her at the Pentagon now, As one of our nation's top experts on Russian affairs, her leadership is vital right now. Sadly, one Republican, just one, has objected to Ms. Wallender's confirmation without offering any concrete justification. So we're going to take up floor time to advance her nomination the long way, just as we've done for many nominees who face unprecedented obstruction by a small group of Republicans. This is not the majority of the Republican Party or majority of Republican senators, but a small group using the Senate rules, many of which are arcane and outdated, stands in the way and slows the whole process down, endangering our security. Let's be clear. To intentionally delay the confirmation of a critical Pentagon position, an expert on Russia at a time when we need her in the position most, just to score political points, is the definition of cynical, and it is actively making the American people less safe. Sadly, Ms. Wallander is far from the only nominee being held up by these obstructionists on the right. The junior senator from Arkansas has also placed blanket holds on a number of U.S. attorneys and U.S. marshals, men and women's whose job is literally to protect the public and prosecute criminals. If my Republican colleagues are so concerned about public safety, why are they standing in the way of confirming some of the most important law enforcement officers in the federal government? It's Alice in Wonderland logic. It's delay and for delay's sake, especially when new reasons keep coming up to justify these tactics. One reason's rebutted, and then another one comes up. It seems like some of these colleagues just want to obstruct to obstruct, oppose to oppose. Bad for America, bad for Democrats, bad for Republicans. Hijacking the rules of the Senate to place blanket holds on nominees has no legitimate justification. And when it comes to nominees tasked with advancing our national defense, our diplomacy, and our public safety, it only makes the American people less safe. As long as these delay tactics continue, we will continue to hold votes on these nominees as necessary. If that means more late nights with a large number of votes in one sitting, like we had to do over the last 2 weeks, then that's what we'll do. Now on lowering costs. In President Biden's first year, the economy added an amazing 6.6 million new jobs, the most ever for a president's first year. This figure surpassed just about every forecast from a year ago. It's a reflection of how far our economy has come since the start of COVID, and that the right leadership in office makes all the difference. But we all know Americans still need more help, especially when it comes to lowering the cost of living. Democrats know what the American people know. The pandemic decimated our supply chains, our labor supply, and much more, causing prices to increase for everyday items. We've never had a pandemic to this extent in 100 years, and obviously it interrupted the economy and its supply chains and labor supply. For the past year, Democrats have been the party focused on finding solutions to lower costs, to lowering the cost of living for everyday Americans. As early as last summer, Democrats pushed to have the Senate approve legislation to relieve U.S. supply chains and increase domestic manufacturing, which thankfully was bipartisan, and which the House passed recently as well. Soon the conference process for that bill will begin. But this is just one example out of many. For the past few years, I've heard from my colleagues about a number of proposals. For the past few weeks, I've heard from my colleagues about a number of proposals they've been working on aimed squarely at helping Americans better afford the basics, from medications to the cost of food, to the cost of cars, to more. Later today, Democrats will use our weekly caucus lunch to talk more about some of the ideas my colleagues are working on. Mr. President, lowering costs must be a bipartisan effort. Americans in states both blue and red, and in between, need relief as soon as possible. While many on the other side of the aisle have...
All right, everybody, we are now going out to Connecticut. Looks like this event is set and ready to go with the families, the attorney there of Sandy Hook family victims here, as they have reached a settlement with Remington, and now this announcement being made live right here on Live Now from Fox.
Can everyone please turn off their phones for silence?
So when the Sandy Hook families came to see us, it was about 9 years ago, and it was in the aftermath of shattering loss, and they were stunned, and they didn't know what to do or where to go. But they did know that they wanted to do one thing. They had the energy and drive and motivation to do one thing, and that was to do whatever they could so that other families, whether they are in a suburb or a township or a city, would not have to go through the kind of pain and loss that they had. That was an enormous and very solemn position to be in, to be asked by these families. It was an obligation, but it was also an enormous privilege. And my answer was, I don't know. Now, I didn't know anything about guns or gun law. I didn't even heard of this immunity. But I knew enough to never tell a client, oh yeah, we got this, no problem. And I also thought, wow, this is going to be an enormous effort. And then I thought, how can we not try? And actually, a lot of this was through the help of my dad, who passed away during this time, because he was always about that. We knew we had to start somewhere in terms of looking, to answer the question about what they could do. First, we had to figure out where to start. Where do you start? We knew it was partly about learning about the issues and doing our homework about the facts of the case. Because I didn't know there was an immunity law, I figured it was just general tort law, which we do every day, and that we could apply our collective creativity to figure out a way. I didn't know there were extra protections for this particular industry. So we had to do our homework on the facts, and we had to get to know the families, I thought. So, and I will admit that when I saw the weapon, and it is a weapon, it's not a firearm, it's not a modern sporting rifle, it's not a family Swiss Army knife, it's a combat weapon. It's a combat weapon. And when I saw it, I didn't know it was a combat weapon at the time. I just thought, what is that thing? I've never seen anything like it. So I figured I better do my homework and learn about it. We all did. And this is before we filed a lawsuit, of course, because you can't file a lawsuit unless you are confident that you have at least a plausible case. That is our obligation as officers of the court. So here's what you need to know about the AR-15 combat rifle. We had a document that is actually publicly available. And of course, I knew this was going to happen because it always does. But we had a document that really answered the question about what this is and what it isn't. And I'm showing you the document because if anybody tries to tell you the commercial AR-15 is not much more dangerous than a toaster or any other weapon even or firearm, you should have this at your disposal because this is the most independent, objective, and chilling evidence of what an AR-15 is. the Department of Defense document. Oh, yelling. So the Department of Defense did the goal of the military is to protect us, right? It's to preserve our freedoms abroad in battlefields and streets and jungles so that we can enjoy them, all of us can enjoy them. People who love guns and people who hate guns, and everybody in between can enjoy those freedoms here at home and can enjoy our way of life. And we are so fortunate to have a military that will fight and even die to protect those freedoms. And when it came to the military looking for the best weapon, the most lethal weapon, the most destructive weapon, and the weapon that could provide our soldiers, should they be forced to shoot and kill the enemies of our country and of our freedom, they chose the AR-15. They chose it. The greatest military in the world, which could have had any weapon, chose the AR-15. And they didn't only choose it, because the military is not going to invest millions of dollars into anybody who designs a weapon. The weapon is just a feat of technology coming out of the Armalite company. It's not, and it's a feat of technology, and there was a lot of competition here. But the military is not going to just go with it and give all our soldiers who are fighting to preserve our freedoms here any old weapon. So they tested it. They field tested it. And they tested it against notorious weapons, including the Thompson submachine gun, the Tommy gun, a weapon so dangerous that in 1934 was effectively outlawed. And you know who led the charge in that outlaw? The NRA. The NRA. And it was outlawed because gangsters like Pretty Boy Floyd and Al Capone were committing massacres in the streets. So everybody got together, even the gun industry. But they turned to the NRA to help ban, essentially, the idea was they wanted to ban the weapon, but they were worried they couldn't because of certain legal interpretations. So what they did is that wasn't PLACA. But what they did was they just taxed it into oblivion. So they made it absolutely unaffordable. And eventually it was banned, essentially the fully automatic weapons were banned. But the AR-15 is so lethal and deadly that it absolutely crushed the Tommy gun in these field tests essentially in Vietnam. That is how lethal it is. And the mainstay of the AR-15 is semi-automatic fire. There have been different versions that allow you to switch to automatic fire fully, then to something called burst fire, which allows for 3 rounds at a time to be discharged with one pull of the trigger. But in the field of battle, when our soldiers are laying their lives on the line, semi-automatic fire is almost universally preferred. And while they've gotten rid of they've switched from fully automatic to burst fire, it's still the mainstay is semi-automatic fire. So do not let anybody say, well, it's not a military weapon because it doesn't have a selector switch. It would be less lethal a weapon probably if it were fully automatic and not semi-automatic. All right, so I've made my point. This is a very detailed report. You can see it. I thought this was an anchoring. This enlightened, taught me about what the weapon was by the most independent, most reliable, and most objective source, our Department of Defense. And here it is being used. It's probably an M4. You see that's the AR-15 platform. That's recently in Afghanistan, probably. Couldn't swear to it, but it was from the jungles of Iraq to the streets of Fallujah, and right now, guess what? There are Ukrainian soldiers bunkered down, waiting for the world's second most powerful nation, and they are armed with AR-15s, Ukrainian version. All right. Now, we also knew we had to learn about the families, a little bit about the families. And so there are some freedoms. Why do people lay it on the line? Because there are freedoms worth fighting for and protecting, even if they're life-threatening situations on battlefields abroad. So I want to take just a glimpse to the families, not just these families who I love, but the people I never knew. And because they deserve to stand here and say, you know what? You know what? I got robbed. I got robbed. So let's go to just this. Where's this? This is Vicky Soto, okay? Obviously, her most elegant picture. Vicky was the oldest sister of Jillian and Carly and Matthew. And she was, you could see why a first grader might kind of want to be in her good graces and enjoy going to school. And on December 14, 2012, Vicky was all holiday spirit. She was, in fact, she was standing in the kitchen of their home where they all shared, right? And Donna, her mom's a nurse, and Vicky was already fully dressed with an outfit that she thought the kids would love, and that included boots with relatively, I don't know if they're high heels. They always explain to me as 2-inch heels. But what Vicky did, because Carly, her younger sister, was in high school and sleeping in the basement, what Vicky did was she made sure when she came down at 6 a.m. to stomp on the floor, because she knew it would shatter, Carly awake, and that was very pleasing to Vicky. And there she was in the pitch black. She lived in Stratford, so she had a long drive to the school, but she was always getting up in the dark and coming home in the dark. And she was really, really excited because the kids were making gingerbread cookies in her classroom. Very excited. This was all Vicky, and she had set it up like a perfect. Everybody had a schedule to come in because she didn't want all the kids and all the parents in the same time making gingerbread cookies. And that was Vicky. And we know because of what was blasting in the car that was picked up later, that all the way from Stratford to Sandy Hook, Vicky was blasting Michael Bublé's Christmas Carols. Christmas Carol. I never heard him, but apparently it was pretty loud. So that was what life. That's just a snapshot of what life looked like for one person, Vicky Soto. This is Lauren Rousseau. Lauren was sort of on her way. She was a hard worker, a hustler, somebody who didn't spend a lot of idle time sitting around and complaining about things. She was a hard worker trying to get through life early on, and she was trying to realize her I say trying to get through life. Her whole life was ahead of her. I don't mean it's like she was looking back. She was trying to find a job as a teacher because that was her lifelong dream, and she was also working at Starbucks at the same time. So on this day, she was called in as a substitute, which of course was great, because the normal teacher that would have been there that Friday had an appointment for an ultrasound who was pregnant. And so so Lauren said, oh, I'll take that. And she was super excited because that night she was going to see The Hobbit with her boyfriend. And they had even made Hobbit cookies the night before. That's what was going on in Lauren's life. This is Rachel Davino. Rachel was the forever student, right? Did she ever not go? Was she ever going to stop going to school? Rachel had just finished 2 days before her ABA, which is an Applied Behavioral Analysis certificate, and she was laying the foundation to ultimately get her doctorate. And she was so excited about the prospects of her future career. And she did something really I haven't heard of. I don't think I ever heard of anybody doing this. I've read about them. But she, on 2 days before, on the Wednesday before the 14th, she made a time capsule. And in the time capsule, and she did it with a friend, she wrote the following. It is my dream that you know my name as a leader in behavioral analysis for children and adults with autism. However, I will be thrilled if I make a few people have an easier, more enjoyable life. And that's what the world looked like to Rachel on that morning. And this is Mary. Bill, you here? Bill's wife of a long time. I don't want to embarrass him. Bill was standing at a Christmas party in upstate New York about in the 76, I think, 1976, and he was talking to a friend named John, and Bill, all of a sudden, this gorgeous woman walked in, and both young, and Bill was very distracted by what John was talking about, and he said, "Who's that? You know her?" And John turned around and goes, "Oh yeah, that's Mary Green. Forget about it. You got no chance." And there was Bill, 36 years and 3 days later, standing with his wife, Mary Sherlock, on his way to work, giving her a hug and a kiss. And Mary, by that time, had become a school psychologist. Oh, and then he left for work. That's what normal, everyday thing. And they were going to see each other anyway because she was taking a half day, and they were going to go up to Essex to visit some friends. And anyway, Mary was a school psychologist, and she just, it was all about the kids for her. And during her 18-year career, she had seen kids with all kinds of problems, developmental delays, getting bullied, all the types of things that happen in elementary school, and she loved it. And she was getting herself ready, I think that's been explained to me, to get into that next phase of her life, which was to become a grandmother. They had 2 daughters, and she was sort of trying not to pressure them, but biding her time. She was going to work another year at Sandy Hook, unless one of her daughters unless she had a granddaughter, whichever came first, she would probably have left Sandy Hook earlier so that she could jump into her role as a grandmother. And unfortunately, of course, she lost that opportunity. And but Bill didn't. So do granddaughters. This is Jesse Lewis. Jesse Lewis was, I think of him as kind of a Renaissance man. Maybe he doesn't look it in this picture. He looks like somebody you wouldn't want to be the goalie against at that age. But Jesse Lewis was a painter. Jesse Lewis was a fisherman. Jesse Lewis was an athlete. He loved animals. He helped his dad build Neil with repairs of trucks. And the night before, on the Thursday, but night before the 14th, Jesse Lewis and his dad went to pick out Christmas ornaments so that he could buy an ornament for his favorite teacher, Mrs. Soto. And also, then they went to Walmart, where Jesse pointed to all of the toys that he wanted. And they were Nerf guns, they were toy soldiers, everything military. Jesse loved the military, and he loved playing soldier. And the next day, it was a great day, because Fridays always were between Jesse and Neil, because they always went to a diner, and Jesse could always get his sausage and eggs. And it was his favorite breakfast, just to give it was the Misty Vale Diner. This is Dylan. Dylan, the morning of 12/14/12 started out with a major breakthrough for Dylan and his mom, Nicole. Dylan lived with Nicole and his dad Ian and his older brother Jake. And Dylan was a child with autism. And one of the things that his parents had been struggling with him on was his diet, which, let's just say, it was not a varied diet. And he had been refusing to eat anything but Cheerios with no milk for breakfast. Yeah, horrifying. And you could see why his mom, Nicole, was anxious to get him some nutrition. So for weeks, Nicole had been trying to get liquid vitamins down him, to have him take liquid vitamins through a dropper, and he was holding the line pretty firmly. But on that morning, she succeeded. And she felt good about it, and no doubt he felt good about it. It was a breakthrough. There's something that happened towards the end that is too heartbreaking to read. And I'm sorry, I just don't think I can read it. Noah, this is Noah this is on Wednesday. Noah was lighting the candles for the Jewish holidays. And he was excited about it. That's like a rite of passage for anybody to hold a candle that's actually on fire. And this is a photo taken by his dad, Lenny. Lenny and Veronique, his mother, were separated but co-parenting. And this was on a Wednesday, and when Veronique went to the house to deliver some food and other things for Noah, he brought her right over to the candles, and he said, "Guess what I did? Guess what I did? I lit the candles." And he was so proud. And the next day, then Veronique left. It's the last time she saw him. The next day on the way, Noah has a twin sister who was also at the Sandy Hook School, and also an older sister, Sophia. And the next day, it was Lenny's turn to drive them to Sandy Hook, and it was about a 20-minute drive. And the whole drive, they had Len in the front seat, he had 3 really small kids in the back, Noah, his twin sister, his older sister, who was really only 8, but she was technically older. And they were blasting Gangnam Style, which was a song that was very popular at the time. It was like a viral song. And every time this song ended, the kids would scream, "Play it again, play it again." And Len remembers very vividly the excitement and sort of disorganization of Noah bounding out on his way to school. A kid, he describes him as having a backpack on one shoulder. His coat was draped kind of sloppily over the other, and he was sort of a hot mess at the time. That was his memory of dropping off Noah. And then there is Daniel Barden. What can I say about Daniel Barden? That picture doesn't say, so I'm going to, next person. Daniel was a energetic, creative, social, and lovely child, and I never even met him. but on this morning, it was, again, there were little things that happened this morning that were a little different for everybody. But on this morning, Daniel got up super early, and he trailed his older brother, who he admired, out the door and was sort of like shuffling. And by the way, his older brother's name is James. And he followed James down the driveway, his little flip-flops and his pajamas. And they heard a pitter-patter, and Mark was with James. They turned around to, "Daniel, what are you doing up?" And then Mark, who's a musician, sat down with Daniel and started teaching him Jingle Bells. Daniel Daniel was pretty, I don't know if this is unusual for him, but he was very prepared for the holidays. He had written Santa a letter, and I'll just read it to you, it's not long. It said, "Dear Santa, I just hope you can let me see you with your reindeer. Merry Christmas." And then he added, "Please write back. I love you, Daniel." This is not funny. This is not funny. This problem we have is just not funny. This is Benjamin Wheeler. Things were a little hectic in the Wheeler household. Apparently, Francine, Benjamin's mom, and David, Francine's dad, had swapped cars the day before because I don't want to get into a marital issue here, spat, but basically, let's move on. But basically, David was frantically trying to go to work. He couldn't find his keys, so he got into Francine's car and he drove off. Unbeknownst to David was Benjamin's backpack in the back seat. And any parent knows that when a kid can't find his backpack, there is no worse thing that can happen. And so Francine, Benjamin's mother, sprung to action with her wonderful instincts and lovely instincts, and she knew she had to cheer up Benjamin. So after they dropped off Benjamin's idol and older brother Nate at school, Francine offered Benjamin what was, in my mind, a pretty obvious choice. Benjamin, you could either go home and wait for the bus, or you can come to Starbucks with me and get some hot chocolate. That's the essence of a no-brainer for a 6-year-old. And so they were sitting at Starbucks, and Benjamin sort of calmed down, and all of a sudden Benjamin said, do you know what I'm going to be when I grow up? An architect. And then he kept talking, as he was wont to do, and said, but I might also want to be a paleontologist like Nate wants to be. And Francine looked at Benjamin, and she said, Benjamin, you don't always have to do what Nate does. And of course, Benjamin said, wrong, basically. I'm always going to be with Nate. I love Nate, and I love you. And then Francine was sure warmed her heart. She said, I love you too. And then Ben said, can I borrow your iPhone? Such a kid thing to do, isn't it? He wanted to play a game on the iPhone. And after Starbucks, Francine drove Benjamin to the school, and her last words to him were, close the door. In about 5 minutes, an AR-15, a combat weapon, this is the AR-15 on the floor of the first grade classroom, was used not by a highly trained soldier, but by a deeply troubled kid. Not on a battlefield abroad, but in an elementary school at home. And not to preserve freedoms, but to eviscerate them. When we can take this out. When we first looked into the case, we thought it was really about the gun. And the gun is it has a role here. But there was a chilling part to what we learned that was comparable to this. And that was about greed. It was about greed. We always thought I thought the case was really about the gun, but it's just as much about greed. Once the AR-15 was adopted by the military, it was available to the civilian population. For decades, you could get an AR-15. For decades. But the market was kind of small. It was a very niche market. Why was the market small for an AR-15? Because nobody really felt they wanted one or needed one. Nobody had their identity caught up in whether they held an AR-15. Nobody was so fragile that they needed an AR-15 combat weapon to prove something. And a lot of people just didn't know enough or care enough to see if they could get one. However, there was a market of responsible people, a market of specialists, a market of people who knew what an AR-15 was and knew what the responsibility was of owning an AR-15. These were people maybe like target hunters or people on gun ranges, those kinds of things. For about 40 years, the market was small. In fact, Remington, which is an iconic American company, which I can, with some pride, real pride, talking about old Remington now, can say has deep roots here in Connecticut. There's a Remington factory in Bridgeport that that was very integral in the Remington brand. And for decades, Remington didn't sell an AR-15. In fact, when the DuPonts owned Remington, they didn't even sell handguns. They were content to carry on the tradition, the proud tradition of the country, which is very much part of who we are, of hunting, right? So the Remington was all about that tradition, safety, and they were, of course, they were interested in profit. But you know what they cared about just as much as profit? They cared about people. Starting with their own people, their employees. They were good to their employees. They wouldn't fire somebody who had been working there for 30 years simply because that person had a big salary and was starting to lose efficiency. And they were responsible. Remington was a very responsible company. What Remington proved is that you can be in the gun industry and be profitable and also be responsible. That's what they proved in almost 200 years, until they were taken over by Cerberus, which is a private equity firm in Midtown Manhattan. Greed kills. When the idea of private equity money going into the gun industry was novel, was creative, and turned out to be, for a while anyway, extremely successful. Extremely successful. It was, if you could take away everything else about it, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. The minds at this private equity firm looked at the landscape of the gun industry, and they didn't see big Fortune 500 company here, big Fortune 500 company there. This wasn't the oil industry where you have, my friend, I have somebody who knows more about this, but like that you have like all these different publicly traded companies. These were all small, privately owned niche companies, some of which were like Remington, built from the ground up by somebody who had skin in the game, who was proud of their product and good to their workers and responsible. People like the Bushmaster founder, Richard Dyke, who had built Bushmaster. And Bushmaster was a company that was selling and specialized in AR-15s. They were one of 5 or 6 companies, small companies, that made AR-15s at the time that this private equity firm got involved. And what private equity does, for those of you who didn't know it, I didn't know it's going to be a lesson in private equity and guns and gun. I mean, it was, but you go where the evidence takes you. And what private equity does is they look for these opportunities to take all these small little component parts and they roll them up, right? So instead of having 5 marketing departments, that you have 1. Instead of having 5 manufacturing plants, you have 1. And, you know, the obvious implications of that is you could do more with less and more effectively and spend less. And that's what they did. And the private equity firm, unlike Remington and Sons, which was built to provide value and something built by hand, and built in America, actually, also their hunting rifles, and was passed on in the family and to people who were treated like family. The private equity goal here was unabashedly, there was only one goal. Let's turn this gun, let's build a gun conglomerate and turn it into a $1 billion a year massive behemoth gun industry, gun company. And that was pretty much unheard of. Even the publicly traded companies were probably not the size of that goal was set to meet. And when you're building a market, marketing was also a big part of this case. We're moving on, in essence, from the gun to these other principles of fair dealing, these principles of responsibility. And while you could say that some gun companies don't have, with some argument that the gun companies don't show a lot of responsibility, what about the private equity firms that that take homegrown operations and they strip them of all their personality in the effort to make money. And so when these two things collided with Cerberus, in about 2005, roughly, when this was all brewing, there were about 100,000 AR-15s sold in America. In 2012, the year of the Sandy Hook, there were over 2 million. There were over 2 million. What an incredible accomplishment. How do you take, I mean, first of all, it's hard enough to make a new product and tell people they need it, they should want it, that they are not, that there's some attraction to it that's going to cause them to want the weapon, in this case a weapon. But how do you take a product that's just been sitting there and do that? That's masterful. That's masterful. And they did it in a very smart way. First they knew they had a built-in customer base of gun owners, because gun owners are whatever the stat is, 40% of people own guns, something like that. Don't quote me on that. But they had an established customer base. But obviously those customers hadn't been enticed to buy an AR-15, because their natural instincts would be, why do I need that? I've got my hunting rifle, I've got my home defense, gun or shotgun. I don't need I don't need to play military in my neighborhood. Why do I need that? So that was one of their target. But if you could convince them to buy one, what a boon that would be, considering, just do the numbers, it's all math. And then their second goal was to try to find a market that had not been exposed to guns yet. Not the older, established gun purchaser, but a new market of young people who had never owned a weapon. They call this in marketing targeting an end user. Targeting an end user. This is what I learned. And targeting an end user, somebody explained it to me like this. Our kids probably, if you have kids, somewhere along the lines, they were interested, we wanted something from the Disney Corporation. The Disney Corporation is not targeting us, right? They're targeting our kids. We are the purchaser, but we're just the vessel that delivers the money to Disney. We are being pushed by our kids, and we want to do our kids, we try, within some moderation, but you get the picture. They target the end user, and they were very specific about targeting this market. And because, how do you target people who have never owned a weapon? You have to do this, you have to convince them they need it. The younger male demographic, tap into their anxieties about masculinity. Tap into their feelings of aggrievement or insecurity. Maybe you're tapping into their lack of being physically strong. Tell them that this weapon conveys power and masculinity. You bet, you know what, if somebody had offered me something that conveyed power and masculinity, even today I would take it. But back then I would definitely take it. I would take that in a heartbeat. I would take it in a heartbeat. And I bet you all know people like this who would grab that opportunity. And they did it in many different ways. Very clever, very orchestrated. So let's show the old Bushmaster. First of all, they had rolled up Bushmaster. One of the problems is they had 4 companies that were all selling AR-15s. Or 3 of them were. So anyway, this is an old-fashioned Bushmaster marketing. Now, if a troubled young person who probably shouldn't have a weapon in their hands looks at this, no problem. This ain't a sale, right? But what about the responsible gun owner that we always hear about? That apparently is the iconic gun owner that the industry is seeking. Well, the responsible gun owner could say, I want an AR-15, look at these specifications, and this is how the engagement happened, right? This is Bushmaster before the acquisition. And this is going to be, you're not going to get the off the chart sales that they were looking for to make their $1 billion. But you are going to get a customer who has a natural desire for a weapon and has the inclination to get it. Next. Here's what they did one of the things they did, because they were capitalizing on the ability to reach directly around the parents into the bedrooms of children and teenagers and young adults, and they knew it. They knew it. We know they know it. We know they know it. And all they were really doing, in fairness, was using the modern means of communication to reach a target audience. So these are just examples of banners they used. Jeff stayed at home to watch Mamma Mia with his fiancée instead of coming to poker night with the boys. And Jeff is a crier. And what they would do with this particular man card campaign is you could also, I don't think we have it on here, but you could also report somebody. So if somebody was not a man, you could turn in your friends and say this, and then you would enter their email addresses, and no doubt you would get you'd plant their email, and then you would be delivering to Bushmaster, which was one of the brands of this conglomeration that became Remington. They would have that person's email in it for marketing purposes. You could report your friend for not being a man because they don't own a book. And Bushmaster wanted to know that because now they're like, okay, think about that for a second. You've been reported by your friend. Maybe you're not somebody who would normally want to be interested in a weapon like this, but your friend has just turned you in. He thinks you're a wimp. And you see your lifeline to masculinity. It was actually really smart, wasn't it? It was really smart. Take away everything else, it was really smart. All right. And then everybody's seen this. This is with the payoff that you would get. And it's a good thing all these families are sitting down. The thing is that Cerberus, who was sort of the oversight, but it was really through a holding company called Freedom Group, which became Remington. Forget unnecessary complications. But what they did was they were so successful at sort of raising this product from the ashes, and the sales were going through the roof. And what happens it's like when you see the stock, when somebody sees a stock going up, they want to be part of it. They want to rush in, right? And that's exactly what happened. All of their competitors were saying, hey, you know that dusty old AR-15 that nobody wanted? It's a cash cow. It's a cash cow. And we know this. We know this because you can see it in the sales charts. Because this is an industry that tracks what each other's doing like no other industry. Everybody knows everybody else's business. And they sort of look over. And so, for example, Smith & Wesson, seeing this explosion in sales, which was also very much the product of the stoking of the fear of President Obama taking everybody's guns. Smith & Wesson, which was one of the competitors of this gun conglomerate, who had also never sold an AR-15, got into the AR-15 game. And just I think it's appropriate to say, and we all know that the Smith & Wesson product was used, an AR-15, by another troubled young man in Parkland. And it is likely that Smith & Wesson never would have made an AR-15 to market to kids or young adults like this, had this effort not been so successful. But think about what happens, the basic supply and demand. Think about what happens now. Everybody's rushing in. There had been about 6 or 7 before Cerberus started, companies that were making AR-15s before, all very small. By 2009 and 10, there were like 31 companies making AR-15s. Now, what happens when you have this onslaught of supply and the president that you were saying was going to take away everybody's guns doesn't? then you have a problem with demand. And how do you start out, now that all these players have rushed in, by distinguishing your product, your brand from the others? Marketing. Marketing. It's the only way. You know why? All AR-15s function the same. They all function the same. I'm sure you get somebody to say, well, the guy doesn't know what he's talking about. This one has this thing. They are all functionally equivalent. So the only way to distinguish it is with marketing and branding. And with the intense competition, they had to take that next step. They had to cash in on their, Bushmaster in particular was the brand associated with things that are not legal, for example, like combat, for civilians. You can't, combat is not a legal thing to engage in with a AR-15 in our streets and neighborhoods. Assaultive kind of things, and all these slogans, and they will tell you this is made for hunting, but where's the animal? Where's the animal in this? They will tell you it's made for target shooting. Really? They will tell you it has all these different things that it doesn't have, and that's why nobody bought this product except for a small niche of people, because they knew what the weapon was for, and whatever that purpose was, it wasn't any of those things. And but to distinguish, so what they did was again, another brilliant idea. They started a sister kind of product called the Adaptive Combat Rifle, and to distinguish the Bushmaster brand. And if you're going to buy, branding is important, because if I'm going to buy, to use our friend Dylan's favorite cereals, Cheerios, and there's a Honey Nut Cheerios, I'm in, right? So the Honey Nut Cheerios branding is working on me to buy Cheerios. The regular Cheerios is cross-branding. So the Bushmaster brand was carving out this niche market. And so they upped the ante. So that's another Bushmaster ad. I will just point out that's a lone gunman. That's a lone gunman, and this is, and so getting this type of thing out to the commercial market is just, it just is what it is. You can see it. It's in plain sight. And this is what, in furtherance of their branding. So, but to distinguish themselves on the ACR, they went the next level. First of all, they developed something. First of all, it's called an adaptive combat rifle. To your friends and neighbors, they will sell you an adaptive combat rifle. Just stop right there and think about that. First of all, why would they? And look at the messaging: clear the room, cover the rooftop, rescue the hostage. Do I even need to put out the man card that is conferred? They're not selling. This is not marketing to the military. The military doesn't need man cards. They don't need man cards. And the executives at this organization would refer to the people who they were targeting with Bushmaster and their sister DPMS as wannabes. And if you think about the implications of clearing the room, I mean, what message could they possibly sending that is lawful? What message? Forces of opposition bow down. You have been single-handedly outnumbered. It is true that during this marketing and this effort to make $1 billion, largely on the backs of the AR-15 and military combat weapons, there had not been as many school shootings, of course, as there are today. However, wasn't everybody around at Columbine? Wasn't everybody around at Virginia Tech? Why would you make a weapon to have people force oppositions bow down if that could happen? And why would you market it to the target audience they were marketing it to if you were a responsible company, let alone Remington never did this with their hunting rifles. And this is a little bit of I would say it's sort of the pièce de resistance. What was that? Pièce de resistance. Remington got really lucky having developed an association with Activision in the enormously successful Call of Duty franchise. And this was one of those modern ways to market a weapon to circumvent the traditional barriers of children that you would have with children, because children aren't going to march into a gun store and order a gun magazine, right? And teenagers, I would say. But this is a way to reach underage people as well as lawfully aged people with marketing, and it's so effective. It's so effective. And actually, there were naysayers at Remington who said, I don't know. They were amazed. They were amazed at how lifelike this was. And there was one comment that was made was, we used to have to get people out to the gun range to show that our weapons had little recoil. You don't need to do that anymore. And when a 12-year-old made a replica of a functioning ACR, this is, anyway, when a family, this is my hook, I guess I'm getting, but when everybody was like, yay. But when the families, they saw the pay dirt, in this. And they feature, of course, there's no controlling what message this reaches. And they understood that people who playing the game, who would experience this rifle, would then go online to look at the product. And that's by their own admission, essentially. Okay. So that's enough of a background, but so many, we hear about these things, and we think of them out theoretically, like what is the weapon, what does the market have to do it. It really doesn't, until you see the whole picture, for me at least, it didn't really add up. And that's when I realized that we had a problem with greed and irresponsibility going all around in this case. If this wasn't the gun industry, but literally any other industry, nobody would have sort of batted an eyelash when we filed this lawsuit on behalf of these wonderful families. Nobody, because you would have said, of course the people who were pushing this should be held accountable, or at least of course you should have the right to investigate and look into whether the conduct, as we all do. This is the great equalizer. And I was thinking, yeah, of course. And then somebody pointed out to me that there was actually a law that was different for the gun industry than anybody else. So after finally feeling some comfort about, I'm not just going to be me and all my colleagues, because this is, if ever there was a team effort, it's been this one, but that we had a legal problem here, that we're practicing lawyers have been around for a while. We were practicing in 2005. None of us had ever heard of this law. But apparently in 2005, the NRA went to Congress and basically asked Congress for a favor. They said they wanted protections where people were injured or killed by their guns, even if the industry or the company did something wrong. They wanted special protections. And of course, our whole judicial system has developed over a long period of time to create a balance between the rights of individuals and the rights of companies, as it should be. And it's worked out, right? So we all know that this is important, to hold corporations accountable, and that also creates better conduct. And when Congress was asked to choose between the ordinary rights of families have to pursue just cases and hold industries accountable on the one hand, and the bottom line of the gun industry on the other, Congress, which could have said no, they could have said let the regular rules apply, Congress put its thumb on the bottom line of the gun industry. And of course, that made the industry very happy. But it did something worse. It gave the industry a perception that nothing they did could ever be evaluated. Nothing that they did could ever be subject to scrutiny. Nothing they did could ever lead to liability. And that made gun companies a very nice, tidy partnership for insurance companies. What's better for an insurance company than collecting a premium that you don't think you have to pay out on? And what is more dangerous than any industry believing that they can do whatever they want if profit is the only motive? that they have no skin in the game, no responsibility to families of people injured. The laws don't apply to them. And that perception, I think, is the worst thing about PLACA that was done. We met some really good people who were in the gun industry. I liked them. I saw fathers and grandfathers. Even the executives that I would be prone not, whatever, I would have had a sort of a hesitancy. I saw human beings. But when human beings are gathered together simply to make profit, and they don't believe that they can be held responsible for anything, bad things happen. And that's what happened. And today we're here, believe it or not, after that, to report a settlement in this case. A settlement in this case, which, I'll be honest, I'm not sure I always, I had some cold feet going into the case, which is not for today's purposes, but here we are. But even, but we, during the odyssey that this case has been in, we established what was clearly true, which is that PLACA is a barrier, but PLACA is not bulletproof. The immunity protecting the gun industry is not bulletproof. And if anything comes out of this case, and the families pray and hope that it will, it's to have what happened to them happen to other people is just too shattering. But if anything that will do that, I think it's that it has shattered that perception. And the gun industry, we hope the gun industry takes this under advisement. We hope they realize that they have skin into the game. Instead of blaming literally everybody else, school systems for not having security to defend against their weapons, mentally disabled people like Dylan Hockley, and law enforcement that doesn't do a good enough job protecting us from their products, and basically literally everybody else. We are just, the ask here is very humble. What can you do? What can you do? How can you help? How can you help fix this? Everybody else is trying. There was hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, invested in school security. The schools are trying. It's time to stop, saddling everything on mentally ill people as if there is one mentally ill person and that's the same as every other mentally ill person.
And we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
That's easy. That's what a friend of mine would say, sleeves off the vest. It's such low-hanging, and it's not a new law. You're in charge of that. Do it. Do it tomorrow, and tell us about it. The families would be so heartened to hear that. That's a first step, but not a last. And insurance companies, it's time for you to start treating gun industry like you treat me every time I get a speeding ticket. You're all over me. You raise my rates, you send me to class. That doesn't happen, but theoretically. Where's the oversight? Have you ever heard of an insurance company standing behind an insured that has no care whatsoever for the risk they're creating? And not only that increases the risk of things going bad? Where's the oversight? This can be done. This can be done. This is not the end of times for the gun industry. The gun industry will always be part of our culture. It will always be there. Take the lessons of old Remington. Know your people. Treat them well. One thing I forgot to mention is that, among other things, they just summarily fired people, closed up shop. Know one guy who we met, 30 years on the job at Remington, Tuesday, just a regular day, take your stuff, you're out. The settlement that, as I understand it, has not been reported. As many of you may know, Remington, during the pendency of this litigation, went essentially bankrupt not once, but twice. That's what happened when after Cerberus got involved. A 200-year company in pretty short order, 2 bankruptcies. And we had nothing to do with that. Which also tells you that maybe all this effort maybe there's a downside, maybe it doesn't make sense. They did it to themselves. And because they were bankrupt, we were limited in the amount of damages that could be recovered. But this case was never about damages from the point of view, damages is typically is what lawyers refer to, that's how they call money, compensation. But this case was never about damages in the sense of compensation. It was about damages in the sense of forcing change. It was about damages in the sense of realizing the goals of these families to do whatever they can to help prevent the next Sandy Hook. And if there's any message that you get after learning about all this is they don't care about it's money that gets their attention. It's money that gets any industry's attention, especially this industry that is so not used to parting with it, and especially those who underwrite the industry, like the insurance companies. So it was really important that they get damages, and it was really important that they get a lot of damages, because it has to be something that gets the attention of this industry and it's in the insurance and banking industries. But that was limited because of the bankruptcy. The total amount of insurance available to these families was $73 million. That's what the insurance companies paid. They were looking at the same evidence we were. So the settlement is $73 million. That's all there was. That's all there was. You really have not had, you're really in a situation that's very unique when you experience something like somebody being told they're getting a certain amount of money, a lot of money, and having that hurt. These families, they would pay everything. They'd give it all back just for 1 minute. That would be true justice. But the other thing I just have to mention is that they would have told these insurance companies to pound sand if it was just them offering the money and trying to move on. From the beginning, it was not about money. It was about finding out, getting answers, learning about these decisions. And the linchpin of this settlement is that it allows these families the rights to share the information as to what they learned with the public. And so much is happening so quickly. You can imagine there are hundreds of thousands of documents. I would say stay tuned, but I mean, that's not what today is about. And I'm just going to finish up. It's really rare to do something as a lawyer in a law firm. Where's my lawyer? Where the public actually is like, oh, wow. Let's put it this way. You don't get a lot of love letters as a lawyer. And I think, we've heard, and when we filed this case, we heard from so many people of goodwill. Of course, we had the expected, people who weren't thrilled with the case. But we got so much an outpouring of support. And from doctors, from trauma surgeons who were just sick and tired of being devastated by seeing wounds that were battlefield wounds in children and young adults and teenagers and grandparents. And people wanted to send us money. Imagine somebody wanting to send a lawyer money. I've never heard of such a thing. You know you're doing something pretty good when that happens. And I just want to read a letter I got to you from somebody named Abigail from Minnesota. Abigail wrote, Regarding Donna Soto et al. Versus Bushmaster Firearms, I read of your suit in the New York Times, and I'm enclosing a small check to be placed towards the attorney's fees. Thank you for taking this on. If we don't tilt at windmills, we will never topple them. This is important work, and the community of Newtown are not forgotten. And she sent a check for $25, which I actually haven't cashed, but if anybody has and I may have just lost, but here it is. You don't have to see it, just take my word for it. There's a check in here for $25. So this world has a lot more Abigails. There's a lot of Abigails out there. You may not hear from them, but they're out there. So now I'll turn it over to the families. Finally, okay, it's time to bring it to an end. And this is who you really need to listen to. I'm just so honored that they have the courage to get up here. Hannah Davino would like to say a few words about her sister Rachel.
Rachel was one of a kind. She always stood up for what was right. From a very young age, she faced adversity with grace. Rachel was... Thank you. Rachel was really beginning her life when she was murdered. She was taking fertility tests to make sure she didn't need to go to the doctor to have children. Her boyfriend was going to propose to her on Christmas, and she never got the chance to see her engagement ring, which was her grandmother's. And I will never forget walking into the funeral home and seeing her in her casket. We had an open casket funeral, and her friends worked tirelessly to make sure that we didn't see the remnants of what happened to her. But you could still tell with the veil on her head and the box on her chest and them hiding her right hand, or her left hand, and putting her engagement ring on her right hand, that what she went through was brutal. The medical examiner could not be certain if she was shot 9 or 11 times due to ricochets and re-entry wounds. And this was only her second week of school at Sandy Hook School. This should not have happened, and it should not happen to anybody else. Thank you.
This is a picture of Rachel, and we still feel her spirit, but every single day we miss who Rachel would be.
Good morning. I'd like to preface my statement by saying that my heart goes out to the parents of the Parkland victims. They marked a terrible anniversary yesterday, 4 years. I thought December 14th, 2012 would be just an ordinary day in a string of ordinary days. But my little boy, Noah, never came home from school that day. I invite you all to imagine, one moment we had this dazzling, energetic 6-year-old little boy, and the next, all we had left were echoes of the past, photographs of a lost child who will never grow older, calendars marking a horrifying new anniversary, and a lonely grave and pieces of Noah's life now stored in boxes and in his school backpack. Every day is a realization that he should be here, yet he's not. Those of you who have never lost a child don't want to imagine, and those who have know what I mean. What is lost remains lost forever. Today marks an inflection point
when our duty of care to our children as a society finally supersedes the bottom line of an industry that made such an atrocity as Sandy Hook possible to begin with. Today is a day of accountability for an industry that has thus far enjoyed operating with immunity and impunity. And for this, I am grateful. Thank you.
Hi. A little over 9 years ago, I saw my two children get onto a school bus. Just another normal Friday at the start of a busy holiday season. I was excited to see my youngest, Dylan, later that afternoon, knowing I'd be going to his classroom to make gingerbread houses. We never made a gingerbread house, and Dylan never came home. The next time I saw him was in his casket, where I was able to hold his hands but not touch his body, which had been shot 5 times, killing him instantly in his first grade classroom. We moved our family from England to America because of our belief in the American dream, the land of possibilities, where a brighter future was achievable for our children and where Dylan could receive the best support for his autism. Less than 2 years after moving to Newtown, our dream turned into the American nightmare, where for too many, the right to bear arms is a higher priority than the right to life. Our nightmare is the same as that of far too many families who have suffered death by firearms. Our hope to create change is also shared by those families. Nobody wants to experience what we live with every day. After Dylan's murder, I made a very early promise to do everything in my power to honor his short life by creating change that would save the lives of other children and prevent mass shootings like the one that destroyed our family. This lawsuit has been part of that promise. When we first started speaking to different law firms about our ideas, we kept hearing it was impossible, an unwinnable case, that firearm manufacturers were immune, untouchable, and that though they expressed their deepest sympathies for our loss, there was nothing they could do. Josh Koskoff and his firm were different. The only ones that believed in the art of the possible, or maybe didn't realize what they were stepping into. It was that one. It was that one. I'm trying to do you a good one here, Josh. But they believed there was a way to crack the gun industry's impenetrable armor. And I'm grateful for the other law firms that also stepped up to support this case in so many ways. For 8 long years, we've continued our fight to hold Remington accountable for its role in prioritizing profit above safety and using reckless marketing techniques to appeal to at-risk and violence-prone young men. Marketing that is targeted those that want to appear more intimidating, more powerful, and more masculine through the use of their AR-15. The thousands of internal documents obtained in discovery for this paint a picture of a company that lost its way, choosing more aggressive marketing campaigns for profit with no thought to the impact on their intended target user, and we can't wait to share those documents. The Sandy Hook shooter chose the AR-15 for his massacre because of its ability to inflict the most lethal damage in the shortest amount of time. It's not a useful weapon for hunting or for self-defense. It was designed to kill quickly and efficiently. The Sandy Hook shooter helped fulfill that purpose, shooting 154 bullets in less than 5 minutes and killing 26 innocent people, including my 6-year-old son. The gun industry has been shielded from being held accountable for their part in these tragedies. Today, that changes. Gun manufacturing will continue. People will still purchase firearms, and I hope they continue to use these weapons safely and responsibly. But this victory, this landmark historic victory, sends a forceful and compelling message to manufacturers and to the insurance and banking industries that support them. This is a high-risk market, It is not profitable, and you will be held accountable. Nothing will bring Dylan back. The closest I get to him now is by kissing his urn every night, telling him I love him and I miss him. But I made him a promise, and I'll keep working to deliver that promise for the rest of my life. My hope for this lawsuit is that by facing and finally being penalized for the impact of their work, gun companies, along with the insurance and banking industries that enable them, will be forced to make their practices safer than they've ever been, which will save lives and stop more shootings. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Bill Sherlock. My wife, Mary, was the school psychologist, as we talked about earlier. And after 36 years and 3 days, we hugged and kissed, and I went to work, and that was it. At the beginning of this whole process, I really felt like Don Quixote de la Mancha. We didn't know what to go after or how to go after it, but we knew we needed to concentrate on two distinct areas. One was the marketing campaigns, which we found out and we saw a little bit of today, and we will see more, as to how egregious and amoral they were in their practices. That's one of the main reasons why there's now a crack in the foundation of PLACA, which leads us to the second part of the equation, and that is it's going to cost a lot more money these days if you're a gun manufacturer. The days of easy premiums with no claims is over. And much like, everybody has kids, they all rack up a car every once in a while. What happens? Your premiums go up. They go up even if you have a clean record. I got down to one person and 3 cars, and I was like, how come my insurance rates don't come down? I can't drive 3 cars at one time. And they're like, that's just the way it is. Well, that's changed now for anyone in the gun industry. Like many of the people up here, my experience with guns prior to Sandy Hook was minimal. I grew up in the country. I knew people had guns because they hunted. And I started to think about that. In order to hunt and make it sporting, there's restrictions. You can use a shotgun, but you can't use a rifle. There's a restriction on the ammunition. Oh, and by the way, you have to take a safety course because you have to get a license in order to hunt. Okay, that gives Bambi a sporting chance. You go in and you buy one of these weapons, and if you're at a federal place, you have to go through a background check. Some of them can be pretty quick, but for the most part, in many cases, you walk out with the gun. You're all set to go. Well, hold on a second. Here's the ammunition you want for this, and this is the key to this. As opposed to a handgun, the ammunition that goes into one of these killing machines it's lighter, but it travels 3 times as fast as a handgun bullet. When that bullet hits a body, it cavitates, it spins, it creates a vacuum. Any organs that are near it explode as a result of that vacuum. It hits the femur, and whereas a regular bullet basically would stop at the femur, this bullet will take out the femur, shatter it, and anything that's close to it. So be advised if you're in this business, and again, we've tilted at windmills here, and I could never tell you I thought I'd see this day. And it's not going to bring Mary back. It's not going to bring any of these kids back. But the cost of business is going to go up substantially, and you will be held accountable in many of your practices. And for Josh and his firm, I can't tell you how impressed I am with each and every individual one of them through this whole process. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello,
My name is Matthew Soto, and when I was 15, my sister Vicky was murdered in her first grade classroom. We've heard stories that she was a phenomenal first grade teacher who, the morning of December 14th, was getting ready to make gingerbread houses with her first grade students. Many parents were on their way in to help make these gingerbread houses with their children for the holiday spirit. We have spent countless holidays, family parties, birthdays without Vicky, missing Vicky, because of what happened on December 14th. We launched this lawsuit for accountability. We wanted to know just how pervasive the advertisements from these gun manufacturers went, and the things that we found were horrific. The gun manufacturers knew that they were advertising a dangerous product, and they exploited these dangers. Simply put, they prioritized their profits over the safety of Americans. Whether it was telling men that they needed a man card, or making sure their weapons appeared in the latest first-person shooters, they did everything that they could for these guns to be in front of everyone. When things were not going well, the industry tried to rebrand the name that was associated with the slaughter of countless Americans by changing it from the AR-15 to the modern sporting rifle, a slap in the face to all victims who have been previously killed with the same exact weapon. Although Vicky is gone, her legacy lives on through the foundation we created in her memory, and through efforts like this that ensure that no family will have to go through what we had to go through. We hope this lawsuit sends a message to gun manufacturers, insurance companies, and the banks that support them that you can be held liable for these products that you are selling. We hope that our lawsuit sends a message to the gun industry that they are not untouchable, and that our lawsuit is just the start of things. Thank you.
As we continue to listen to these devastating testimonies from families, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. You are watching Live Now from Fox.
Is not about honoring our son Benjamin. We honor Ben in many ways. We tell stories about him, about how he wanted to be an architect, how he loved lighthouses, and had an energy that could make the house sound like a room full of people, and how he loved his big brother, his grandparents, his cousins, his aunts and uncles, and his friends. We also honor Ben through our own creativity, our writing, our music, our speaking, our foundation, Ben's Lighthouse, and the way we live our lives. But today is not about honoring Ben. Today is about how and why he died. Today is about what is right and what is wrong. Today is about the last 5 minutes of his life, which were tragic, traumatic, and the worst thing that can happen to a child, and how they unfolded as they did. Our legal system has given us some justice today, but as I told Josh Koskoff a few weeks ago, David and I will never have true justice. True justice would be our 15-year-old, healthy and standing next to us right now. But Benny will never be 15. He will be 6 forever because he is gone forever. Today is about what is right and what is wrong. Thank you.
We're standing here because Ben isn't. He'd be tall, probably with tousled brown hair, and probably lanky, probably skinny. But as Francine said, he's 6. He's 6 forever, under a granite stone in Newtown Cemetery. When you lose a kid at an age like that, 6 years is not enough time to take all the photographs and videos that you need to last for the rest of your life. One of the reasons Ben's not here is because some people made a decision, driven by an increased desire for profits and a fear of a shrinking market share, to focus their advertising on young men, to sell them their product, the most intentionally lethal consumer product our species has ever devised. Think about this for a second. Does Honda market their incredibly powerful open-wheel Formula One race cars to young drivers, inexperienced drivers, and tell them that if they buy the product, they'll be able to dominate the public roads and highways? Do they do that? Do the makers of hunting knives and compound bows imply in their advertising to young hunters that they can turn those weapons on other human beings and that buying them and using them will bring them power and glory? No. But that's what the firearms industry did. They behaved irresponsibly to make more money, and their corporate partners turned the other cheek. Today is an example of our system working. An example of the process that, while lengthy, it makes it clear to the manufacturers of these products that if you want to sell them, you must do it in a reasonable and responsible way. And it makes clear to the banks who fund them and the insurance companies that cover them that there will be a steep price for irresponsible behavior. Our son Ben didn't behave irresponsibly on December 14th. He went to school. And now he's gone. And we're here because we want to make sure that another father and another mother don't have to stand here Sunday. Thank you.
Every time these families speak, I think, you don't need a lawyer. I just want to, it's important, I know it's really important, I just want to take a quick moment because I know everybody's got questions and we're going to answer as many questions as we can. I heard my name a lot there and I was forced to correct a record here. I wouldn't be, there was a whole bunch of us, okay? This wasn't my show. Sometimes maybe I acted like it, but, and I just want to recognize, first of all, those people very briefly. I told you we had a great help from the non-legal community. We also had great help from the legal community, which I want to recognize as well. But first and foremost, my incredible partner, Eleanor Sterling, who, I don't know how she puts up with me, but she is responsible for us standing here as much, or I would say more than I am. I'll have to give it up because I'm on the record. We wouldn't be standing here. It's just not even a question. Our former colleague, Katie Mesner-Hage, who went with me to that Danbury office that day when we said, we got to do this. I probably wouldn't, she had the fortitude to lock herself in a room over a weekend and she drafted the best complaint I've ever seen in my life. The best. We would not be here but for Katie. My incredible colleague, Jeff, in no particular order, Jeff Wisner, Lorena Thompson now, as of recently. Also worked tirelessly, Jeff risking his life to deliver the complaint to a marshal who may or may not have been drunk.
That's a news conference right there in Connecticut there with the big settlement there. Sandy Hook families reached $73 million with the gun manufacturer Remington. We've been listening to those horrible, horrible stories from the family members that forever have lost their loved one because of that shooting incident that took place back in 2012, forever changing their lives and their family lives forever. And that's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We have been bringing you this news conference for the past hour and a half here, and we didn't deviate and we didn't show you other things. We just try to show you things that are happening in real time, and this is one of the great examples of what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll get to some other news here of the day. We'll actually take you out to Michigan, where there is a similar event going on, where there is a community group effort to make guns safer. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. We are learning that 3:30 Eastern today, President Biden will finally be talking about the Russia-Ukraine tensions, and he'll be providing an update and giving us all of that in real time right here at 3:30 Eastern. We'll feature that for you, LiveNowFox.com. In the meantime, everyone, I want to show you the markets here up big, considerable from yesterday that we were seeing the down days there, but up 345 points there in the green. We'll continue to take a look at it right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also expecting President Biden at the top of the hour. He is just going to be talking about with legislators from across the country, and we'll monitor that. If there's any news, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But another big event that we are keeping an eye on at the top of the hour, we will be getting an update news conference regarding the Rust movie shooting. Remember that Alec Baldwin shooting that turned deadly, the actor killing someone in an accident. We'll be getting an update on the very latest with that, so keep an eye on that. It's going to be a fast-moving hour coming up here on Live Now from Fox. We're glad that you're with us here today. Let's go out to Michigan right now, where we are getting an update from community members. You see they have the signs there, Safe Michigan, talking about better gun laws on the books there in Michigan. Let's listen to that right here on Live Now from Fox.
More than 8 months since we introduced the legislation, June 17th, last summer actually, in both the House and the Senate, that if we had acted on it, could have made a difference that day. Our secure firearm storage bills, that's Senate Bills 550 to 553 and House Bills 5066 to 5069, are what we're here to talk about today. These bills would require guns to be stored safely to prevent injury and provide criminal penalties if failure to safely store that gun results in injury or death. Specifically, guns would have to be secured in a lockbox in a location a reasonable person would think was secure, or securely locked with a locking device. We're all safer when guns are stored, unloaded, locked, and separated from ammunition. To speak on these proposed policy issues, we have several important speakers with us today. So first, I would like to introduce our Michigan Attorney General, Dana Nessel. AG Nessel has long advocated for common sense gun legislation, not just through her platform here in Michigan, but through several multi-state actions her department has signed onto under her leadership. Those actions have supported gun safety laws across the country. AG Nessel understands that safety measures do not infringe on a person's right to bear arms, but recognize the responsibility that comes with owning a firearm. We appreciate her support of this legislation and hope our partnership will lead to real change for Michiganders. With that, Attorney General.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Thank you for everyone who is here today for this incredibly important message that we're trying to convey to people all around our state. And thanks especially, of course, to Senator Bayer and to Representative Manoogian for organizing this opportunity. And thank you to John Gold for being here today as well. And I'd especially like to thank Rena St. Juliana for her bravery and her courage in being here today. We had an opportunity to speak at my office as well as with several other kids that were there that fateful day in Oxford, and parents and teachers, and it was so informative for me. So first, though, let me say a few words about gun safety. It remains unconscionable that our gun laws do not include common sense safety measures. Thoughts and prayers ultimately fall very short, and we must act properly to address gun violence in our schools, which is why I wholeheartedly support safe storage legislation. We fail as leaders if our response to this tragedy in Oxford is just more of the status quo. And I will continue to work with our partners in the legislature to make sure we get this done for our kids, for our educators, and for all our communities. We absolutely need to prioritize our kids over our guns, and that requires us to pass laws that require safety measures that are followed when guns are around children. Simple as that. The bills currently in the legislature would require safe storage of a firearm where children are present. I mean, how hard is that? It's the right thing to do, and I'm committed to working with my legislative partners to see this delivered to the governor and signed into law. I had a conversation just this morning with Wayne County Prosecutor Kim Worthy about this issue. She's really been on the forefront of safe storage laws for many years and trying to convince others with the Prosecuting Attorneys Association to do the same. So I asked her if she would provide me with just a few statistics of what she's seen just in Wayne County. Since 2019, she's had over 30 cases that involve death or serious injury to children based on failure to properly secure weapons. In 2021, 12 of those alone. Just since this year, it's February 15th, just since this year, 3 cases. And these are all either deaths or serious harm that has come to children as a result of the failure to properly secure firearms. But these are not just statistics. They're not just numbers. These are children. And in many cases, these are dead children who didn't need to die when their deaths were entirely and easily preventable. And in the wake of the recent school tragedy in Oxford, we need legislation like this now more than ever. It will save lives, and it could prevent a tragedy of this sort happening again. Of course, we also need to enforce laws that are currently on the books that punish those who post threats on social media or call in threats of violence at or near a school. In recent weeks, we've seen a marked increase in threats of violence that have been reported in schools around Michigan. And local law enforcement agencies have reported threats on social media that number in the hundreds in their own communities. When school administrators are forced to shut down schools, students miss valuable days of instruction, and obviously this cannot continue. Whether they're pranks or real threats, they are real crimes. So I recently released a video that highlights the seriousness of making threats against schools. They are terrorist threats, and they will be treated as such. Anyone making such threats can face felony charges, and I will work with local law enforcement to prosecute these crimes to the fullest extent of the law. We know that serious consequences are effective deterrents to crime, and we cannot avoid our responsibilities as policymakers and elected leaders and just expect things to change. The safety of our children is an issue upon which we can all agree, and the time to advance this legislation is now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney General. We really appreciate your help in raising the awareness. And next up, we're going to invite one of our strongest partners in the House of Representatives. Also, I have the opportunity to work with her within our district. We share constituents. State Representative Maiden.
Thank you, Senator Bayer. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mari Manoogian. I'm the state representative for the 40th House District, which includes Birmingham, Bloomfield Hills, Bloomfield Township, and the eastern portion of West Bloomfield. Thank you all for coming here today to hear about this important set of bills and policies we believe will help avoid senseless, life-shattering tragedies like the one the world witnessed at Oxford High School this past November. 3 years ago, when I came to the Michigan House of Representatives, I joined then Representative Rebecca Warren.
We're going to take our final break here of the hour on Live Now from Fox. You can see we are just moments away from an Alec Baldwin deadly shooting update, or remember that Rust movie shooting that turned deadly. We are going to listen for those updates coming up in just a little bit at the top of the hour. You're not going to want to miss that one. 2-minute break on tap for some of you. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
After the tragedy at Oxford High School said, Michigan's laws are woefully inadequate. Well, we're all here today to tell you why we need to change that. Thank you to Attorney General Nessel and my legislative colleagues, including my partner in the House on this, Representative Felicia Brabeck, and our allies across the political and civil society spectrums for supporting this important change. 4.6 million children across America live in homes with unlocked or unsupervised firearms, with 75% of those children know exactly where those guns are kept. Not only that, but some 80% of shooters in school shootings under the age of 18 get that firearm from their home or from the homes of friends or relatives. We must pass legislation here in Michigan to require individuals who purchase those firearms to keep those firearms stored in a manner consistent with how deadly they can be. In June of 2021, we all introduced House Bills 5066 through 5069 and Senate Bills 550 through 553, which would create such a requirement, ensuring that firearms purchased by Michiganders would have to be stored away safely or secured with a proper gun lock. These bills also create commensurate criminal penalties to hold folks accountable if their failure to properly store their firearm results in the injury or death of one of our neighbors. This legislation could have helped to prevent exactly the type of tragedy seen at Oxford High School. A safely stored firearm would never have made it into a child's hands. It would never have been taken out of a home without either parent's knowledge. It could have never been used to tragically end the lives of 4 Michiganders, children whose parents and siblings didn't know that morning would be their last hug goodbye. The bills that Representative Brabeck and I introduced in the House and the same bills that our counterparts in the Senate have introduced are common sense reforms that we can all get behind. so that we never see another tragedy like what happened at Oxford High School, or at the very least, do everything we can to prevent a tragedy like the one that we saw at Oxford High School. They create avenues for law enforcement and prosecutors to hold irresponsible gun owners accountable, while allowing responsible gun owners the peace of mind that their firearms will never be used for nefarious purposes. Responsible gun owners and firearm safety advocates agree that committing to safe and secure firearm storage is the best way we can ensure lives are saved. Again, I thank you all for coming here this afternoon, in particular the family members of the survivors of gun violence who are here joining us today. And I want to deliver this message to the survivors of gun violence who are listening, to those family members listening, or to those school children, teachers, school administrators, paraprofessionals, or others who are touched by gun violence who are turning in today. Your safety matters, and we will not rest until this legislation addresses this crisis. To my legislative colleagues on the other side of the aisle, we once again ask for these bills to be brought up in committee and for decent, good faith discussions to take place to keep our schools safe, our houses of worship safe, and our communities safe from gun violence through requiring safe firearm storage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Manoogian. Our next speaker is Jonathan Gold. He is the president of the Michigan chapter of Giffords Gun Owners for Safety and a Giffords Senior Ambassador. He's a firearm safety instructor who's been teaching people about firearms for more than 20 years. He's a proud Michigan resident who attended University of Michigan Dearborn and Miami University of Ohio. Doc? Thank you.
I've already been introduced, so I'm going to skip that piece of the speech. With great power comes great responsibility, and there's no greater power than the power to take life at a distance. With that great power has to come great responsibility. I'm here today as a responsible gun owner, a supporter of the Second Amendment. I'm a concealed carry permit holder who respects the rights of citizens to defend themselves. Like the majority of responsible gun owners, I don't approve of firearms bans, nor do I approve of firearms negligence or armed intimidation. And I know that my Second Amendment rights and supporting practical gun safety measures are not mutually exclusive. They're necessary, prudent, and urgent. That's why I joined Giffords Gun Owners for Safety, a group of hunters, sport shooters, concealed carriers, and collectors. A true voice for people who support responsible gun ownership and practical gun laws. The majority of gun owners are responsible, but we've lacked a responsible voice, and we are that voice. We proudly support the Second Amendment, but we also recognize that our country is in the midst of a gun violence crisis. As responsible gun owners, we need to be part of the solution. Each year, more than 1,000 Michiganders die from gunfire, and many of those deaths are preventable. We know that there are concrete steps we can take to reduce gun violence. I'm sad and angry today because I've had to change my speech 3 times because we've lost 3 more children since I wrote this. Last December, a 2-year-old boy was left in critical condition after he shot himself with an unsecured gun found in an open duffel bag in his home. In January, the story repeated itself as a toddler was able to reach in between the seat of a car and its console and wounded his mother and brother sitting in the back seat of the car. It happened again as a CP Hull holder here in Michigan left her gun in her jacket pocket, sitting on a coat hook for her 2-year-old to find. Last Monday night, it happened again. These incidents are evidence of not tragic accident, but clear and utter negligence. According to articles in the Detroit News, 20 children and teens' lives could have been saved by safe storage in the last 18 months in the state of Michigan. Last summer, when gun-carrying white supremacists stormed our state capitol, it shocked our nation and it shocked me. As a gun safety instructor of over 2 decades, I was outraged at the attempted armed intimidation of our lawmakers and their staff. The First Amendment protects free speech. The Second Amendment does not include the right to intimidate our fellow citizens, and it's time that responsible gun owners stand up and use their voice to protect the public safety of all our citizens. I'm here today because we understand that Michigan needs to do more to protect its children and families. Sadly, because of our state and nation's lax gun laws, children under 18 accounted for nearly 1/4 of all unintentional gun deaths in 2020. That's a 38% increase in the rate of those deaths among young people the prior year. Enough is enough. Michiganders are dying, and it's time that everyone gets to work in this state to address gun violence. So I have an ask today. Please contact your legislators and tell them that we need to take action. We need stronger gun laws like background checks, child access protection laws, and especially safe storage laws, which my organization stands here committed to support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. We always appreciate your insights. Our final speaker today is a very special guest here today, along with her father, Steve, and one of her colleagues from Oxford High School. Raina St. Juliana is a student at Oxford High School and the older sister to Hannah, whose loss the family continues to grieve. Raina, I just have to say you are one of the most courageous, strongest women I have known. And we really appreciate you coming here today to speak. So thank you for your strength. Thank you.
My name is Raina St. Juliana, and I'm a junior at Oxford High School. I wanted to say thank you to Senator Baer for sponsoring such an important piece of legislation. A 15-year-old was given access to a 9mm handgun as an early Christmas gift. 4 days later, that same gun was used to injure 6 students, a teacher, and kill 4 children. Justin Schilling, Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, and my little sister, Hannah St. Juliana.
All right, everybody. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. We're listening there in Michigan, but we want to be going to live events as much as possible. Hey, it's in the name, Live Now, right? Let's go out to Los Angeles. A big event going on right here where we have attorneys representing the family of the cinematographer Helena Hutchins, who was shot and killed by Alec Baldwin on the film set of Rust, holding this news conference. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Who were responsible for the safety on the set and whose reckless behavior and cost-cutting led to the senseless and tragic death of Helena Hutchins. Prior to filing this lawsuit, we undertook an investigation. We interviewed witnesses that were at the scene. We interviewed witnesses who the days before could set the stage of what happened. We went to the scene. We assessed the scene with experts. We hired top experts. And we really dug into what we could. We were able to obtain documents from other lawsuits and conducted our investigation. And now we believe, as stated in the complaint, the allegations of the numerous violations of industry standards that occurred by Mr. Baldwin and others that were charged with safety on the set. So what we did with all this work is we put together a video. And the video assesses the facts that the investigation has undertaken, has learned, and it was assessed by experts and other people that were there to what really happened. And you can see the recreation in the video based on the witnesses' statements, the scene, the evidence, and the emails and such they were able to obtain. And I think the video explains why Mr. Baldwin and others were responsible and are responsible for safety on the job site, and why their reckless conduct and cost-cutting measures led to the death of Helena Hutchins. So we're going to show that video and let you watch it, and when it's over, we'll answer some questions. So with that, I think we're going to start, and thank you. Let's just go over here so we can watch it. morning that Helena Hutchins was shot and killed, tensions among the crew and cast regarding safety on the Russ set had boiled over. The crew had warned the production that the set was super unsafe and that safety was a massive issue. After the warning of the unsafe production, the workers that had complained quit in protest of the safety conditions. The producers directed the super unsafe production to continue. This is the story of what happened. Mr. Baldwin and the Russ crew and cast committed major breaches of industry safety protocols. Mr. Baldwin and his production crew were performing a lineup. A lineup is used to confirm where to locate and angle the camera. Industry standards require Mr. Baldwin to use a replica or rubber prop gun whenever possible. It was unnecessary for Mr. Baldwin to use a revolver for the lineup. Industry standards require Mr. Baldwin, as a producer and lead actor, to accept the revolver directly from or in the presence of the production's armorer. Mr. Baldwin did not accept the revolver from the armorer. The armorer was not even in the same room. Mr. Baldwin allowed Mr. Halls, the first assistant director, to confirm for him the deadly weapon was safe. Mr. Halls was not qualified in weapons safety. Mr. Halls did not look at every round in the revolver's cylinder. Industry standards require that Mr. Baldwin personally perform or observe a visual inspection of the revolver to confirm it contained no live rounds. Industry standards require Mr. Baldwin to be trained and qualified in safe handling and proper firing procedures before accepting the revolver. Mr. Baldwin refused weapons training on how to perform a crossfire, the type of gun draw he was about to perform in the church. The first rule for safety with firearms on a production set required Mr. Baldwin to treat all firearms as if they were loaded and refrain from pointing a firearm at anyone. The industry standard required Mr. Baldwin to remember that any person or object at which he points a firearm could be destroyed. Mr. Baldwin aimed the revolver at his cast and crew within a dangerous distance. The cast and crew were only 4 feet away from Mr. Baldwin's weapon. Industry standards required Mr. Baldwin to ensure any crew in the line of fire had protective glass or other personal protective equipment. Industry standards required remote operation of the camera if Mr. Baldwin ever aimed the gun at the camera. When you shake a dummy round, you hear a BB rattle. When you shake a live bullet, you do not hear anything.
So I take the gun and I start to cock the gun. I'm not going to pull the trigger. I said, he says, "You'll just cheat it down and tilt it down a little bit like that." And I cock the gun. Can you see that? Can you see that? Can you see that? He says, and I let go of the hammer, the gun goes off. I let go of the hammer, the gun goes off.
There's definitely two deliberate acts that were required there. He had to cock the gun and he had to press the trigger. If he had his finger on the trigger, if he had his finger on the trigger here and he's pressing it, he may not be aware that he's pressed the trigger. Then he pulls the hammer back, and then releases it, and then the gun fires.
Okay, that's a rendition of the facts that we've discovered to date. By filing the lawsuit now, we can use the court processes to serve subpoenas, take depositions, and obtain more records to further complete this investigation and hold the people accountable who are responsible. So with that, we'll open it up to some questions. Okay, no questions?
Yeah. Is there one bit of evidence that you consider to be the most damning?
You know, I think it's all a culmination of all the evidence together. The totality of it is just so overwhelming.
What about the resignation emails from those camera operators and more?
That again shows the unsafe condition, the cost cutting, which we've alleged in the complaint, and I think is pretty evident for this to happen.
How does the criminal investigation play into this? Do you think that some of this behavior rises to a criminal level?
Well, first of all, the Santa Fe County District Attorney is in charge of that, as is the sheriff. We have told them that we will fully cooperate. We are letting them conduct independently, as they should, their own investigation, and we await for the results. Clearly, they have access to more evidence than we do. They have the weapon. They have the evidence that was at the scene, and at the appropriate time, we'll be allowed to inspect that. But we intend this case to be kind of on a parallel track, to be moving forward with certain areas of discovery and to continue moving forward. And when the county makes their decision, the district attorney will continue moving forward. Yes?
Hi. Has Helena expressed any concerns prior to the accident about the production or safety issues, or maybe the level of budget and that?
Yeah, I couldn't hear the first part. I'm sorry.
Has Helena expressed any concerns, already to her family perhaps, or others, about the production, safety?
We're not going to get into those specifics today. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Given how many defendants remain in this suit, realistically, what do you hope the end goal is here? What do you hope it to achieve?
Well, first and most importantly is to hold the people accountable who are responsible and to seek compensation just and fair for Matt Hutchins and his son Andros, who he lost his long-term wife, who was the love of his life, and his son has lost a mother. And when we hear all this about the celebrity and things that's involved, don't lose track of it. It is a young boy who will never have a mother, and it's a man who lost his wife, who he had a long-term great marriage with. So we need to have them be fully compensated, and we need to hold the people responsible that engage in this cost-cutting and reckless behavior causing this senseless death.
Do you hope that this is able to impact the film industry moving forward?
The question was?
Do you hope that this is able to impact the film industry moving forward?
Well, yeah, obviously we hope it'll impact, but look, there are regulations and guidelines in place today that should prevent something like this from happening. But they need to be enforced. And had they been followed, this never would have happened. This is so rare that somebody would be shot on a scene when they're lensing it. There's nothing, there's no supposed to be live ammunition. It never should have happened. Never.
Was there any evidence that you found of sabotage as has been suggested?
No, we found no evidence of that, and we know that they haven't really said anything. We haven't seen any evidence of that.
Do you have any evidence of whether, or any information about where the live bullet came from? Do you know that?
Well, that's still being investigated. We do know there was other live ammunition on the scene, so this wasn't a fluke where somebody put one bullet in a gun to sabotage
On
this.
that church scene or in other places on the set?
Other places.
The lawsuit says the gun discharged by releasing the hammer. When the expert spoke on the presentation, it made it seem like it discharged by Alec pulling the trigger. So which is it?
Well, I think it's clear what happened. Alec had the gun in his hand. He shot it. Helena was killed. Now, do we have the video? We don't have it all yet, but the gun cannot fire unless the trigger is engaged and the hammer is back. So he had the gun. He says he pulled the hammer back. It fired. She was killed.
Can you tell us the last time that Matthew Hutchins was in contact with Alec Baldwin?
I believe the last time that they met was shortly after the incident in Santa Fe County when he was there with his son.
But there's been no ongoing communication?
There has been some, but I don't really want to get into that today.
Is it still the case that the guns were used for target practice by
Yeah.
crews? Is that part of your lawsuit? And was that one of the guns used? If so?
We're not getting into that information today.
Have you actually had a chance to look at the actual weapon that was used and examine it?
No, we have not. That's in the presence of the district attorney and the authorities, and at the appropriate time, we will have that opportunity.
When you examine the weapon,
Well, look, I'm not an armor expert. The experts will look at it and make any determinations, but we don't think that the weapon was what caused this, any defect in the weapon. The weapon was made to fire. It fired. Yes.
Verify for us when this lawsuit was filed, please. When was the lawsuit?
Today.
In Santa Fe County?
Yes, sir.
This morning?
Yes, sir.
And what words would you use to describe the atmosphere when concerns safety and the attitude towards safety on the set?
I think it was recklessly disregarded, to the disregard of all the people there, the safety, and that's why this happened. Had they not been reckless, somebody doesn't get shot on a movie set. I mean, when was the last time that happened? This doesn't happen unless people cut costs and engage in reckless behavior leading to a senseless, tragic death.
if this moves forward in a criminal setting with regard to Alec Baldwin, does your case pause until liability is established? How does that work?
Well, you know, that's up to the court. It's their discretion on certain how to handle it. Some parts may go forward, some they may not. People may assert privileges not to testify. They have the right to do that. That's very possible. That could happen with people that are involved in the criminal investigation.
Is there any more information you could give us about the quantity of damages that you're seeking that are mentioned in the...
Well, there's no figure listed in the complaint. The amount of damages will be substantial, but that will be assessed by the citizens in the community there in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and they will weigh in and they will hear the evidence and they will decide what is fair and just compensation. But it is substantial. A long-time marriage, soulmate is lost, and a boy to be raised without a mother at a young age is a tremendous loss. And anyone that's even been close to experience it knows that goes on forever and ever and ever.
Is there a parallel case that you're looking at there?
No, I think each case is always judged on its own facts and merits, and we'll see what the jury believes. We believe it's going to be substantial, but it's going to be based on the loss of that relationship and the punitive damages that may be assessed in the case also.
Can we talk about the armorer? You talk about her not being qualified in your filing. Do you have any information about any other information about her hiring, who might be there to support her or not?
Everything on her that we wanted to disclose now is in the complaint. Okay.
Is Baldwin the person you see is most culpable in this?
Well, there are many people culpable, but Mr. Baldwin was the person holding the weapon that, but for him shooting it, she would not have died. So clearly, he has significant portion of liability, but there are others, and that's what this case is going to be about, assessing fair apportionment to whoever's responsible for this senseless tragedy occurring.
Is there a separate insurance firm that is handling that particular profession? Do we know if they have necessary funds to deal with such?
There are many law firms involved. We haven't got to the discovery process yet.
So we don't know if we have somebody who's insuring the entire production?
Well, then there's insurance and there's assets and other things, but that's really not discovered yet, and we're not really looking into it. We're trying to find responsibility right now and hold the people accountable.
As you said, a man lost his wife, a son lost his mother. How do you describe Matthew Hutchins' feelings and emotions about having to go to the lengths to file this lawsuit?
Well, I think Matt is grieving. He understands that a lawsuit is necessary to get answers. He wants answers. He wants closure. And people are respecting his privacy as him and his son deal with this in their own way. And I think when you meet Matt, you will see what a resilient, courageous, wonderful person he really is, and a great father, and he was a great husband to Helena. And it's tragic that this happened to him and his son, to go through this senseless. It never, ever should have happened.
Mr. Panish, you see how long it takes for cases to proceed here in California. How long do you expect this case? How long will this journey be?
Well, I'm going to let Randy answer that because she's from New Mexico. So why don't you answer?
So I'm Randy McGinn from the law firm of McGinn, Montoya, Love and Curry in Albuquerque. We're much faster than California. And the courts in Santa Fe move cases much faster. So I think we will be in trial within 1.5 to 2 years, given, always depending on what the pandemic does. And we're used to, in New Mexico, we're used to people from coming in from out of town to play cowboy who don't know how to use guns. And the jury in Santa Fe is used to that and understands that even on a dude ranch, you don't hand somebody a gun until you've given them safety training in guns, and you certainly never point it at anybody. You always assume that it's loaded. So,
you equate this case to somebody coming to Santa Fe trying to play cowboy and not knowing what they're doing?
I think that happens a lot in New Mexico. People come out west and they're all excited about using a gun. And I will tell you, no one should ever die with a real gun on a make-believe movie set. That should never happen. And people in Santa Fe understand that. They're used to guns, and there are real cowboys in Santa Fe.
Yes, thank you, Randy.
Yeah.
By the way, Randy's a top lawyer in New Mexico, and it's great to work with her. I've known her for many, many years, and it's the first case that we've had the privilege of working together on. I'm looking forward to working with her and her great firm in New Mexico. So, yes.
Of course, many other lawsuits have been filed in connection with his death. So what do you think of the suit that the armorer has filed against the ammunition supplier, accusing him of mixing the dummy?
Well, first of all, we're concerned with this lawsuit, and this is what we're focused on. We've read all those, consider the information, but we're not running down those rabbit holes. We're going straight ahead with this lawsuit for this family against these defendants.
And if this goes to trial, give us a sense of how many witnesses you would expect, how long?
Well, I mean, this, as Randy says, things go faster in New Mexico, but I would expect this case to last for up to a month. There's many, many witnesses, experts, so we'll see. The judge may want to move it faster, and they move faster in New Mexico, as Randy says. So we're hoping to get this going as fast as possible. Obviously, the court and the pandemic are going to be other factors that have to come into play, but I think we're very optimistic that the best place for this case to be is in Santa Fe, where this happened, and those people, those members of that community will assess the conduct and find who's accountable and what's a fair and just compensation for the family.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you very, very much for coming. Have a great day. Stay out of the rain. Yeah, sure. Where's Randy?
Over there.
You've got the bigger arms.
Whoa, you late.
Can you guys take a break?
Thank you again to everyone who is here with us. We're listening into this press conference live here out of the Los Angeles area. Again, the legal team who has been filing this lawsuit, speaking out here today after this incident. We have heard a couple times from Alec Baldwin himself, but this is obviously still an ongoing investigation. Again, back in October of 2021, officials in New Mexico had said Alec Baldwin had been the person who was behind the incident that had happened with that film Rust, where he had accidentally fired a prop gun on set, and it had struck 2 crew members. Helena Hutchins, 42 years old, was airlifted to the hospital where she was pronounced dead. So we do have a family still mourning that loss, and of course always trying to keep you up to date is what we do here for you on Live Now from Fox. If you want to follow more stories just like this, of course you can always do so with us right here on Live Now from Fox and on our social media platforms, where we're always pushing out different stories you need to know about from across the country. So thank you again to everyone who's here with us as we continue to bring you more of these news stories. Do want to let everyone know that coming up later this afternoon, we are expecting to hear from President Biden. Right now, he is speaking at a convention, but later this afternoon, he is set to make some remarks on the update of Ukraine and Russia. Those tensions really peaking, especially when there was some comments made by the Ukrainian president about a possible attack coming tomorrow on Wednesday. Since that time of that address to his nation has come out, now there's been a little bit of backpedaling. Was it made more of a joke? So we'll hopefully get some more answers and some of those items cleared up with President Biden here today. We do also have a State Department briefing that's scheduled today, as well as a White House press briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki. So a lot more to come here in these next few hours, but until that time, we do actually have our Minnesota law enforcement doing a roundtable with some of the local leaders as they continue to try to talk about changes they need to see in their community. Let's go ahead, listen into that. You can see Governor Walz there, the Minnesota governor, sitting down. Again, this roundtable discussion is to talk about his public safety funding proposal. He's going to be hearing from some of these city leaders in Minnesota, as well as hearing from first responders on what they need here to continue to keep the public safe.
We're grateful. We're grateful for the work that you do, and we think this gives us an opportunity to use some public dialogue here about the issues that we need to tackle, especially around public safety. But I'd like to note, first and foremost, the vision that this community has that we're so proud of, the idea of Egan Forward of being the best place in the world to live and raise a family. And that doesn't happen by chance. It happens with planning. It happens with execution. And as we see coming out of COVID, some of the challenge, whether they be economic challenges or we see on the public safety sides of things, working with the folks who are delivering it every day. And I'm glad we're joined by Commissioner Harrington today, too, who went out and over these last few months listening to elected officials, listening to our professionals in the that are on the front lines of many of this, and then to try and craft both responses in real time and then craft a budget that responds to where you're at. And I think just to note some of the principles we took in, first and foremost being driven by local governments. The plan that the Lieutenant Governor and I would argue that leadership in Egan and other communities across the state have put together moves the bulk of those resources, about $300 million, into the local community's hands to make decisions of what they need. What it translates to is what we put forward on a per capita basis is about $1.2 million directed at public safety every year for Egan. And that will depend on where the community's at. And again, there's a collaborative approach, there's best practices that we use, and there's execution. Some of that's going to be across jurisdictions, but public safety is first and foremost a community-driven initiative, and the local folks who do that are best positioned to do that. And then engaging community groups. Those sometimes extend across jurisdictional lines, but folks who are out there, whether they be faith groups, nonprofits, or others, who are out on the front lines to do some of the work, both triaging the current crime situation, or many of these groups are doing what we all know we need to do. They are back upstream on the prevention piece of this. What does it look like prevention in schools? What does it look like in prevention in some of the things that lead to this uptick in crimes that we're seeing? And then where the state can do this, statewide initiatives where we have the resources, whether they're lab initiatives, lab resources that we can do, sharing of information. It's one of the things that we've learned over the last decades, and all of you do this, whether it was an upgrade of communication equipment or the ability to be able to share information amongst jurisdictions and expertise, to be able to use some of that to start to pinpoint, because we know, and the research shows us this, that we have many of these crimes being committed by a smaller number of people, and that there are information that can be shared that you can eliminate some of that. We saw that in execution last night with the State Patrol stepping up their presence, and we're able to stop from DUIs to outstanding warrants to using assets in the air to stop a stolen vehicle and arrest the person who did that. Those are things that are going to take us collectively to work together where the state can be in this. So these direct investments, we think, will make a big difference. We think there's things the state can do in terms of recruitment and retention of frontline personnel that we need for public safety, and then ways that we can start to build the broader coalitions that we need. So I'm grateful, first and foremost, to all of you who've taken the time. I'm grateful for how you informed this package that we put together. I think what the Lieutenant Governor will give us a few opening words. What we'd really like to hear, I think, Mayor, starting with you, about what do you need in the meantime? What do you think that's working and would work? What do you think long-term wise? And what do you think is the best execution for us to do this? And this is where we get the best ideas. There's going to be several plans that get put out there. I think we're focused on what's happened here, because the one that we put forward is you're going to, I think, we'll see coming right out of these things that you told us that you needed to see. So again, grateful. And with that, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan.
Well, thank you so much, Governor. And thank you so much for having us here today, Mr. Mayor, and of course, all of our leaders. As we've worked to put together this budget, we really have tried to work in partnership with community. And so being here today, I think is just a real example of that. Every Minnesotan deserves to feel safe and protected and valued in their community, and we know that that is also a shared value here in the city of Egan. And we know that there's not just a one-size-fits-all solution for every community, and that's how we've tried to respond through putting this proposal together, making sure that each community can decide what's best for them, what meets their needs. And one of the things that you hear the governor and I say a lot is that we know children and families don't come in pieces. And so that's why we tried to have a really comprehensive approach. So certainly we have resources for local law enforcement to make sure that first responders have the resources that you all need to be able to serve your community. But it also means that we are investing in community-based public safety initiatives because the public is, knows exactly what they need. Our communities know what they need. And it means helping people who are incarcerated stay connected to their family, to work, to educational opportunities, to provide a steady foundation and a solid foundation for when they are released. And that will also help to decrease recidivism. So that's something that's also a really important part of our plan. And it means that every person in this state has the resources that they need to keep a roof over their head, food on the table, and prevent financial and social instability in the first place. So we can meet the moment now, but also start to plan for the long term to ensure that folks have opportunities. We know that this looks a little bit different everywhere across the state, which is why we're here. We'll be traveling a little bit more to have conversations with Minnesotans across the state, but we're just grateful to be here in Eagan and want to hear directly from all of you about what you need, and hope that this can really be a discussion and a conversation. So, Governor, I'll hand it back over to you to open it up.
Mayor, I think I'll turn it to you. We want the time here for your folks and your team to introduce themselves and kind of speak about what you're seeing, what you think is most effective, and what you'd like to see us as partners in this advocate for. So, Mayor, thanks.
Well, first off, I want to thank you, Governor Walz and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, for coming out today and bringing this important topic of conversation out to Eagan. We're very appreciative of your being here, and very appreciative, quite frankly, of the package that you proposed for community-based local public safety initiatives. I think what's important to start with is, I think Chief New would suggest and agree that with some variance, crime in Eagan has been fairly flat for some time now. And there have been some variances in that and some movement. But I think that's important to contrast that to the media attention to more aggressive activities in cities in Minnesota and across the country as well. And I think it goes to your point, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, that not all cities are the same. We don't all look the same, and we don't all have the same public safety challenges and opportunities. So, you know, that said, there is no doubt that over the last 2 years, I would suggest, that public safety has become more challenging in our community of Eagan for a couple of different reasons. First off, and primarily the pandemic. I think the various phases of the pandemic have revealed different challenges. Early on in the pandemic, I think our biggest challenge was really keeping a public safety workforce in operation and putting them on the front line in what was a very uncertain time. Certainly that changed the way we had to interact with constituents. It changed the way fire had to respond to calls and medicals. And then later on, as the pandemic kind of grew on, I think we would suggest that we start to see some of those challenges of the pandemic emerge in an increased mental health need in our community. You know, the pandemic.
We are listening in to city leaders in Eagan, Minnesota, as well as across some of the other suburbs. And first responders also here at this roundtable discussing public safety needs. We are going to be sending some viewers out to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen into this roundtable out of Minnesota.
Collectively, and you know, we see it from you know, people turning to substance abuse and just being in a general kind of malaise or not quite themselves after 2 years of trying to contend with a pandemic, and those things become contributors to domestics, to other kinds of crimes, quite simply to people just being more prone to things like road rage, and they're on edge. And I think and our public safety, both our police and our fire, have, I think, been dealing with that on the front lines and dealing with mental health issues and the outcomes and the consequences of the pandemic as well. You know, in the same course of the 2 years, I don't think I need to tell you that there's been a lot more public scrutiny of policing and policing methods, and that's been appropriate and important. You know, here in Eagan, you know, we were doing implicit bias training and talking about with the community the intersections of race and policing since well before the killing of George Floyd. And those efforts are true, good, and beautiful, as I like to say, and should go forward. But they also present some challenges. And I want to suggest that while the scrutiny is important, it also puts a spotlight on policing that can undermine policing as a profession and cause police to second guess their choices out in the field field and their training, and they're really kind of on a really in a difficult context in terms of being able to do their job when there's such a public microscope on it. I think one of the challenges is, and again, I don't think I need to tell you this, but in that public scrutiny, it can also become highly politicized and highly divisive. And I think policymakers sometimes create, and community members create, a false choice between whether you are pro-police or you are anti-police. And what's left out in that conversation is public safety and what really motivates all of us. And so, you know, in that kind of a hypercharged environment, I would suggest committed police officers, in terms of the public perception, can become more of caricatures of what their community sees in the media, which really has a tough time in terms of the relationship that we have, public safety, to our community. Because, you know, as I said, that two-dimensional caricature doesn't really give the nuance and the community connection that we have come to enjoy here in Egan and work so well with, I think, between both our fire and our police as well. So, you know, what I appreciate, I think, about the proposals that you make in terms of the community-based local funds for innovative public safety is they recognize that not all police departments, not all police officers, not all firefighters or forces can be painted with the same brush, and that they are different. And so what I really appreciate about the proposal is for moving the safety of Minnesotans forward is the community-based local investments in public safety innovations that are tailored to the needs and the circumstances of each community. Now, I want to let Chief New and Chief Searle really get into the details, but just for some suggestions of some of the things that we might be doing with these grant monies should they come to fruition. You know, one is focusing on our mental health issues, and that's not just in terms of serving our customers in the community when they are in mental health crisis or trying to be sensitive to whatever mental health issues might be behind them, but also paying attention to our officers and the traumas that they've been through and the traumas that they go through on a daily basis doing the job they have to do. You know, I often say police officers and firefighters don't always see people at their best times, and sometimes that view is particularly important, and we need to be more sensitive to that. And I think working with our police in being able to see that, but then also being able to process it for themselves as individuals is an important initiative that we want to continue and expand on. Community engagement and youth leadership development is a prevention effort and a community engagement effort that we're using to try to get beyond that two-dimensional caricature that I talked about before. And I think Roger will talk about some of the programs that we've been undertaking in that area. Community policing and alternative enforcement as well. And if you'll indulge me, I think Chief Searle is a recent hire here in the city of Egan, and he got his job because I would argue in the interviews, one of the things he said to us, which was particularly poignant, is that every firefighter has the experience of getting back in the truck and saying, we'll be back here, because they know. And they go into an environment and they get to see, I think, some of the financial and social challenges that somebody on the other end of the call might have. Now, that's an important opportunity for us to do an intervention early before it becomes a larger problem. And I think that's the kind of effort and the kind of observation that we want to be able to more effectively make in working with the public, so that we're not always enforcing in an acute way, but preventing further problems down the road. And then finally, I think one of the other things is that we're going to really try to put a focus, again, through community engagement, in recruiting to the profession of public safety and public safety service. One of the things that we've noted is that with all the public scrutiny and uncertainty around policing, you know, people who are really truly motivated are also kind of scared away from the profession, and we're seeing fewer applications for open positions, and we really can't have that. So we need to work now on developing youth leadership, engaging the community, and restoring faith in public safety and public safety service. So I thank you again for coming out today. Those are some of the community-based needs that I think will serve Egan well, and they may well serve other communities as well. You know, certainly in conversations with mayors across the state that I've been in, these issues of mental health and public safety on the community level are particularly important. So with that, if you can, I'll hand it off to Chief. I would say before we turn to Chief, I hope they got all of that on video, because I would say eloquently and insightfully summarizing the complexity of this, Mayor.
beautifully said. And I think looking at that whole picture and tying things in is critical. And I want to stress that piece on the mental health piece. We understand that, whether that's additional mental health to our schools, to those other stressors, the healthcare profession, things like that, but also this plan, in addition to this local money, there's state money on this initiative around the mental health of our first responders, of making sure the state is providing the resources. Again, it's about finding the people to actually do that work too, which we're seeing, of getting them in there, and that's where it's going to take some recruiting. And I can't say how good it is to hear you talk about working with those communities, those community groups, and then working back upstream to get to that. That is the real key, because we have to triage this. We have to stop it in the moment. We have to stop the potential carjacking that would happen this afternoon. But what you know, and you're saying this is, how do we get to a point where a 15-year-old is hijacking a car? And what does it take to go back to see that whole package? So I really appreciate that, knowing that we hear you on that, and the stress that was put on. I mean, I think early in the pandemic, people forget about this, where we had to make some changes. Phone calls were coming up. We were all at home isolated. We were washing down cans of green beans that were bought at the store because we thought we were going to get it. And folks were running into fires or running into domestic situations without that incredible amount of stress. And what we do know is that over this last 2 years, COVID has killed more first responders than anything else. It's a dangerous situation, especially in the year before the vaccination. So, Mayor, thank you for that. And Chief, thank you for your work. And we really want to hear your perspective.
Well, Governor and Lieutenant Governor, thank you for being here, giving me the opportunity to speak today. I don't know, I'm not sure if this is going to be more of a Q&A back and forth, so I will try to keep my comments brief, but I think the mayor really touched on a lot of the high-level things that we're facing here in Egan. And specifically, you know, when the mayor mentioned the fact that not all communities are the same, you know, that's very true. Our crime here in Egan, for the most part, is flat. But one of the things that we are experiencing, we are seeing, is the trickle effect of some of the crime that's coming from the bigger cities or other communities into Egan, and we see an uptick in those numbers, which is an area of concern for me. And I know myself and my organization, we're trying to combat those things, but I think one of the things that's really important is taking proactive steps early on. And you know, we see the crime occurring, but you know, the mayor touched on prevention opportunities, and I think that's where we need to get back into engaging our communities. And honestly, you know, I know the last couple of years in public safety have been very, very challenging for policing, and we as a department established and created this whole notion of, we want to make sure our staff members are as well on day one as they are on their last day of work in the police department. So it means investing in your employees from a mental health standpoint, you know, identifying the neck-up, check-up programs where they're meeting with therapists, and you know, making sure that, you know, post-critical incident, you're you know, checking in with your folks to see how they're doing. But if you stop and you think about the last 2 years, law enforcement and public safety have embraced a lot of challenges, and many of the executive orders that you put in place, Governor, we were tasked with enforcing those, along with our partners in community development, the fire department. We were tasked with those things, and we had community members asking the question, what are you going to do? Yeah. And are you going to dismantle our businesses? And those things were taxing on our staff members, and they wore on us. And then you fast forward to the civil unrest and the optics surrounding policing. It's been a very challenging time, and I think many law enforcement leaders throughout the state of Minnesota have been trying to figure out how you navigate those tricky waters. So, you know, when I looked at your proposals, mental health was one of those things that stood out, but I think it's important to look at those first responders and people working within public safety and balancing their public health needs. In terms of prevention, I will just simply say, you know, for 7 years, I spent time as a school resource officer here in the city of Eagan, and I took a lot of pride as a school resource officer. And there was nothing more disheartening than when I saw communities abandoning their community or school resource officer positions. Those positions are opportunities to create relationships with kids that might become future firefighters, future police officers, future city administrators, future public employees. And many relationships over the years were created with kids in the community. And some of the most rewarding moments in my career have come from kids that have come back and said, Chief New, thank you. Thank you for what you did. I didn't know then, but I now know as a parent. Those are programs that we need to get back in place. We need to encourage school districts to not abandon their partners in law enforcement, but bring them back to the table and be part of the larger conversations. And then I saw your simulator trailer as part of your proposal. And I can tell you that here in the city of Eagan, one of the things that we're doing is we're getting a virtual system, and it's not just for our police officers, but it's for our community members, so they understand what it is a police officer has to go through. And I think that that's part of the work that needs to be done. It's not just specifically dedicated for police officers, and I think it's a good thing that you're doing, because there's some communities that cannot afford to get simulators to train their police officers, but we need to use those systems also to educate community members, because there's a lot about policing that people don't understand. And then we need to put people through those difficult conversations and then or difficult situations through a virtual training simulator, and then circle back and have a conversation with public safety, what it might mean when we're drafting a piece of legislation or a bill that impacts public safety. I will close by just simply saying two partnerships are important. I know we have Hector here from Life Development Resources. He's partnered with us with our mental health response team in our police department, and I've been working closely with Dakota County Social Services, and we're working on co-responder models here in Dakota County. But mental health hasn't gone away, and the numbers continue to increase. And we need to make sure that we're putting pieces in place to service our community and create tools and resources such as that. And I'll let Hector touch on some of the things that he's done as part of his work with our police department. But again, thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Police weighing in here at this roundtable discussion with Minnesota leaders as they are talking about what they need to continue to keep the public safe on both ends, on the first responders' ends as well as the public's end. We are going to be stepping away for another 2-minute break as we continue to listen into this roundtable right here on Live Now from Fox.
Relationships they saw between, as adults interact in schools with one another, students take cues from that, of how they're working. And they saw us both not just as friends, but committed to them on our different areas of expertise, and it made a huge difference to do that. And I said the DARE program, whether I saw some of the data, you know, how much we're reducing usage in illicit drugs or whatever, but it was far more than that. It was about understanding what it means to be part of a community and who those members are part of the community. We cannot have law enforcement be seen as something on the side that responds in crisis. They are integrated throughout our community, and this is one, and I understand why some communities, because of historic trauma, whatever it might be, saw that in their schools as an impediment to where they're trying to get to. I would argue, instead of abandoning it, let's work to figure out how do we best make that work, because I'm in agreement with you. I think it made a huge difference in those relationships. So we're committed with you. I had, again, your comment on what happens to our neighbors eventually impacts us. We can't look the other way. If our neighbor's house is on fire, ours very well may be next, and that we are interconnected in this. And as a state, instead of saying, well, these areas, they're simply too dangerous, we should just forget about them or whatever, trust me, no matter what it is, whether it is a virus that spreads from one to the other, we're not in this alone. We're not an island. And I think it's obvious that we're here by choice because of the leadership that's been exhibited by this community. You're right. You're not facing the same numbers, but you're willing to help on the broader scale. You're willing to help. What makes Egan safer makes Minnesota safer, and vice versa. And so I'm very grateful with that. And I think the segue to understanding the whole spectrum of tools that we have and trying to deploy them, rather than, once again, I think the polite way to say is that police don't find folks on their best day. Yeah. And the expectation of society is that you would deal with every problem that got those people to that day in that moment is simply impossible. And so, Hector, I think we'll transition to you if that makes sense.
Thank you, Governor, Lieutenant Governor. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me. My role is I'm a director and psychotherapist at an outpatient clinic that was called on a couple years ago, maybe almost 3 years ago, to assist Egan Police Department with responding to individuals who were in crisis previously, that maybe went to the hospital or for whatever reason found themselves meeting law enforcement officers. And in order to be able to go back out there to them, knock on a door and be able to say, hey, look, we care about what happened to you, and we care about what you are getting ready to be going through with your mental health condition. We know that research tells us that after a mental health crisis that ended up in hospitalization or ended up within an intersection with law enforcement, the 5 months following, an individual is far more likely to die by suicide than before that intersection. So when we were called on, or when we got the call to see if we wanted to participate in this, we were very grateful because an agency like ours usually doesn't get called upon. So we readily got into it. So what we do is we ride out with law enforcement officers and to all these people that had a mental health crisis in order to be able to see if they do have all the resources that they have. While we're doing this, we're running a little mini mental health status examination, giving the input back to law enforcement so that they know this might be a person that we might need to visit again, or this might be a person that we want to follow up with. The best part about the job is watching people's lives actually change when we come back around the second time, or we do a follow-up call and we hear that they are in therapy, their meds are right now, they're getting the resources that they need, they re-engage the community, the county for the resources that dropped off the radar. We've seen lives turn around. There's a concept called Nato therapy. It was developed in the UK a long time ago. Nato literally means nest. The concept was part of what we used to do post-Revolutionary War, where an individual came back home, the whole community took care of the individual. It wasn't just law enforcement, it wasn't just first responders, it was a whole community. And that's basically what we saw Egan doing, was stepping forward as a whole community. Now an individual falls through the cracks with mental health, whether it be a disparity or whether it be they just fell off the radar and not taking meds, and then getting back up into the community and being members of the community. We've seen a lot of great stories come out of this. It's a great model, and we're hoping that as Egan's success continues to be seen, to be visible to others, that it becomes somewhat of a model, knowing that not everything fits every community, but when the community gets involved, we can change people's lives. Yep. One of the things that we've seen, just to kind of close it off, is that in my profession, being that we're an outpatient clinic, a lot of outpatient clinics have these experts in the field of mental health. But because there is no way to pay for those services, then they won't reach out and say, hey, fire, hey, police, we have resources. But if there was a mechanism to help connect them to those city resources that could also benefit them, make it worth their while, but being able to pay for staff, we have a model on our hands that could be generalized. So.
That's incredibly exciting. And I think that, we have had conversations with folks all across the state who continue to say mental health, mental health, mental health. Being able to see a model for how this works gives me a lot of hope. And if there's ways that we can work with communities to replicate it, that's powerful.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Add to that, I know our county, again, is working very, very hard to put together and expand their social services, model here in the the county to create more co-responder models, and we'll see where that goes in partnership also with Life Development Resources. So,
Chief, it's a powerful voice coming from you when you talk about why this is important to the work you do, because we'll hear folks say, why are you talking about more spending, social services? Why are you talking about more of these folks? It's strictly more police, more police, more police. We're making the case, and I think I hear you saying is that it's all of the above. It's all of these things.
They're all partnerships. We all have to work collaboratively together. And I think if we do the work in advance, we're going to minimize the number of calls that we respond to, and that's what becomes important.
Yeah. That's great. Well, Chief, you're in this space, and you occupy a little different space, and I think as we see first responders and the vision of firefighters, but you're in every one of these situations. I think, once again, as Chief New pointed out, people need to clearly understand what you do, not just from the movies, but from everyday life. So we appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, Governor and Lieutenant Governor. Thanks for being here in Egan today, and thanks for your support of first responders and your administration support. My name's Hugo Searle. I'm the fire chief here in Egan, and you're absolutely right. Everything that everyone's saying here today is so on point for finding solutions for our communities, in helping us be safer, in providing better resources, a better quality of living, and the fire department plays a very critical role, because just like you mentioned with the police department, people don't need to see us only when they're in crisis. And then the point that the mayor made that is my big talking point today is that, firefighters and police, we care deeply about our communities and the people we serve. And when we go on a medical call to somebody, maybe they've fallen in their home and they press their alert button, and the firefighters respond to help them get back up. That's when somebody falls, they don't stop falling. So that's going to continue, and it's a downward slope. And the firefighters leave that building with a sense of sorrow, a sense of, I wish there was more that we could do. I wish that we could connect this person with the resources they need to get the help that they need. And that's community health. And that's actually one of my specialties, is community health. And I would like to see some of this funding go towards community health programs in our communities to allow us to have our fire departments and our police departments engage with the partners in the community, not just in engaging with the doctors and the nurses and the care coordinators at the hospitals and the clinics, but also the providers like the oxygen providers and the people who can guide them through Medicare, and the mental health providers, and connect them all together. I can't tell you how many times I've been in interactions with patients who, when I contact their doctors, they don't know that was their 5th fall of the week, because nobody's telling the doctors this. And so there's these big gaps. The fire department and the responders with care coordinators working in community health can fill those gaps, and we can bridge those areas, and we can bring all the community resources together to make a better way of living and a better way of life.
Well, no, that's powerful, Chief, and I think that's right. I think when we're solving this, that there is, once again, I would say there has to be zero tolerance on the crimes, the violent crimes in the moment, but we can't miss this opportunity, especially post-COVID and what it's done to kind of reshift society and the issues that it's brought up. It's also brought up opportunities like this to revision how we do it. Yeah. That's really smart. No, we appreciate it. Administrator Miller, nothing like starting fast in your job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think today is the day it's official. So, but anyway, and I would also note how working together with our city administrators, who many times are that there's institutional knowledge and there's new ideas that are coming in with the work you do. And just to be clear, both the mayor and, well, not just both, everyone in Eagan has made it clear to me you do not receive local government aid, so don't ever bring it up. And so we know there's other funding mechanisms, so please, Ms. Miller.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and thanks for choosing Eagan to be here for each of you. You know, the one point that I wanted to build on that Chief New commented, we spoke about the difficulty in attracting qualified candidates, particularly to law enforcement. So in terms of the funding that is being proposed, something that would really help the city of Eagan is looking at ways to bring non-traditional candidates into the police department. And we've had some really successful partnerships around the Twin Cities area. Very proud of those partnerships. One you may have heard of is Pathway to Policing. It's a way to get non-traditional candidates. They may have a 2-year degree, they may have a 4-year degree. What happens is they come in and the city of Eagan will pay them to go through the 16-week schooling that they need in partnership with Hennepin County Technical College. When they complete that schooling, they're ready for their post board and can become a law enforcement member. You can imagine just each one of us sitting in this room, if you're working in a full-time job and you have a family to support and you may have this inkling of, oh, I would love to go into law enforcement, but I can't quit my job to go into the training to do it. So we're bridging that gap to allow them to get the training they need to pursue a passion in law enforcement.
Do you think that's one of the most important things? Because we brought that up too, some of the things we do to waive the licensing fees, pay some of the student loans.
Yeah, and I'm going to get myself a little bit of trouble here, Governor, with my new city administrator. But if we got this funding, one of the things I would look at too is what I characterize as our minor league system and being in the high schools, because we've looked at the traditional students going through the college post-secondary institutions, but I would go so far as to recruit a high school student as soon, if they're part of an Explorer Post or upon a graduation, and bringing them on to groom them and help shape and develop them. We have a cadet program at the Eagan Police Department where we try to grab college students and they may be going down an economic course in college, but we convince them to, hey, maybe think about law enforcement, and we'll hire them, give them some hours of work and help them get through school to turn them into police officers. And as Diane mentioned, we've had a lot of success in our department with doing that. I think law enforcement throughout the state of Minnesota has to think outside the box, but it goes back to that whole getting back in the schools and allowing us to be part of the conversation, be part of developing and grooming the youth of the future, and getting those folks interested in becoming members of law enforcement.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think those are the types of things we want to make sure we're helping to assist with. And I say this, Chief, to both chiefs and those of us who are in our own professions. I always think one of the canary in the coal mine is people who are currently in the profession, would they have their own children do it? I say this as a teacher, would I have my children teach in this moment of what's going on? Would you have your children in law enforcement, in first responding? And we need to make sure that those are options given. Now, there's a lot of family connections, but there's a lot of students that are never exposed to that. And I've always felt as my job as a teacher was to expose them to the world, not send them down a path that was my choice, but to give that exposure. And I think you're right, in many cases they don't know. And again, we need to be incredibly careful of what the perception is right now. And I think this discussion here, and we'll take some questions from the press here in just a minute, is about being raw and honest with the public in a moment that we know that this is tough, because we're of the belief that all of the things we said here need to happen, and that is not mutually exclusive of the other work that we need to do, both in schools, the work we need to do around reforms to make sure all people are feeling safe, and accountability pieces. Those are not, as the mayor said, holding two mutually exclusive ideas in your mind at the same time. It's much broader. It's not even two ideas. It's what society looks like and what type of communities do we want to live in. And I think these are the ideas you're bringing up. So I'm incredibly grateful. Administrator, thank you. And I do think, again, it's not always just about throwing money at things, but sometimes it is about having the resources necessary to do the job. And I think in this case of making the difference and then communicating with, we have Commissioner Harrington if he's going to answer any questions, but being partners, a lot of the things that, just to be very clear, that are in this budget proposal came from each of you. We're hearing, we're watching, John's reporting back to me and saying, hey, what they're doing out there is working. They're getting people in. We should be putting our resources behind that. So please, if we have any questions for anyone now, we'd certainly open it up if the press has some questions of anyone.
I have a question. Attorney, you're with Carol Levin. I know we recently saw the 15 and then another 15-year-old in North Minneapolis. And these are all solution-based conversations. For the community members out there, what do you want to let them know about what can be done now to help keep them safe?
Yeah. I started this morning talking to the parents and family of Amir Locke, and then I followed that conversation with a call to Deshaun Hill's family. Two different situations, same result. We have young black men dead. We can't accept it in any way. These has to be a zero-sum proposition. The strength that both these families have found to advocate for change and for the love of their community is almost unimaginable. I don't know where that depth comes from, but we need to take the cue from them that these are solvable problems, and there's nothing more important than making sure our children feel safe in every situation they are. So having these conversations, having the ability to say sometimes we don't know what the answer is, but an expectation of safety, safety on the streets, safety in your home, safety in your health, those are the basic things that we can offer. Then we can start talking about in the best place in the country to live. That's where we can talk about all of these other things. So my commitment is and you see, to triage in the moment, to provide collaboration of what we can do together, but to listen to the experts like you hear right here today and advocate for the policies that these folks in our communities know will work. And then to simply say, don't turn the page on the paper and forget Jamari Rice. Don't forget the names of who these children in some cases are, our future. It's not hyperbole. So having this conversation, deciding that there's going to be solutions, listening to the experts, and then implementing them, and having the courage to bring up things that may make us all uncomfortable that we talk about. We need to be uncomfortable in this moment to find solutions. Those families are asking for it. And I heard an educational leader when I was at North High School the other day tell me, all of us need to be adults so our children can be children. And that moment is upon us. And so I think this commitment, I think finding real solutions, I think moving in real time as quickly as we can, and then being willing to do what we know we need to do. Let's take some risks in programming to give cities the opportunity to implement things and give it a try. If we've got a police chief that's out there, if we've got social workers that are out there, let's give them a try on the things that the research works and knows it works. It wasn't that many months ago that Minnesota was one of the top 3 safest states in the country. We've seen these crimes across the country. What we need to view it as a zero-sum proposition. I don't care what the rates are somewhere else. I care what the rates are here, and I care that every single one of these parents, the idea that you have to worry about your child walking to a bus stop or something is unacceptable. We cannot live like that, and we refuse to accept that. So my message to be is that these are the conversations. Now, it's not come up here, and I certainly want to protect our public servants who are not elected officials from it, but we have to have a conversation about why are there so many guns? Why are there so many guns, and who's getting their hands on guns? I'm not making the case that that fixes everything, no more than I'm making the case that stopping folks on I-94 stops everything, but it is a combination of things, both in the moment and long term, that we can get at this. And I refuse to accept the fact that this is how we have to live. We do not have to live this way. So my deepest condolences to these families, but it extends so far out beyond those families. The pain that was at North High School, the pain that was in that community was real, and the number of people that it touches. This is why Minnesotans are asking for solutions, and they don't want finger pointing. They don't want to see fake feel-good ideas. They want to see actual results that are measurable. And I am convinced, as in so many things, the solutions are out there. They're sitting in rooms like this. They're sitting with folks who can solve it.
The Minnesota governor here holding a roundtable discussion talking about changes they need to see when it comes to public safety. First responders weighing in. We also have city leaders weighing in here as we do continue to see some issues rise, not only in Minnesota, but across our country. We are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. Want to let all of our viewers know about some of the events that are coming up that will be on here for you on Live Now from Fox. We do have coming up this afternoon, President Biden is set to make some remarks on the tension happening at Russia and Ukraine's border. Now, we do have Russian President Vladimir Putin, who's recently said they have started to decrease the amount of troops at the border, but Ukraine saying they will believe it when they see it instead of just listening to the words of President Putin. So we will be hearing again from President Biden. That is scheduled at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, Live Now from Fox will be on top of that top story. Plus, we do also have some folks out rallying after there was another murder of an Asian American, as well as President Biden making some remarks at a convention. A lot more to come right here on Live Now from Fox after we step away for this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Earlier here this morning, we were on a breaking news scene of an officer-involved shooting where a person had multiple weapons. Police were able to give an update to this incident earlier here today. What I want to do is play that out here for you and for all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Offenses. I personally walked up to the van to check it out because it was being described to me as a place where someone had lived for an extended period of time. And certainly, I've personally never seen so many things inside of a minivan. This man was clearly living in his minivan. There were many items in the minivan, and in fact, he had dark curtain rods assembled inside the minivan that appeared to separate the front two seats from the rest of the vehicle. The windows around the minivan were very tinted, so you know that question I asked about our ability to see inside of the van before we towed it, and clearly it's heavily tinted windows, and the interior of the van is difficult to see because of the nature of the items inside the van and the fact that there are curtain rods that are assembled. So our police officers perceived a threat. One of our police officers, who actually grabbed the nearby tow truck driver and pulled him out of the way when the carbine rifle was observed, sustained a minor injury, but she pulled him out of the way, and she also recovered what we're now describing as a replica handgun from this person's jacket pocket. So the person that was shot this morning was wanted on firearm and drug charges. He was armed with a loaded carbine-style rifle, 1 magazine and 2 magazines attached to it. He raised the carbine-style rifle at the direction of our police officers who perceived a deadly threat, and one of our 2 police officers discharged his firearm, striking the suspect. Non-fatally, he's being treated at a local hospital for his injuries. We certainly realize the dangers associated with our profession. The police officers, and we're not naming them now. We certainly will. It's our policy to do so. It's our policy, again, and you all know this in the local media, to show our body camera footage to the local community, to the media. I saw the body camera footage myself this morning in this command bus right behind me, and it depicts exactly what I'm describing to you. Police officers confronted with a deadly threat. They acted, and we are here today to stand ready to answer any questions you might have preliminarily. We will talk about this next within a matter of days when we release our body camera footage to the community. Well, I can't tell you how many times he was shot. I can say that our discharging police officer who fired his gun fired several times. I don't know exactly how many, but our suspect was struck at least once, but I don't have that definitively yet.
Does the suspect have any ties to this area, any relatives in this area that would bring him here?
He has, that was one of our questions. What ties does this suspect have to Fairfax County? He certainly has ties to Fairfax County. He's wanted in Fairfax County for firearm-related offenses and drug-related offenses. We don't know why he chose this particular neighborhood to park his van. And again, he was clearly living out of his van. It seems like most, if not all, of his personal belongings were inside that van where he was inside of. It seems like very logically he took great steps to ensure that there were curtain rods and dark curtains inside the van as well. He's been living in that van for a while, and I don't know why he chose this neighborhood to park it.
And was it parked where it is now for a extended period of time?
Neil, the 911 caller this morning described the van as parked there for at least 24 hours. So where you see the van parked right now is where the van has been, as described to us, for at least 24 hours. When I watch the body camera footage, you can see our suspect open the door from the inside. You can see our suspect when he drops to the ground after he was shot. You can see the carbine rifle drop to the ground as well. And then when you see our officers approach the suspect in an effort to take him into custody and to render first aid, you can see our secondary police officer recover a replica style pistol from our suspect's jacket pocket. Well, all that's under review. The 2 police officers were here for quite some time before they called for a tow truck. So by the time the tow truck was here, they were continuing to gather information to complete their tow report, and that's when the suspect opened up the side door of the van and emerged with the carbine-style rifle. But we were here for quite some time before we encountered this man, who was inside the van the entire time. Paul? Well, the video footage, Paul, that I saw, and we have independent witnesses as well, several in fact, describe our suspect as opening up the door of the van, the side door, describe our suspect as possessing the carbine-style rifle, and they describe our suspect as raising the rifle in the direction of our police officers. So that's what's been described to us, and I can tell you the body camera footage that I've seen so far supports that. What's that? The left sliding door of the van.
But not the driver's door.
No, in fact, and you know, you all probably can't get close enough to the van to see this, but there is no room for a human being to sit inside that van other than where our suspect was seated in the left rear bucket passenger seat. So the two front seats and the two middle seats, they're both bucket seats in the middle. Our suspect was seated in the left middle seat. There is no other room inside that entire van for any other human being to be seated. That's how crowded the van is. And I only say that to emphasize that he's been living in this van for some time now. We don't know why. I don't know what his family circumstances are. We intend to find all that out as we do a thorough investigation with all these cases. And you know, our Internal Affairs Bureau is here along with Major Crimes, and we've already had contact with the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, as we always do from the scenes of these incidents. But we're going to thoroughly investigate, thoroughly review, and I'll just say this too, and I know I said this recently. Thank God our profession has body-worn cameras. They really put police leadership and detectives and residents and the local media in a position to see, touch, and feel what the officers were experiencing at the moment where they made a decision to use potentially deadly force. Paul, I don't know if I'd describe it as a surprise. I don't believe our two police officers knew that someone was inside the van, because we had been here for several minutes. In fact, long enough for a tow truck to be requested, long enough for a tow truck to respond to the scene. So at the time that the suspect opened up the side door to the van, I believe our police officers did not know anyone was inside the van. I believe that likely took them by surprise. What also likely took them by surprise was the fact that our suspect was armed, clearly armed with a carbine-style rifle. And again, I think I described the carbine-style rifle as having one magazine of 9mm ammunition loaded in the chamber, and it had two additional magazines of 9mm ammunition attached to the carbine rifle itself. Yes, sir.
We are getting caught up on some news that we were on earlier here this morning after police were involved in a shooting with an armed man. We are going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen to this update right here on Live Now from Fox.
Made any attempts to interact with the van or its occupants. And I'll say this, we really don't want people doing that in the first place. If people see something that looks out of place, it appears to be suspicious in nature, or folks who observe suspicious behaviors, we want them to call the police. We want them to call us so we can get out there and do that. So again, I believe the nature of the 911 call is that a resident saw a van parked for at least a day in a residential neighborhood, dark tinted windows, out-of-state tags, perceived that as not the norm of the neighborhood. And again, in fact, and I think I said this, the tag attached to the van was stolen out of North Carolina. Our suspect, again, was wanted on firearm charges and drug charges here in Fairfax County. Yeah, that's one of the first questions we ask as well. Right now, that mental health history is unknown. I don't have any history to speak of. Sometimes we'll have that early on, like right now, and I can speak to it or allude to it. Right now, none of that information exists for me to speak to. But again, by the time we do a follow-up press conference and when we show the body camera footage, I may have more in terms of his mental health. So we're in the process of investigating the nature of the van itself, but right now the tags, the rear tag that was attached to it, was stolen out of North Carolina. So we got a stolen tag out of North Carolina, and that's what prompted the tow truck request, the impound request from our two police officers. Yeah. So, and again, the nature of body camera footage, we all want answers really fast. And thankfully, I'm able to come to the scene and get a lot of answers. Not all the answers, but I'm able to get a lot of my questions answered by viewing the body camera footage. So I'll say that our 2 police officers were outside of the van when the sliding door opened. When the sliding door opened, our police officers saw, and the body camera footage supports this, they saw our suspect holding, armed with a carbine-style rifle with 9mm ammunition. We have residents who are serving as witnesses who support that observation, and again, our body camera footage supports it as well. I'll say this, none of these police officers woke up this morning desiring to get involved in a police-involved shooting. We certainly train to de-escalate. We train to use cover and concealment. We train unlike any other police department I've ever been associated with. But when confronted with deadly force, these 2 police officers, and I can say this because, again, I've viewed the body camera footage and I'm privy to several witness statements taken from local residents, were forced to make a deadly force scenario decision. They did so. I join you and others wishing for a speedy recovery of the suspect who sustained gunshot wounds. We certainly, wish him well. His family is undoubtedly concerned about him, and they undoubtedly have questions that we hope to answer in the near future as well. We're also handling our police officers and offering them, world-class services when they're involved in a traumatic event like this as well. So it's a traumatic event for everyone involved, and that's why you see so many Fairfax County resources here today. Neil?
Did the suspect step out of the van, or did he open the door and race the weapon?
So, Neil, I'll say that, again, preliminarily, the door comes open. The suspect is observed by our police officers armed with the carbine-style rifle. Whether a foot or 2 feet were on the ground or not yet on the ground, I'm going to wait for the investigation to kind of sort that out. And again, you're going to see the same body camera footage that I just saw here in a matter of days. Our critical release policy that is new to the Fairfax County Police Department, new to policing. We promise our community to release body camera footage of critical incidents just like this one within 30 days. And that's a maximum. So it's certainly our intention to do that as soon as possible. So witnesses describe to our detectives who are investigating on the scene that our police officers were telling him to drop the gun several times. When I watched and listened to body camera footage, I hear the police officer who discharged his firearm telling the person to drop the gun several times. So our police officers were doing what they were trained to do. They were giving verbal commands to an armed person under a lot of stress. The armed person did not drop his firearm, and that's when the discharging occurred. And then again, like I described, you can see on the body camera footage the carbine rifle drop to the asphalt after the suspect sustained at least 1 gunshot wound. So I'll describe the number of shots fired as several. I learned many years ago not to give out an exact number until I know the exact number, but more than 1 shot was fired by 1 police officer on the scene. There were 2 police officers on the scene. Only one of the 2 discharged his firearm. The other officer, and I think I described this as well, was near a tow truck, the tow truck driver, and assisted getting him out of harm's way. That same officer, witness officer, also, and you see this on body camera footage, recovered the replica pistol from our suspect. 2 young police officers, 1 male, one female. Our suspect is either 31 or 32 years old with local ties. Several minutes, Paul. Long enough for them to request a tow truck, long enough for the tow truck to get on the scene. But I believe preliminarily, and our investigation is going to sort this all out, I believe that our police officers and the tow truck driver, quite frankly, and the folks who called 911 had no idea that anyone was necessarily inside that van. And as you get closer to the van, and as you observe the van and take a look at what it looks like from the outside looking in, dark tinted windows, and then when you take a look at what it looks like inside the van, it is floor to ceiling of personal effects and personal belongings. There are gasoline containers inside the car. Clearly someone's been living in there for quite some time, long enough in fact for the person to actually assemble dark curtain rods inside the car itself. Well, I tend to reserve my constructive remarks about our performances until the investigation is further on its way. I think the expectation that our community has, certainly local and national media has, is that police leadership is going to arrive on the scene of a critical incident like this one, view the technology that's now available to our profession, like body cameras. I mean, the Axon body camera footage is an extraordinarily useful tool to not only our detectives, but to me, because I'm able to look and see it and offer you a preliminary assessment. And my preliminary assessment, I am very comfortable in saying that our police officers were confronted with a deadly scenario and acted appropriately. Thank you.
That was the update from earlier officer-involved shooting. You're watching Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you the very latest live look at the White House. We are expecting President Biden here in less than an hour to give an update on the Russia-Ukraine situation that continues to evolve. It seems like every a moment and every hour you're getting some sort of new update regarding that. So we'll hear directly from the president coming up in less than an hour. That is when he is slated to go. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox continues worldwide next. We continue right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Right now, we are going to play out some of Senate Republicans speaking, and then we'll get to the Senate Democrats. And then, of course, coming up in less than an hour, we will have President Biden speaking on the Russia-Ukraine tensions. Let's go right now to Senate Republicans speaking out just moments ago.
Not in my mind, not a doubt in my mind that the Russians wouldn't be on the border of Ukraine with 100,000 or more troops had we not indicated to the rest of the world we were pulling the plug on Afghanistan and going home. But we are where we are. And I hope the administration is not going to wait until after an incursion to turn the screws and put some real sanctions on the Russians. At that point, arguably, it's a little too late.
Well, there are a lot of parents around the country that are increasingly fed up, and one of the reasons for that is just the proliferation of mask mandates. You know, you've seen a lot of, in at least recently, Democrats, officials in settings where they're not wearing masks with a lot of young kids around. You saw at the Super Bowl a lot of people, prominent celebrities that weren't wearing masks, enjoying the Super Bowl. It seems like in a lot of blue states right now are lifting the mandates. It seems like the only place where we haven't seen any relief is when it comes to the Biden administration's proposal with respect to our toddlers who attend Head Start programs around the country. This is something that parents are tired of. They're tired of these mask mandates for their kids. There is no science out there to support this, and it needs to be repealed. You shouldn't have 2-year-old toddlers being required to wear masks, not only while they're inside, but when they're outside on the playground. But that's exactly what this Biden administration mandate does. And I hope they will repeal it, but we are prepared. I've introduced a Congressional Review Act resolution of disapproval that would repeal that mandate. All it takes is a simple majority to do that in the United States Senate, and we can put everybody on the record. But, you know, right now parents are faced with a choice, and it really should be up to them. It should be up to parents and guardians about whether or not these little toddlers have to wear masks. It shouldn't be up to the Biden mask police. These mandates need to stop, and we need to put parents back in charge of their young people, and particularly when it comes to the issue of education, where these masks have proven to be a real.
All right, folks, we'll get back to that in just moments here, but we do have some breaking news that we want to bring to you right here on Live Now from Fox. New York Times found not liable in the Sarah Palin case here. The New York Times did not defame former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin. A jury concluded just moments ago the verdict is largely symbolic. The judge has already said Palin failed to prove her case and vowed to dismiss her lawsuit. The judge said Palin failed to prove the Times acted with, quote, actual malice when it inaccurately linked her to a 2011 mass shooting in an editorial. As a public figure, Palin faced a higher legal burden than the average citizen to prove defamation. The jury verdict will factor in Palin's expected appeal. Free speech advocates warned that the lawsuit has the potential to upend decades of legal precedent and restrict press freedom should it reach the Supreme Court there. So we will keep an eye on this story here. This is all going back to the erroneous editorial that was published in the wake of a mass shooting at a congressional baseball game in Virginia back in 2017 that left Representative Steve Scalise seriously wounded. The editorial argued that heated political rhetoric could lead to real-world violence and cited the 2011 mass shooting by Jarrett Loeffner that led 6 people dead and the former Representative Gabby Giffords badly injured. In a sentence quoted throughout the trial, the editorial said the link to political incitement was clear in the Giffords attack. It inaccurately reported that a map graphic circulated by Palin's PAC showed crosshairs over Giffords and other Democrats. But the map actually featured targets over Democrats' electoral districts, not the officials themselves there. So we'll keep an eye definitely on this, as just wanted to reiterate, New York Times found not liable in this case here. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're going to take our last break here of the hour. We continue to wait here for President Biden, about 45 minutes away from him addressing the country on the latest in Russia-Ukraine tensions. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are back here for you, bringing you the latest top stories and headlines from across the country. And just to give you an update here, we are less than 45 minutes away from President Biden slated to make remarks on the latest in the Russia-Ukraine tensions. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. And as soon as we do see the president, we will bring it to you live, raw, and always direct here, right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go back out to Senate Republicans from earlier today.
It seems like in a lot of blue states right now are lifting the mandates. It seems like the only place where we haven't seen any relief is when it comes to the Biden administration's proposal with respect to our toddlers who attend Head Start programs around the country. This is something that parents are tired of. They're tired of these mass mandates for their kids. There is no science out there to support this, and it needs to be repealed. You shouldn't have 2-year-old toddlers being required to wear masks, not only while they're inside, but when they're outside on the playground. But that's exactly what this Biden administration mandate does. And I hope they will repeal it, but we are prepared. I've introduced a Congressional Review Act resolution of disapproval that would repeal that mandate. All it takes is a simple majority to do that in the United States Senate, and we can put everybody on the record. But, you know, right now parents are faced with a choice, and it really should be up to them. It should be up to parents and guardians about whether or not these little toddlers have to wear masks. It shouldn't be up to the Biden mask police. These mandates need to stop, and we need to put parents back in charge of their young people, and particularly when it comes to the issue of education, where these masks have proven to be a real deterrent to young kids being able to learn at school.
Well, Joe Biden is the president of high prices. Inflation will be a defining failure of this president's administration, to the point that in just 1 year as president, Joe Biden has driven inflation to a 40-year high. And at the same time, he's driven his own approval ratings down to a low of only 40% of Americans. And the reason we're seeing this is that people are paying the price and feeling the pain when they go to the grocery store, when they go to the gas pump. They're paying $1 more a gallon now than they were when Joe Biden became president. Wages may be going up a little, but prices are going up much faster. So people can't keep up. Prices have gone up month after month after month since the president has been in office. People are feeling the squeeze. And who's getting hurt? Well, it's working families trying to get by. The average family in the United States has to spend $275 more each and every month now just to stay even from where they were a year ago compared to what it would have cost last year. So people are going to have to change and are changing the way they drive, the way they shop, the way they live. People are having to tap into savings if they have savings. Inflation is crushing people's dreams. Energy prices are much higher to heat your home this year. Who's affected by that? Well, it's people trying to get by. It's people living on a fixed income, people struggling, young couples, all of that. And on the specific issue of inflation, the Harvard poll shows that only 3 in 10 Americans support what the president is doing on inflation. Only 3 in 10. That means that every Republican and just about every independent and a whole lot of Democrats don't agree or believe in what Joe Biden is doing on inflation. So what's his solution? Well, it's more government borrowing, more government spending. That's going to make inflation worse. When people look at this president, they see somebody who is out of touch and in way over his head. And unfortunately, the American people are paying for this president's incompetence.
Well, on the inflation front, the biggest drive.
I want to go back out right now. Attorney there for Sarah Palin speaking on the New York Times finding not liable there. Let's listen.
Being said, anytime a jury convenes and renders a decision, that is our system. That what's allowing a private citizen like Governor Palin or anyone to seek redress against a giant media company that wields so much power. In that respect, I'm exceptionally proud of our team, starting with my partner Shane Vogt, who worked tirelessly over 5 years, brilliantly to get this case to trial. I'm proud of our people back home in Tampa who are working with us. Dave Hayes, Gail Arnold, Lisa Merriweather, who've been on this train for 5 years. It took a long time to get here. And in that respect, I'm most proud of Governor Palin, whose strength and resolve and courage to pick a fight with the New York Times in New York City in the Southern District of New York is, in my opinion, what the system is about. We obviously have our own view of the evidence and the law and the facts that came out during this trial. And as y'all have done all week and last week, you gleaned from it what you gleaned. We're going to evaluate all our options for appeal, all of our options for any further motion practice in court at the trial level, and take it from there. But thank you guys for your patience this week. I know you've tried to talk to us a bunch, and we haven't talked very much till now, but that's all we have for now. Governor Palin is not going to be making any comments. I'm not going to answer questions about the court, whether we agree with what a court does or disagree. We respect what a court does. Obviously, we felt yesterday's order was disappointing from our perspective. It was premature, but nonetheless, that's what a judge does, and we have to live by those rules. We can't come into court, seek redress, seek jury trials, and then complain about the hand the system plays us. We complain about that at the next level. And that's what we did earlier in this case, and we'll evaluate our positions. This is not like the simplest area of law in the world. Procedurally, substantively, there's an awful lot that goes on here, so we're going to take a look at all that. It means exactly what I said. It means we're going to evaluate all of our options in a very complex area of the law, both procedurally and substantively. These aren't the kind of decisions you're going to make overnight. If I had to guess, do I think we will appeal? Some issues relating to this process, yes, but we'll have further on that down the road. And when you'll find out is when we file a notice of appeal. That's sort of how that part works.
Why did you choose to sue in New York? And was that a good decision?
I'm not going to answer that. I mean, that's something beyond the sort of scope of what we've talked about out here. And Hafiz is ready. Okay, listen, thank y'all very much, and thank you for your professionalism.
Thank you, guys.
That was Ken Turkle, Sarah Palin's attorney, speaking out after the New York Times found not liable in this case here, as the verdict, again, is largely symbolic, as the judge has already said that Palin failed to prove her case and vowed to dismiss her lawsuit. The judge also said that the Times acted with, quote, actual malice when it inaccurately linked her to a 2011 mass shooting in an editorial. And as you can see, the shot is now leaving right there, but we wanted to get those remarks here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody. All right, coming up, we are about 35 minutes away from President Biden to make remarks on the Russia-Ukraine tensions. We'll bring it to you as soon as we get it right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go out to Senate Democrats who just wrapped up a news conference, starting with Senator Chuck Schumer.
Conductor chips or filling up the gas pump, what's on the dining table, cost of food. We're coming up with solutions to address these issues. That's the big difference between Democrats and Republicans when it comes to lowering people's costs. We have real answers. They don't. They just attack. And why don't they have answers? Because much of the time it goes after the special interests that support them. So they don't want to deal with the oil companies or the meatpacking companies or the shipping monopolies. So we are focused on getting costs down, and you're going to see a lot of activity in March on us, from us on that issue. Now, let's not forget, we're a very strong economy. In President Biden's first year, the economy added 6.6 million new jobs, the most ever in a president's first year. But we're not stopping there. Now that wages are going up, we want to make sure costs go down so the average person has more money in her or his pocket. And that's what our whole lunch was about, or most of our lunch was about today. Various members came up with different ideas, and we're going to focus and we're going to come up with caucus agreement on those ideas. Not everyone will agree with each idea, but there'll be large buy-in, and you'll hear a lot about this from us as we move on. And one of the ways we're reducing costs, of course, is the competition bill. to relieve U.S. supply chains. That was bipartisan. And on any of these cost-saving bills, we'll welcome Republicans joining us. We can get 60 votes on a bunch of them, that's fine. But when we can't, we're still going to move forward. And you'll see some votes on the floor.
As you can see, we're having a little bit of play-out issues right there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We continue to always bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. We're going to regroup here, take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with you.
When your wages fall behind the increasing costs of Joe Biden's economy? Well, it's families who are struggling, it's young couples, it's people living on a fixed income, it's people trying to go to work every day to put bread on the table. In other words, the people that are hurt the most are the people who can afford it the least. They're feeling the pain and paying the price every time they go to the grocery store and every time they go to the gas pump. Big price increases have occurred in energy. CNBC reports that 1 in 5 American families can't afford to pay the energy bill. Administration in the Democrat Party in this country. People understand simple supply and demand. When the supply goes down and the demand stays the same or goes up, prices go up as well. It's also what happened with America's workforce. Democrats created the worst labor shortage in American history. We've broken records for unfilled jobs, 5 of the last 12 months. So when did it start? Well, it started in March of this past year when Democrats passed their $2 trillion spending bill, which was not paid for, added to the debt, and the bill gave a bonus payment for people to stay home from work. People were getting paid more to not go to work than they were able to make had they gone to work. So what happened when the bonuses ran out? Joe Biden imposed a national vaccine mandate. So if you don't get the vaccine, you lose your job. The vaccine mandate took a sledgehammer to the American workforce. According to one survey, half of American small businesses couldn't find enough workers in just this past December. You drive around Wyoming, you will see help wanted signs all around my home state. What has happened when you have fewer workers? It meant empty shelves and higher prices. Supply goes down, prices go up. Now, the opposite is also true. That's what we've seen with the value of the dollar. Last March, Democrats flooded the country with government cash. Now the dollar in many people's wallets and pocketbooks doesn't go as far as it did before. Democrats passed the largest single spending bill in American history, put $2 trillion on the nation's credit card. Republicans warned, do not do this. It will cause inflation. Democrats didn't listen. Every single Democrat in this Senate voted for it. Every single Democrat voted for it. Every single Republican voted against it. And Joe Biden signed it. Since then, prices have gone up faster than wages. First, they said it was going to be temporary. Then, astonishingly, in July, Joe Biden said inflation was expected. He kind of bragged that he'd seen it coming all along. Well, if he'd seen it coming all along, why didn't he do something about it? All that this president has done is put jet fuel on the fire of inflation. He told us it would be transitory, and he said it month after month after month after month. Can't say it anymore. Oh, no, inflation is here, and people are paying the price and feeling the pain. Last week's inflation report should be a blaring siren to the Democrats in Washington. And I'm so happy to hear the majority leader this morning saying, finally, today at lunch, February 15th, 2022, that the Democrats were going to start talking about inflation at their policy lunch today. They should all be suffering from significant indigestion. This is a crisis, and Democrats are doing nothing about it. Democrats borrowed trillions of dollars this year. This week, Democrats in the House are talking about getting rid of the debt ceiling completely, spend more. Talking about a blank check, unlimited borrowing, trillions and trillions more in spending. This will only mean higher and higher inflation. Inflation will not go away on its own. Democrats need to stop the reckless spending. They need to stop the nationwide mandates. They need to stop shutting down American energy. The American people cannot afford any more records like the ones that Joe Biden is setting right now. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I always strive to treat each and every nominee, regardless of their affiliation, with dignity and respect. I evaluate their credentials and make a decision on whether to support them based on their qualifications, their temperament, and whether they'll serve the interest of all the American people. That's actually why in my role on the Judiciary Committee, I voted for almost half of President Biden's nominees. In my judgment, some were qualified, deserved confirmation. and in my judgment, some weren't. Again, I evaluate each nominee on an independent and fair basis. With this in mind, I hope my colleagues will take seriously what I have to say today. I rise to speak in opposition of perhaps one of the most radical nominees the President has put forward to date. I'm talking about the nomination of Gigi Sohn to be FCC Commissioner. Ms. Sohn is exactly the type of radical activist we should avoid confirming to lead any agency, especially an agency as critical as the FCC. Her radical activist track record and her, her out-of-the-mainstream views on everything from free speech to intellectual property indicate to me she will weaponize the FCC against the American people. Ms. Sohn has made no secret of the fact that she loathes Republicans, conservatives, and any media organization that doesn't share her worldview. One need look no further than her deeming Fox News as a state-sponsored propaganda.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here before we are monitoring President Biden here, moments away from talking about Russia-Ukraine tensions. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here, always worldwide here for you on Live Now from Fox. As we continue to wait here for President Biden to make remarks on the Russia tension with Ukraine. We will be following that as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox, but we want to continue to always bring you the very latest. Let's go back out right now to some more of Senate Democrats speaking from earlier.
Who currently do not have it, and making it more affordable for all of them, to name just a few examples. So when it comes to delivering for families, Democrats are a party focused on getting it done, with or without Republicans. And this past year, by the way, we've done both. We have taken significant bipartisan steps, like our historic infrastructure bill, which is lowering costs for internet, transportation, and clean energy. And we're continuing to work on a bipartisan bill to strengthen our supply chains and bring down prices here by making us less reliant on manufacturing abroad. But let's be clear, at the end of the day, if we can take a step to put money back into families' pockets, if we can make life a little bit easier for people, especially when times are so hard, we're going to do it, whether or not Republicans are willing to do the right thing and work with us. Because as we've seen, Republicans talk about costs, but actions are going to speak a lot louder than words. And when Democrats passed the American Rescue Plan, which nearly cut child poverty in half, got millions of people health care coverage for less than $10 a month, and took so many other steps to help families make ends meet, we did that without a single Republican vote. And Democrats are now continuing to push for more steps to lower prescription drug costs by giving Medicare new power to negotiate prices for patients, and by capping the cost of insulin. It's a drug millions of people need to survive at just $35 a month. We're also pushing to support working families by ensuring every parent can get quality, affordable childcare and early education for their children, and providing paid leave so it won't cost anyone anything to take time off to care for their loved ones. And we want to pay for all of this by asking the wealthiest Americans and largest corporations just to pay their fair share. The difference is pretty clear. Democrats are taking action to lower costs for families, and we have fully paid for plans to do a lot more. Meanwhile, I've heard a lot of talk, but no serious Republican plan to help lower families' costs moving forward. If Republicans want to show families they are serious about helping people make ends meet, our doors are open. I hope they choose to work with us on what we see as clearly serious problems. Thank you.
Senator Stabenow.
Thank you. You know, this last year, it really was a headline of Democrats deliver, but there's more to do, and that's what we're focused on for the coming year as it relates to the costs that families are feeling every single day. And there's no question that our country still faces supply chain challenges. I certainly from Michigan can speak about that and what that means, and everything that we buy in terms of cars and appliances and every part of the economy, and we are laser focused on addressing that, and the increased costs due to COVID. And over again, when we look at what has happened when you shut the economy down in the United States and globally, the ripple effect is in every part of our lives. And so we have been laser focused and will continue to be laser focused in addressing that. And Republicans have done nothing to lower costs. They have proposed nothing to lower costs. We've worked with President Biden to pass the American Rescue Plan that put shots in people's arms, to create safety for them, for their family, to get kids back in school. When the president took office, there were 46% of the children in America in school. Now it's 98%. That's a big difference, and we understand the challenges families still face under COVID, but it's safer. Children are back and learning in the classroom. And we've gotten our economy moving in the fastest, strongest way since 1984. It is amazing, the underlying strength, even when we've seen costs go up, which are very real. So consider a Michigan family with 2 young children. Dad works at a manufacturing plant. Mom manages a local restaurant. They're not wealthy, but they work hard and they get by. Then the pandemic hits. This Michigan family needed help, and the American Rescue Plan delivered. We established the Restaurant Revitalization Fund so Mom's restaurant could stay open and keep her on the job. Republicans voted no. And we provided larger Affordable Care Act tax credits that cut the cost of their health insurance, made sure their children could see a doctor when they got sick. Republicans voted no. We expanded the Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit. That means this family qualifies for an $8,000 tax cut to cover child care. Republicans voted no. This Michigan family was able to keep paying their rent thanks to the $1,400 economic impact payments and the largest tax cut in generations for American families with children. And again, every Republican voted no. The pandemic has been a tough time for this family and every family, every American. But rather than joining us to tackle high costs and inflation, Republicans are busy standing up for big corporations that are price gouging Americans while making record profits. We are laser focused on lowering Americans' costs and continuing the strongest economic growth since 1984.
Thank you. We're going to take questions first on the subject of cutting costs. So don't ask if it's not cutting costs. Yes.
Are you committed to putting a gas tax holiday bill on the Senate floor this year?
We had, as you know, I think 8 or 9 of our members have introduced this, including many of those in tough races in 2022. We're having a caucus discussion on it. We haven't yet taken a caucus position, but it's one of the things of many things that we're looking at in terms of reducing costs. Other cost questions? Yes. You got to talk a little louder.
In respect to costs related to COVID, has the administration put forward any reflection?
Okay, that's not a cost question, please. I'll get back to you, but I asked on costs.
Some of the ideas you mentioned, like that is lowering the cost of insulin or part of the Build Back Better bill, do you see this going to reconciliation, or do you talk about separate efforts that would be regular?
One is not a substitute for another. In March, the committees are talking. We're having lots of discussions with individual senators to get Build Back Better moving again. But at the same time, our focus on costs is going to be focused on specific issues and costs that does not take away from Build Back Better. Yes.
In terms of cost cutting, a number of measures that you're proposing are in Build Back Better, and your 50th vote, Senator Manchin, has proposed added deficit reduction measures as a potential replacement. Are you open to that?
We're sitting down and discussing things with Senator Manchin, and we want to hear what he has to say, for sure. All right, now we'll go to yours. I tried. He did a little trick, too, so you get yours.
I just wanted to know if you've had any talks with the administration or expect a request from them for additional.
They haven't sent us a relief package yet, but obviously we're going to have to do something.
Senator Schumer, how are you going to respond to the Republican boycott today at the Senate Banking Committee?
Well, we hope that Chairman Brown and Senator Toomey can work this out.
Leader Schumer, the Parkland anniversary reminded me, it's been almost a year now since you pledged to put the House-passed background check bills on the floor. When are those votes going to happen?
Well, look, Senator Murphy had been trying to work with Republicans to get 60 votes. He hasn't given up on those efforts, although they've not gotten that far. But we're going to keep pursuing background checks. I believe in that very, very strongly. As you know, I was author of the Brady Law.
You said there needed
Yes, no, next one.
So last year, Congress passed the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act. We are seeing cases going up against Asian Americans, including one that just happened over the weekend in New York City. So is the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act not as effective as it should be?
No, it's in the process of becoming very effective. It actually focuses prosecutorial resources on Asian hate crimes. It's focused the country on Asian hate crimes. I think it is effective, but it's going to take a little while for it to be fully implemented. Last question.
Is there going to be any action at all on...
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break before we have the president talk about the latest on Russia-Ukraine tensions. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. Worldwide, as always, for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, continuing to wait here for President Biden, moments away from that moment here where he will be talking about the latest Russian-Ukraine tensions. I do want to go right now, though, from earlier. My colleague, Regina Gonzalez, talking to a professor about the latest in the tensions and how did we all get here right now. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Being joined right now by Professor Keith Darden with American University to kind of give us a little history lesson, I'd like to call it. Professor Darden, thank you so much for joining us here. How are you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having me on the show.
Absolutely. We really appreciate insight from experts like yourself because I feel like a lot of viewers who may not be up to speed with this situation may be wondering how we got there. So, Professor Darden, that's really my first question to you is kind of backtracking for a minute. How did we get here? Why have these tensions between Russia and the Ukraine really been posed for quite some time?
It really goes back to 2014 when a pro-Russian president was overthrown